25 years as they take on the Cubs in a 3-game series. Chase DeLauter listed as day-to-day on the injury report, but said Wednesday he still expects to play for the home opener. DeLauter's x-rays came back negative after fouling a ball off his ankle on Tuesday, the best-case scenario after having foot surgery in the past on that same side. The Cleveland Cavaliers clinched a postseason berth after its 118-111 win over the Golden State Warriors last night. Though there's more to desire, Kenny Atkinson not overlooking this feat.
Never underestimate the importance of making playoffs in the NBA. In pro sports, it's so hard, it's so competitive. Pretty much all of us in that locker room have been on the other side. You know, you're winning 19 games, 20 games, and it's hard to be in that group. Obviously, we want more. Yeah, we celebrate it.
The Cavaliers could strategize for optimal playoff positioning to avoid certain teams, though Donovan Mitchell said, "You don't want to play that game, it's bad juju." Cavs are back in Rocket Arena on Sunday hosting the Pacers. And it's a big weekend for college hoops. The NCAA Women's Basketball Tournament continuing on tonight with the Final Four taking center stage. It all tips off at 7 o'clock as South Carolina takes on the defending champs UConn. Then at 9:30, Texas faces UCLA in the nightcap. Over on the men's side, the Final Four set for tomorrow. Illinois plays UConn, and then later on in the night, Michigan and Arizona up in Indy. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight, all of the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital's Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Home opener, baby.
Bring it on.
Here we go. Not the season opener, so when we call it the season opener today, don't get mad at us. Home opener.
I'll do that at least 10 times.
Guardians against the Cubs.
And I'll call
Joey Cantillo. Go get him.
And I will call them the Indians at least 5 times today. I've given up.
You think 5?
I always do Guardians, Indians. I do it all the time now. It's like Orioles say Indians, Guardians. I was talking to somebody from the team the other day, and I was like, yeah, so something about I go, I'm sorry, I did not mean to say Indians. And they just laughed.
You know, if they had called them the Sandpipers,
we wouldn't have any problems with this.
Well, it would be a different thing. But yes. Indians and Guardians sound very similar, obviously. You changed a few letters. But nonetheless, here we go. Home opener today.
Yes, it is okay to wear your Indians or your Chief Wahoo stuff there. Who cares?
You love the team, regardless of what it's named.
Yeah.
I'm Jeff Phelps. That's Andy Baskin. And get ready. Here come the Cubs. Here come the Guardians.
Here come
and
the
away
Cubs.
you go. After the team goes out west, does a solid job, comes back 4-3, takes 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. You can go ahead and complain about ownership all you want. Heads up, 2 out of 3. You'll take that. Just shows there are a lot of different ways to build a baseball team, Andy.
I'll tell you, those Tin Soldiers look pretty good in Los Angeles. I was excited to see them come back and, live up to the expectations of beating the Dodgers. All right, time now to beat the Cubs. Turn the page, baby. Turn the page.
That would be good. That would be good. The start so far, okay, you can't get excited about 4-3. Well, hold on. You can't get excited about 4-3. You couldn't have been all upset if they had gone 1-6.
I'd be a little bummed out if they're 1-6.
We know how it plays out. But so far, the team looks a lot like it looked last year, Andy. Pitching's pretty good. And hitting's not very good.
Jeff, they haven't lost a series yet. They played 2. That's all that matters.
Andy, that gets back to the main point. Here they go again. Look what they're doing. Look how they're doing it. They're winning baseball games.
Might be 162 games, but there aren't that many series. And so if you can keep winning those, you're good to go. I think they're in just a good role to be here. Look at the teams they played on that first trip. Seattle, contender.
They played
Dodgers,
some good talent.
Clearly a contender. So they played good teams. They're coming home. Weather's good. No excuses. Ballpark will be packed. Have a couple libations. Enjoy yourself.
Libations.
Be a part.
Another good word.
Thank you.
Did you buy a thesaurus or something?
No, these are just words that are all stuck in my head that every once in a while come out the mouth of the gumball machine. That's all.
Well, I'm impressed.
Enjoy it. Have fun. Be with your friends today. Even if you're sitting around the tube watching this thing. It doesn't matter. let's sit back, relax, and enjoy. I mean, Dan finally got to me. It took him a month, because I'm sitting here. They didn't do anything. What did they do? What do they do? Then, DeLauder, despite, getting a little banged up on this trip, he gave us a little bit to look forward to. There's the pitching gave us something to look forward to. Gavin Williams looked great against the Dodgers. There were just so many positive things, I think, that happened on this trip, other than the fact they can't win a challenge, but that's another story for another day, considering they're in last place on the ABS thing. But that's negative. I'm not going down that road. It's the home opener.
That's good for you.
We're worried, though. We're worried that Bo Naylor's going to be skeptical on now trying to ask for replay on some of these pitches.
Do you think so?
I don't know. I don't know how you can't. If you keep losing and it costs you something late in the game, I think it's a concern. I love the strategy of the whole thing, and I didn't expect this. That wasn't like part of the thing. And like, half the time I'm glued. You know how I'm glued to the timeouts while you're watching NBA? Oh, I mean, every team but the Cavaliers, when you're glued to see how many timeouts the team has. Now I'm glued to how many more challenges does a team have. And I can't wait to hear what our crowd does today when, we have our first successful challenge. I think they're going to go crazy. I think it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be fun, man. There's something about this it's good. I feel good about everything.
You really do.
Yeah, even though they're last in the league in challenges after a week, but that's okay.
Well, again, if they were 0-7, would you think the season's over? So don't worry that they're last in the league in challenges.
But it's the nuance. I think that's what makes baseball great. Oh, do I throw a cutter here? Am I throwing a fastball? Am I throwing a slider? Should I throw over to first? Did he hit the cutoff man? Should I hit the cutoff man? All of those little things that make the game great. But in a game where there's so much time to think, when you do have to think, you've got to make those split-second decisions. And it's fascinating, the chess match, when you're watching a baseball game.
We have Joey Cantillo pitching for the Guardians today. I mentioned when we did a thing a week or two ago about guys, and I said, the time is now, basically, now or never for Joey Cantillo. This is his opportunity, I think, Andy, to become a regular member of this rotation. And I think he's a terrific young pitcher, and I hope that he's able to take advantage of this situation. I like him. I've always liked him. I've always wondered, did they show, and let's go Travis Bazzana here. Did they show too much patience in not pushing Joey Cantillo along, or was he not quite ready yet? I think he's ready now, and I think he could be a really key member of this rotation. And if you look at the way the rotation is built right now, it's full of young guys, one of whom will be joining us at noon.
Yes.
Parker Messick,
yes.
Guardians left-handed starter, is going to be joining us coming up at noon.
You think his family will be watching or listening?
To
our stands?
To us?
Yeah, because great family.
Yeah, I know. They're always there. My guess is they're not tuning in.
How do you know?
But maybe they can on the Odyssey app.
Tell me you wouldn't. Hey, Mom, Dad, I'm going to be on the radio. Listen, come on in.
If I'm a major league pitcher and I've already been all over, big-time television and stuff, I'm not going to be that concerned that I'm talking to Andy Baskin and Jeff Phelps.
Wow. I find that interesting, belittling to our own show.
Oh, it's not belittling. The guy's got things to do.
For two guys that work in television, why are we holding television to a higher standard?
I'm not.
I don't see people watching
what I'm holding
TV
to
while
a higher
they're driving.
standard is, network television where you can be seen internationally. We can be heard internationally. My guess is his folks have better things to do than to listen to our show, but maybe they will. I'd be delighted if they did.
I would.
Mr. and Mrs. Messick, if you're listening, by all means call 216-474-0092.
Well, the whole family
where the
on.
very friendly voice of Meredith Kane will say, "Nice to have you with us, Mr. and Mrs. Messick."
It's like a radio cutaway if the family calls in while he's on the air.
You think so?
Yes.
I think that would just be fabulous.
How about Layla Edwards today, throwing out the first pitch? Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, it came up yesterday.
And Layla is?
Do I have to explain?
Yes, you do.
She is Cleveland royalty right now, the pride of Cleveland Heights. Gold medal winner from the U.S. Women's Olympic
that is correct.
Hockey team. And I did text her dad yesterday. I don't care if you give me a ding or not. I said big push for her to not throw the first pitch out, but to bring her stick out and shoot the first pitch out. That would be awesome.
I think it would be even better if she did that.
Yeah. Oh, Jeff's on board with that too.
I think that would be
Jeff,
fantastic.
welcome to the wonderful world of hockey. We are glad to have you on board.
What gymnast is it? One gymnast. Who was it? I forget who it was.
From here?
But threw out the opening pitch and did a flip and threw the ball coming out of the flip.
I think it was Suni Lee.
Was it Suni Lee?
I think it was Suni Lee because that's been making the rounds a little bit lately.
That was really good.
I mean, even
that was really good.
And oh goodness, the figure skater who won the gold medal. She did I think it was before the Giants game. I want to say did a standing spin, like a double
It was
axel type
Alyssa
of thing. What?
Alyssa Liu was the gold medalist for Team USA.
There we go.
Thank you, bud.
It wasn't Tanya Harding?
The great Meredith Kane. When I can't remember names, she's here to save me.
Wouldn't it have been great if it was Tanya Harding? No? Yeah.
Andy.
Throwing the first pitch to Nancy Kerrigan?
Okay.
Just to show people that bygones can be bygones.
You can make up. I know we do it every day.
What?
We get
I paid
along
to watch
with each
that.
other.
You going to tell me that some minor league team hasn't tried to pull that one off once to get the two of them to do an opening pitch?
Okay.
You could have Tanya standing in the batter's box. It'd be great. And then you can have Jeff Gillooly run out from the dugout.
Joey Cantillo getting the start today.
Dan doesn't think that's funny.
As I turn the page, Dan didn't blink, and I'm moving along.
He's not listening, so it doesn't matter.
This will be
Trying to program your show.
It's your show. You're part of the show.
Oh no! When it behaves like this, it's your show.
No, it's your show. You sit in the corner.
all I know is
nobody
that,
puts Dan in the corner.
We were talking baseball, and all of a sudden, Andy's talking about everything else.
I'm talking about the first pitch from the game today. Is that not baseball?
You're going Gillooly on me already.
Well, that's okay.
By the way, you want some producing?
Oh, let's hit it. Hit it.
Former Indians first baseman Ben Broussard, the pride of Hardin Jefferson High School in Sour Lake, Texas, is going to join us at 11 o'clock. Ben's going to be on at 11. Parker Messick, Guardian starter, joining us at noon, as I mentioned. At 1:20, Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network draft analyst, joining us. 1:20. DJ, used to work for the Browns. DJ's joining us at 1:20.
Nice.
He's been with us before. And, fingers crossed, guest major leaguers. Former. Perhaps joining us throughout the show. So get ready. This is a celebration in Cleveland. It always is.
It's our national holiday.
It's a great day. I don't believe that. It's not national, it's local. But it's a great day. Phenomenal. Fun downtown. There's so much gear like crazy.
Parade, man. Who's going to be in the parade?
Yeah, what about a parade?
We have one.
What are we, Cincinnati now?
No, we have one.
Yeah,
you know, it's 2 o'clock. They're coming over the bridge.
That's what I'm saying.
I know. I'm pumped.
They're doing a parade.
New traditions.
They going up and over the big bridge?
Yeah, they're going to go right by the Guardians of Traffic.
That'll be tough to march.
Yeah, Slider's going to be there leading the crowd.
That'll be tough.
Oh,
That's a high climb.
It's not that high.
High enough.
This isn't the Golden Gate Bridge, Jeff.
Well, that's flat. That's not a climb.
It's about 30 steps from the West Side Market over to the ballpark. Come on.
Number to join us, 216-474-0092. We're pumped about opening day. What's your favorite thing about opening day? And it's home opener, but you know what I'm saying. The first one here. I'll give you some things that I love about it. Andy will give you some things that he loves about it. We're going to hear from Parker Messick. It's a big day right here in downtown Cleveland.
Tee up your way to glory.
Baseball in 2011 and spent 15 years in the majors following that. Want to catch highlights from The Fan throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Home opener, baby. I think that's the way I need to open every segment if I'm going to be the first one to talk in a second.
Okay.
Home opener, baby.
Home opener, baby. Great.
Yeah.
Feel it. Exciting.
Should I leave out the baby?
Yeah.
Home opener.
I think it's been done. Kind of tired. It's a little tired. It's been done.
By whom?
Do I have to tell him?
Home opener.
I don't know where you're going with this.
We
That's what I'm not
had
tracking.
a former host that would say baby all the time. All the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Well, good.
But if you didn't listen to the show, you wouldn't have known that. So it's not.
Well, there you go.
That explains it.
I always just thought it was Costanza, because Costanza always fought over the babies. It was he and George and Frank.
And Frank would say it too.
I'm back, baby.
Oh yeah. More Frank. You're right. You know what? Didn't realize that was a ripoff from someone else.
That's what I'm here for.
Wow, you guys are so good. You are so good. Both of you guys are good.
Watched
Home opener.
A lot of TV.
What do you love about
Baby!
it, my friend? What do you love about it, my friend?
I've said this yesterday for a couple minutes too. The thing I love about it is the pageantry of the whole day, the electricity at the ballpark, the playoff feeling, and I know it sounds silly, but seeing Tom Hamilton standing out in front of the mound, in front of a podium, to me means that it's a special day at the ballpark, that something big is going on, that you need to know what this is. And it's simple, and I think it goes back to, players change every year, but when Hammy's in front of that mound, man, it means it's opening day, or it means it's a really special big game. And I love it. I think about, we were talking about bunting yesterday. You can never have enough bunting around the ballpark, the red, white, and blue.
I hate it when they bunt with guys in scoring position and nobody out.
I knew you'd come up with something.
Why do you do that? I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. But you know what I'm talking about. And just the way it looks. I think about it, it's something that's not only unique to Major League Baseball, but it's unique to the first time you ever play baseball, or softball, if you're if you're playing at that, where opening day is always a big. Like I remember our local community, like all the teams come out for the first time ever in their jerseys, and they circle around the field, and somebody does something special for opening day, whether it's Little League, whether it's college or high school or whatever. When you get to opening day, it's something special, especially around here because the weather's so bad during the winter. And now, look, it's beautiful today. It's beautiful.
It is lovely today, is it not?
Yes, it's lovely.
What do you love about opening day?
What do you love about opening day, Jeff Phelps?
I will tell you after Jeff in North Homestead shares his thoughts. Hi, Jeff.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hi, Jeff.
Beautiful weather for opening day today. I couldn't wait to chime in on this because I was thinking about why it was so special and the uniqueness of this for everybody has a reason why it's fond to them or why they hold these memories dear to their hearts, right? I didn't realize how special opening day was as a fan until I became a parent. And why I say that is because all the memories I had from a child, I get to share and experience with my kids sitting in the stands. Like a lot of times before these games even start, I'm talking to them, I sat there for Game 5 of the World Series. Like I just have so many distinct memories that will never fade for me. And then when that game starts, a new memory is born, right? Like that we get to share, so like there's just so much that goes into it. And you are right. It's the pageantry. It's the smells, the vendors, some of our vendors that have been there for 40 plus years. Hey, yep. Beer guy, like there's so much more to it as a Cleveland fan. And I'm sure other fans experience the same things at their ballparks too, right? But one thing that we're moving in 4 months south to South Carolina. It's time, and no, I'm still going to call you guys on a regular basis. Trust me.
Okay, good.
Thank
the
goodness.
reason I'm nobody special. I just like talking to you guys. I think you guys are a great group of guys, and you guys have made listening to sports talk fun for me. But the one memory I'm going to hold so fond is that stadium, and it'll be a reason that I continue to come back to Ohio because I love Ohio. 44 years, born and raised. It's a beautiful place, but man, that ballpark is so special. Go Tribe. Let's talk it. Let's say 5-2 today, and let's walk out of there with the W. Have a great weekend.
All right, Jeff. Thank you very much. Jeff in North Olmsted, soon to be Jeff in South Carolina. 216-474-0092. Number to join us. I have some great home opener thoughts that are in my head, and they're not great thoughts. They're just great memories for me. The thing I like most about it, Andy, you know I'm a baseball freak. It's a celebration of baseball.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a celebration of what baseball means in our town. I think we've always done a great job with it. And you know, sometimes people think that we're not a great baseball town, blah, blah, blah. I've always thought Cleveland is a very good baseball town. And I love the celebration of baseball. I also love the old days in the old stadium when you would put 70,000 people in there for a baseball game.
Oh, it was amazing.
That was unbelievably fun.
For one game, yeah.
It was for one game. Yeah, it was, unfortunately. And then if you happen to draw 50, on a great weekend sometime later in the year, congratulations. But putting 70,000 people in that stadium for a baseball game was unbelievably fun. Just thought it was awesome. So those are the things that, that memory of being in that stadium when it was so full was just great. And then I have another great home opener story. Memory.
I think about
that Andy doesn't want me to tell you.
No, I do.
He's just going.
Well, no, you were talking about the stadium. Okay, go finish your story, then I'll tell you my story. Go ahead.
Can you imagine this in today's day and age? When I was in high school, we played the national anthem at the home opener at the old stadium.
Your marching band did?
My high school marching band.
Yeah.
And we marched on the field.
To the anthem?
No. We had to walk out. We played from the field.
Okay.
Can you imagine a Major League Baseball team in this day and age allowing 120 members of a marching band to tramp all over the field on opening day?
Oh, they would just turn the sprinklers on you. That's what they would do.
They would bring in security and chase us out of there. But they had us march out onto the field.
To center field? You guys stood in center field?
Yes, we stood in the outfield.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. That's crazy.
I know. It was nuts, wasn't it?
Yeah, because normally now everything's behind home plate. Like if they bring somebody out,
good
it's
luck
behind
putting
home plate.
120
you're on the warning
marching
track.
band behind home plate.
Wow.
But we were out in the outfield.
What instrument did you play there?
Trumpet.
Oh, okay. That I would think that's one of the, and I'm not, because I can't do it, but I would think trumpet would be one of the easier instruments to be a part of a marching band in. Yes?
Yeah, it's not like carrying a tuba.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Or a bass drum.
Trombone.
Trombone, I'd be worried about hitting the guy in front of me.
Exactly
or girl
right.
in front of me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was not very good.
Or
at
following
trombone.
Stork into a wall.
Oh, that's true. He grew up in Cleveland.
Yes,
Stork
he did.
Yes.
Yes.
Wrote the movie.
Dan decided he had to close the door on that one.
Uh-oh.
But the idea, just the celebration of baseball, Andy, I think is so wonderful.
Yes.
To see people flood downtown wearing gear, which, by the way, back in the day, you never wore gear. They hadn't figured out that, that's a great way to make money. Now they sell gear like crazy. And
It's just important to make sure you have your name on the back of that jersey, so in case they need you in the middle of they run out of guys, you're ready to go.
You have a very strong opinion on that.
I just think it's funny.
I have a very strong opinion the other way.
That you should put your own name on the back of a jersey?
Absolutely.
I would rather have a jersey with no name and just a number than...
There's
and again, I don't mind
I know
if
of
you're...
other guys who do what we do for a living.
Yeah.
And have said this, I would never put another man's last name on my back.
Yeah. What?
I would never put another man's last name on my back.
I just think if you're going to put a name, never mind. I don't want to go through this again. But if you're less than maybe a seventh grader and you want to put your name on the back, if that's fine. Kids, I have no problem with that. It's just,
guys. See, you and I differ on that
guys
one.
our age, like if I walked into the ballpark,
we are completely 180 degrees.
We
We're
are
completely on the other opposite end of the spectrum.
I would expect people to laugh at me if I walked into the ballpark.
Would you wear a jersey with your name?
Would you wear a jersey that said Mennigan on the back of it to a game?
No, it's got to be a player.
Yeah, I disagree completely.
One exception to that rule, which is I do own a Bob Uecker jersey after he passed away.
No, that's nice.
That's okay.
Andrew's in Rocky River. Andrew.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Happy home
It's
opener.
home opener day, man. We're great.
Wonderful. Glad to hear that. I just thought I'd say, it's a great day to have home opener, beautiful weather, but I'm really excited for this season, and we're already off to a great start. I think it's important we talk about how good this baseball team can be. I mean, Chase DeLauder had a great weekend, and you look at what we did against the Dodgers with Parker Messick, and I think Gavin Williams pitched one heck of a game the other day.
Parker Messick with us coming up, by the way, at noon.
I can't wait to hear it. I think it was just incredible. And the Mariners and the Dodgers, I mean, those are two really worthy opponents, in my opinion, to start the season off. And we have another one coming up with the Cubs. The Guardians could take 2 or 3 here. I think we're going to have a great season, and we could possibly compete with the Yankees and Blue Jays maybe for an AL title.
That's awesome.
Thank you, gentlemen.
There you go.
Andrew,
Optimism abounds.
Give me a giggity.
Giggity, giggity. Have a good one, guys.
Goodbye.
Oh, that's who it was. Oh, I should have. I didn't realize.
That was our former coworker, Andrew Hody. His listeners love him.
Check. Not right. You're not right.
It's my boy right there. See, he's pumped up. He calls back in. Why? Because it's the home opener and it's a celebration of baseball. It's what it is.
You'll always be a part of the family, just so you know. We're a dysfunctional family, but you'll be a part of it.
Are you concerned yet that they're not hitting?
Hey, you talk to me about overreaction and all this other stuff.
I know. I asked.
Oh, my God.
I asked if you were concerned. I didn't say, oh, my God, they're not hitting. This season's going to suck.
So, but here's the problem. It's not like they're not hitting. They're every other game. It's just bizarre. I'm watching this team over a week. Score some runs, don't score some runs. Score some runs, no runs. Runs, shutout. Runs, 1 run. So it's okay though if you can. That's how you'll make the playoffs if you keep doing this. If you're gonna get beat ugly, and when you win, make sure you get the pitching out there to make sure you can get the. They put 6 on the board twice, right? Through this trip, they won 1 game with 4. They got shut out twice. I mean, it's just weird. It's like the Cavaliers are up and down too, right? Like I think it's something in the water. Maybe it's something flowing out of the Cuyahoga, but although they haven't really had any Cuyahoga water because they've been on the road, but they're inconsistent. You know what? I'll take inconsistent better than no runs at all at this point, because that's what they've been through the first week. Inconsistent. Fair? Is that a fair assessment?
You're not going to like this.
You're going to say I'm wrong. Okay.
No, I'm not going to say you're wrong.
Okay.
Can I say this, though?
Sure.
Maybe they're just incredibly consistent because they're doing the same things they did last year. 28th right now in the major leagues, hitting a robust 189 as a team. And yet they're 4-3. See that, Andy, they're as consistent as a day is long.
Well, they're 4-0.
They're not hitting and they're winning like they did last year.
They're 4-0 when they score 4 or more runs.
Gee, there's a stunner.
Thank you.
You score runs, you win. Ladies and gentlemen, the kind of stuff you get right here at Baskin and Phelps.
1 run or less, 0-3.
I'll be damned.
Look at that.
Here's some analytics for you.
You score runs, you win baseball games.
Thanks, Mr. Dubovec, for failing me in math. Thank you. Appreciate you. Man, his kid was a good athlete.
That's great news.
Yes.
216-474-0092, the number to join us. We had a spirited conversation the other day about a certain Australian.
Are we going back down this road again?
Kind of.
I mellowed out yesterday.
Anything after Crocodile Dundee 2 is a waste of time.
With some context thrown in here.
Shrimp on the bobby.
We're not talking about Kyrie Irving. Although I'll bet Kyrie would have been great at second base. Should he be here?
Kyrie?
Because most of his contemporaries have already made the majors. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
This is the story of the one.
both miss the first major of the season. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight, all of the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Dan Menningen just stuck his head in the studio and said he's getting word from folks. He's already seen, they've already seen parking $70 and $80 in downtown for opening day.
Someone will be 100. Someone will get you to 100. It's coming. Don't you know?
Goodness gracious.
We've seen it before. We've seen $100 for parking downtown for big events. NBA All-Star Game was $100. Trying to think if there's other times I've seen some significant. I don't know how they can. Doesn't it seem like gouging? I'm not trying to be.
It doesn't seem like gouging.
Yeah, I
Indeed,
just don't understand.
It is gouging.
There's got to be an ordinance or something against that. I mean, you're talking about a $7 parking spot. I understand charging more for opening day. More people are down here, but
all right,
you're trying to make your whole year in one day.
I've got our side hustle.
Oh, I'm listening. What do you want to do?
Baskin Phelps, Menningen, Kane, bus company.
A bus company? It exists. It's called RTA.
We find something with a great big open space.
Yeah.
You can come there and park. Pay $10.
Yeah.
We will put you in a bus.
Yeah.
We'll drive you there. We'll drive you back.
Jeff, there have been clubs.
And they can just keep going back and forth. Let's do that.
Jeff, there have been clubs.
Menningen, you in?
Since the 70s here in this town that I can remember, because that's when I was a kid, that were happy to do that. You could park your car in their lots, enjoy the entertainment that they have in their own club, and then they'll be happy to bring you down to a game.
Ladies and gentlemen, Andy Baskin going to strip clubs as a teenager.
Wow. Jeff, that is really rude of you to imply that's what I'm talking about. I just happened to see the buses that would go back and forth.
The smile on your face and the little giggle told me all I needed to know.
Could have been a pool hall.
It could have been a pool.
Could have been.
What if it was a bowling alley,
Jeff?
Jeff?
Been in there playing billiards.
But it wasn't.
Oh, wow. That's not what I'm saying. I don't know why you took it down that road. I don't know. I was just saying that I would see buses from businesses that would go back and forth that enjoy days like today. That's all I can say.
I don't want us to yell at each other.
I'm done yelling about
somebody called the other day and we didn't take their phone call because we were doing other things. But it said stop yelling at each other. Which by the way, on our show, people yell at us for yelling at each other, and other shows in this genre, that's all people do, and people love it. But when you and I yell at each other, people get mad. Anyhow, Travis Bazzana, the number 1 overall pick in the draft of 2024, still in the minor leagues for our Guardians. Today, the move was made yesterday. It hasn't been actually put through yet. But 19-year-old Connor Griffin of the Pittsburgh Pirates, not Steelers, the Pirates, is coming up today. And he will take over as the everyday shortstop of the Pirates, and he will be there for a long time until he hits free agency and then moves along. Andy, this is what you're not going to like, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Of the 2024 draft, so that's not too long ago, correct?
2024? No, not too long ago at all.
In all, 9 players have been called up to the majors out of that draft. 9. You want it to make it worse and make you feel disgusted about it? 6 guys in the top 10 draft picks in that draft have now been called up. 6.
Yep.
Chase Burns, pitcher for the Reds. Nick Kurtz, who already has been a monster for the Athletics.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Caglione on his way for the Royals. J.J. Weatherholt, second baseman, shortstop of the Cardinals, is up. And Christian Moore, second baseman for the Angels, has been up. And Griffin will make 6 out of the top 10. You want to be more specific?
Sure.
6 of the top 9. And our guy's still down. Matt Foreman, the assistant general manager of the team, was on with Ken and Anthony this morning. And he had some things to say about why Bazana is still down in the minor leagues.
Yeah, we don't put timetables on players. We certainly haven't put a timetable on Travis. My hope and expectation is that at some point in the 2026 season, he'll be impacting our big league team. We always tell players that there's some things they can control and some things they can't. They can't control, whether or when there's an opportunity in the big leagues, but they can control their preparation for a potential opportunity whenever it presents itself. And one thing I know about Travis is that he's doing just that. He's working his tail off to keep getting better every day.
How's that sound?
Sounds like a good answer for somebody who can't commit to the time that he's coming up. And I don't expect them to commit. So it's the right answer. It is.
Here's the thing. I said this the other day. You wanted him up here now. I want him up when he's ready. And
it's not that I'm saying.
I know.
Okay.
I'm not mad at you about it. I agree with you. I want him up here now, and I don't think he has to be hitting like 350 to come up. I think he's going to be one of those guys that, first of all, either injury to somebody who's playing right now, Arias or Rocchio, and Bazana could be up here. But Travis might be one of those guys in the minor leagues who, hey, in the last 8 games, he's hitting 450. Now's the time to get him up here. His swing looks great. He's really seeing the ball well. Mm-hmm. He's driving the ball. He is feeling really, really good about what he's doing right now. Now's the time to have him come up and make his major league debut. The time is probably not right now. He's off to a little bit of a slow start, but that's all right.
Who, Travis? See what he did last night?
Tell me.
A game-winning walk-off home run. Clippers over the at Indianapolis.
Well, is that what you want?
Yeah, I want game-winning home runs. Yes.
Okay, well, that's good.
I enjoy those.
I would say one game is not the way to do that.
His first series was good. His second series was a little bit down. It is what it is. Look, if the spot's not there for him to take right now, that's fine. I'm good with it. My argument the other day is something that Chris said. We hope that they're not doing this for Major League Service time. That's all. I'm not going to argue this again. And I hope they're not holding him back for Major League Service time either.
I think that's not the case.
I hope you're right. I'll just say I hope you're right. But then, you go back and you say, okay, well, where is he going to come in? Where do you want him? And you're going to replace him with Arias. But then Arias hits a home run the other night too. So that's why you got to be in it for the long haul, and you can't make a rash decision based on one day. But Arias would be nice if he could hit 150. Let's get him moving, and then we'll see what happens next. But if Arias is still doing this at the end of the month, and Bazana's just, again, look up and down. You said, are you concerned about the hitting? Yeah, are you concerned about Jose Ramirez hitting 143 this early? No,
not yet.
Are you concerned about Manzardo hitting less than 100?
Jose has a track record. Unfortunately, Correct. Some of the other guys have track records in the other way. Yeah. Bazana had a walk-off single last night. He was 2 for 6.
I thought it was a homer.
No,
Sorry.
It was walk-off single.
Sorry.
And, if he can build on that, he went 2 for 6 yesterday, Andy. He has 3 or 4, 5 more games where he's really hitting the ball well. That's the time to bring him up, because that puts him in a position to maximize things. And if he gets hot, Andy, and they bring him down, they don't bring him up, well, then I'll say shame on them, because you want him up here ASAP. Now, and when he's ready, I do think that's a key part of this. When he's ready, you want him up here. But he's 23 years old right now. He'll be 24 this summer. It's okay to bring him up now. Age-wise, he played in college. Other guys are already up, as I said. 6 of the top 9 picks out of his draft have already been to the majors. He's not one of those guys. And if he gets hot, bring him up here and bring him up here then. And don't wait for him to cool off a little bit. Bring him up when he's hot. And to me, that could mean a really nice 10-game stretch, something like that.
A 10-game stretch in the minors is what you're saying.
Yeah,
yeah. And
because then, when you're, how hitting is.
Mm-hmm.
If you're feeling it, you're feeling it, and you come up and you got a great attitude about your stroke. You got a great attitude about everything that's going on. If you're in a slump, that's a terrible time to come up.
Yeah, I'm not saying bring him up. I'm just looking for consistency. Is he getting a hit a night? Is he getting 2 hits, every other game? That's to me, I don't even know that he necessarily has to be hot. You just want to make sure that he's consistently hitting the ball, or even if the outs he's making are, line drive outs, those are all key things to look at, I think.
Right,
as far
yeah.
as
How's he hitting?
Yeah.
Is he hitting the ball hard? What's he doing? He'd gone 0 for 9 in his last 3 games before the 2 hits last night.
He struggled in that last series. He scuffled. I don't want to say struggled. Scuffled a little.
Oh, but again, was he hitting the ball hard? You never know.
Right.
So that's a good thing. What do you think about a 19-year-old making his major league debut? Going to happen today for Pittsburgh.
I love it. Love it. If he's ready to go, it just goes back to the same argument. If he's ready to go and sounds like he's going to get paid, good for him.
I would think he is going to get paid, and that's a good thing. There have been this is a guy, and he was the 9th pick in that draft, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He was the 9th pick. And, you don't want to spin the wheel of regret, but, and you never know what Travis Bazzana has become or will become. But, boy, Nick Kurtz has already shown he looks like he's going to be a big-time player for a long time. And who knows about Caglione? Who knows about Weatherholt? Who knows about Christian Moore? And the pitchers, okay, and you didn't draft Charlie Condon, who was the guy Dan and I were screaming for because you knew he could hit the ball hard.
Right.
And he's been playing well in the minors. He might be there sooner rather than later. But from what everybody seems to be saying, Connor Griffin is the guy that could become a big-time Major League Baseball player. He's only 19 years old. He does turn 20 soon enough. But here he is. He's going to make his Major League debut, and that's a really cool thing. Oddly enough, Jake Mangum, who also plays for the Pirates, went to his high school. So he's got that going for him coming up, which is a nice thing.
I guess.
You think?
Yeah.
Remember a pitcher named Jay Powell, who pitched in the major leagues?
Mm-hmm.
Griffin is from Jackson, Mississippi, and Powell is in the Mississippi Sports Hall of Fame. And he was an assistant coach at the high school. And this guy, Jay Powell, played with some big-time guys. Alex Rodriguez, Todd Helton. He played with some major league guys. And he says that Connor Griffin is the best athlete that he has ever been around.
Wow.
Isn't that incredibly high praise?
High praise, yeah. You can't get any better than that.
No, I just think it's a story that's going to be fun to watch. And one thing Matt Foreman talked about this morning with Ken and Anthony, so many young guys really having an impact on Major League Baseball now and coming up. And he said, college baseball is better than it's ever been. And, showcases for high school kids. They're getting a lot of training and a lot of really good training at young ages and really coming along. So we'll be watching what happens with the Pirates today and Connor Griffin as he makes his Major League debut. And if they happen to announce a great big old contract for him today to go along with the one that Seattle just gave Colt Emerson, who is yet to play in a Major League game, by golly, we'll have all that news for you right here on Baskin and Phelps. Ben Broussard wasn't exactly a young baseball prodigy like Griffin, but he was a dang good hitter, and he was a hitter for our Indians, and he's coming up next. He's not gonna write any songs for us today, is he?
You never know.
It would be nice if he did. He's coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
quit complaining about the weather. It's a woman's fault that it's the way it is.
Tell me
Mother
more.
Nature. She can never make up her mind.
There we go. I'm going to write that one down. Hey, wife, get a load of this.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Home opener in downtown Cleveland. Get ready to open the wallet to pay to park. And then go to the ballpark and have an absolute blast. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps.
Take the Rapid.
Jeff Phelps, that's Andy Baskin. Stating the case for public transportation. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. One of our former favorite Indians joins us right now. You knew him as the hard-hitting first baseman for the Indians back in the early 2000s. He's Mr. Ben Broussard. Hello, Ben. How are you?
Hey.
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
We are we're pumped. Here we have a team that went out and played the Mariners and the Dodgers and comes back with 4 wins in 7 games despite hitting 189. How about that, Ben?
I mean, these guys did such a good job last year. I'm just watching them. I remember watching how many games that they could just manufacture runs, play good defense, pitch, and get the big timely hit or whatever it was, and find themselves like on top of the league at the end of the season. So I think a lot of organizations wish that they could have that. So I look at it as a good thing. That it's hard to win when you're not like really just everybody's clicking on all cylinders, and they figured it out over and over. So they had some tough guys to face, for this first week. That was a tough way to start. So I don't know. When I was watching, I was pretty happy that they were able to come out with some of those wins.
Hey, Ben, how much of that when you're trying to manufacture runs is analytics? How much of it is the manager, and how much of it is the player?
I mean, there's always like every year we would, there would be those teams that like on paper, you would look at them and say, oh, they're not like, in the top 5, but they're the ones that just find a way to beat you. So I think some of it, I think it's all, probably all of it combined, but there's players out there for sure that just have that knack, like maybe they're 0 for 4 and they're coming up that 5th at bat and they get the big hit, or there's the way the team just kind of feeds off of each other. Those little things that you don't really notice, like, guy at second base with no outs earlier in the game and they move him to third, the next guy hits the sac fly and they squeeze a run across, and it's not like it was some big inning, but they're able to do that a few different times. And then when you throw in like the bullpen and the starting pitching, all of a sudden, you're playing that team and you're in the 8th inning and we're like, man, how are we losing 3-1 right now? And then the game's over and you walk away. And I don't know, I think that's something that the Guardians had figured out. And, and then you've got all the exciting, young guys coming in that, watching Chase and what he's doing and what he's going to bring to the lineup. And I think just how it's going to balance out how guys get pitched and then watching him make those adjustments and watching the league make those adjustments. I mean, these are all things that I think are so fun to watch, when you see like a really good, I've been watching him and kind of just seeing, I was excited, glad that he was healthy and coming in and just seeing the kind of hitter that he is and how he's balanced. And, he's an average guy, but he's also a guy that can hurt you. And, what he does out, in the outfield. I mean, all those things that's going to be really fun to watch this year.
Ben, you were a high draft choice, 2nd-round choice by the Cincinnati Reds. What kind of pressure does a guy feel when he's a high draft choice coming up through the minors and working on your game a little bit? Because, Chase DeLauder did that. Travis Bazzana is doing that right now. You did it when you were coming up through the Cincinnati and then the Cleveland organizations.
I think one thing you realize real quick is, when you're, especially nowadays, kids are 12, 13, 14 years old and they're already like on lists, right? And they're saying, oh, this kid's this number, and guys think that. But then as soon as you get drafted, I mean, it really helps that you're a top round guy because, the organization's behind you. But then when you go to spring training and you're sitting around with like 75 other guys and you're looking at their ability and it's just kind of a totally different mindset. Everything shifts because now you're a pro. And now you're fighting, to climb up to the next level and to the next level. And so I think guys that are really good, that get drafted high, I think that that's just something that's probably like watching what they did in the minor leagues. You don't take it for granted that, oh, you know, I'm going to get a bunch of chances. I mean, it's like competition again. You walk in and I mean, it was like every spring training, there was some guy that I was having to battle it out to be the first baseman. It never was like, oh yeah, you're the first baseman. I mean, every year I just remember, spring training was always stressful for me. And I think guys just have that mindset. Like if you're a great player in college or you're a great player in the minor leagues, there's a reason, because, you know, you're competitive and, you know, you're not like just thinking, oh, it's going to be handed to me, you know. And I think it also really helps when you're talented and you have like such a sweet swing like Chase has. He has a great swing, has a good approach. You know, you can tell that like he knows what he's doing and what he's up there hunting, and that those kind of things that like speeds up your success in the big leagues, because, you know, you're going to get up there and you're going to have a great first week like he's had. And, you know, all the teams are all out there, they're calculating and trying to figure out, you know, like what sequence, how can we go with this guy? You know, how can we get him off balance? And they're going to make adjustments, but then it's the same thing for him. You know, he's going to be able to look and go, oh, now teams are kind of trying to come at me this way, so I'm going to make this adjustment. And I mean, that's what the great players do. So the fact that he's been able to come in and make a splash like he has right in the beginning, it's big, because it gives you confidence. It makes you feel like, oh, I can compete here. But also you realize real fast that, you know, they're not going to just keep doing the same thing. They're going to try to figure out other things. And that's what makes baseball so beautiful.
I'm listening to everything you're saying, and then I'm wondering, you know, in a game like baseball where you have to be an individual, but I mean, it's a team sport too. I mean, I don't know how you get comfortable. I mean, you really have to be, like you said, you got to believe the organization's behind you, right? Is that how you get comfortable?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting here thinking about, you know, years where you were battling for first base, probably with Travis, right? To see who would play first base, and you guys are friends, but yet you're in competition with him. I find it hard to understand how you can get to a mental place where you can get comfortable and feel like, okay, I've got this, when you know your name's in pencil, you know?
Yeah. I think I remember back to that first spring training with me and Travis, and we were, you know, I like to call him the prompt, but anyways, we're sitting there and we're taking ground balls every day. We're getting to know each other. You know, we're hitting, and we both know, like, you know, hey, one of us is going to play first base, and there's just people watching us the whole time. And, you know, you just feel like every move's being analyzed. But me and him are good friends, and we're getting to know each other. And so we're kind of talking like, you know, like, well, let's both do really good and have to move somebody else out. You know, like that's how we were thinking. Like,
That's a good
like
idea.
we're not, they both, you know, we want to both be on this team somehow, you know, and basically if you can hit, they'll find a place for you, you know, and so I think like we were able to separate that and be good friends and teammates, and, you know, and get out there and just do our business and let them make those tough calls. And I think when you know that the team likes you and likes what you're doing, it just becomes, it's just like your routine. You know, you show up every day and you have your routine and you go through your routine, whatever that is, that discipline that you have, you work hard and then you just, you know, especially as like spring training's kind of, you know, everybody's getting to know each other and you're kind of seeing what the team's like. And you kind of get this feel like, okay, we're going to be a good team. We're going to be good at this. And, you know, it's just like you're getting to know each other, because every year it's a little different. You know, there's little pieces that are added. And then it's just like you're showing up and you're like, who do we got? We got the Cubs this weekend. Who's pitching? You know, you just become like this one cohesive unit. And you get away from the individualism. I mean, that's what it felt like when I was, you know, we were a young team, but like I never felt like it was just me that had to come up big for the team. It was always like, oh man, you know, Casey Blake's been huge for us, or like when I remember Grady Sizemore came on the scene and we were all like, you know, I'd already been there a little bit and there was a few other guys and we were watching Grady and we were like, man, this guy's going to be really good. You could just tell, like, you know, from the very beginning, he's going to be huge for us. And so I know that's probably what, you know, the guys are thinking too when they watch, you know, these young players show up in spring training that were drafted high and they've heard about, and then they just start watching like how they conduct themselves and how they work, and they're like, hey, he doesn't act like he's a 23-year-old, you know, like you can tell You know, like you see that you hear that with like, you know, other guys in the league on other teams, like, you know, kids like the Connor Griffin kid that's coming up, you know, like you hear Skeens talking about him. And, you know, like just when you hear like how these kind of more established guys talk about younger guys, I mean, it's exciting, you know, when you're on a team and you got a guy like that's going to jump right into your lineup and make a difference.
Former Indians first baseman Ben Broussard with us. You just talked about those young guys. You mentioned how you like what you've seen from Chase DeLauder. Travis Bazzana is in Columbus right now. He's working at it. And I wonder your thoughts on this. Andy and I have talked about it a lot. We can't wait till the guy gets here. But they're polishing him up, letting him find himself, whatever it is they're doing with him. He's still in the minors. You came up when you were 25. And you had been in the minors, what was your third or fourth year when you finally broke through in the middle of the season and came to Cleveland. And then you never went back to the minors for the next 6 years. What is it that makes it, okay, I am now ready to get called to the major leagues?
Yeah, like I had kind of a strange setup just because I came up with the Reds. And so I kind of flew through the red system, and then I had like a broken hamate kind of injury, and it sidelined me. And then now I'm in AAA, and I'm kind of knocking on the door, and then all of a sudden I got traded to the Indians. And then, you know, I'm getting to know the guys in AAA in Buffalo with the Indians, and I'm there like 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden, you know, I'm called up with this big league team, and I don't know one guy on the big league team, you know, and I'm like walking in, and I remember, so for me, it was just, you know, it was so foreign because usually, you know, if you come up in an organization, and especially if you're a guy that's kind of like knocking on the door, you've been in spring training, you've met some of these big league guys, and you know them, so that when you finally get called up, there's guys you know. But I just remember the day that I walked up, we were in Montreal, and it was the day that Darryl Kyle died, you know, and everybody was really somber and really quiet, and I remember walking in and I'm like, man, what's going on? I had no idea that like what was going on. And then I saw the TV, you know, and everyone was sad and, you know, kind of just really thinking about that. And then all of a sudden, you know, I'm on the field in Montreal and I'm taking ground balls and I'm out taking fly balls. They're trying to put me in left field and I'm trying to figure that out really fast. And I mean, it just sped up on me so fast. But I remember like CC Sabathia was the guy that stepped in and like hung out with me the whole first game, and he just sat there and talked to me and kind of just told me about what it was going to be like, you know, and I had a million questions that were probably like ridiculous, like young kid kind of questions to ask him. But he was so patient with me, you know, and I remember, you know, getting to be that for other guys when they came up too. It's just like, it was a really cool thing, but I had a really weird experience just because I didn't know anybody, you know, coming in. And then, you know, the guys grabbed me really quick and got to know people and got to learn as much as I could. But yeah, it's one of those things when you're in the minor leagues and you feel like you're close, you know, it's really tough to start thinking too far ahead. So you have to really just focus on what part of my game am I working on right now? You know, like, is it my defense, or is it, I want to do better with two strikes. I want to, you know, or if it's like, no, I just want to go out there and keep playing, you know, and I think everybody kind of has a different thing to work on. For me, it was like, I'm trying to learn left field because I was a first baseman that when I got traded, they wanted me to play some left field. And when they called me up, it was because an outfielder had gotten hurt. So like my first start was like, hey, you're going to play left field in Boston, you know, at the Green Monster. And I'm like, oh man, this is going to be fun. You know, like going to go out there and do some early work. And, you know, so that was my challenge. But, you know, I'm sure a guy like Travis, what he's working on, you know, he's just probably working on all these little small things that are going to help him when he gets up here to the big leagues.
Ben, we thought your transition was easier because you're friends with the pregame hosts. That's what we thought happened.
So we thought.
We thought we made your transition much easier. But all right, now I guess we know the truth.
One of whom knew where Sour Lake, Texas really was.
Look at you, dropping Sour Lake, Texas. What wisdom?
Somebody who knew his name was pronounced Broussard instead of Broussard.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
It goes both ways, you know. People can say it either way.
Oh, it was the early media training. Ben, we appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Always great to talk to you, Ben.
Yeah, awesome, man. Looking forward to seeing you guys soon.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, Ben.
Yeah,
Thanks.
when you come to town, we'd love to have you come in the studio.
Again.
Yeah. Yes, I'm in for sure.
All
I'm
right,
coming
Ben.
at the end of the month. So
Bring Matt.
I'll be there.
Are you coming? Who you come
All
with? Just you or anybody else coming?
No, I'll have. I've got Brenda and me, so we'll be here.
Oh, okay, good. All right, tell her we said hello.
Thanks, buddy.
man.
We'll do. All right,
Ben
man.
Broussard
Talk to you guys
joining
later.
us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline.
Were you here last time? He was
No.
in studio with us.
No.
It was him and Matt Miller. Oh man, we had a blast.
Yeah.
It was like walking down memory lane.
He apparently made sure I wasn't here.
That's true. It was
Really nicely done by
Dan,
you.
I think we won an award for that show, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah.
We did.
The free lunch award. That was
Just saying.
That was really good.
It was the best conversation that Meredith and myself got done and looked at each other and went, what was the headline of that again? And that took 5 minutes to figure out because we were just going to put Andy Baskin, Ben Broussard, and Matt Miller go down memory lane.
It was fun, man.
It was a lot of fun. It was a great conversation.
But you couldn't
we
find a
laughed
headline.
really
You
hard throughout
heard
the
what-
entire thing.
You heard what Ben just said about Bazana. And, when you're close, and we know he's close, well, let's kick that around when we come back right here on Basket if it helps. And the Cavaliers putting together a playoff caliber, playoff enlightening victory last night. Parker Messick, Guardians pitcher, coming up at noon. Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network draft analyst, 120.
Hey, everybody.
website, get over to 923thefan.com, or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Mackenzie just saying about Trevor Bauer signing with the Long Island Ducks. Ben Broussard finished his baseball career playing for the Long Island Ducks, 2013.
Quack, quack.
Tough to let the game go.
Is it the game or the lifestyle? I mean, I
think it's the game.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Ben finished up in 2013 playing in the Pacific Coast League in Mexico and for Long Island. That's a different lifestyle than Major League Baseball, Andy.
Yeah, it is. But it's buses, it's hotels still, but it's roommates. I think sometimes when you're talking about minor league stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ben was terrific. It's always great to catch up with Ben, one of the good guys who have played for this franchise over the years. His thought on Travis Bazzana, I thought, is right on. When you're close, you just got to kind of work on the little things and keep your head in the right place and be ready.
I don't know what else you can ask. I mean, it's we talked about that in the beginning of the show about just kind of taking advantage of the time that you have and making it count. And you're right, when you talk about a career like that, it's like right?
It's the way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just have to be patient when you don't want to be patient.
Right.
You want it to happen
See,
now.
am I not a different person from 2 days ago about our Travis Bazzana conversation?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Andy Baskin.
Tom Withers and I had a long talk yesterday.
Tom talked you off the ledge?
Yeah.
I couldn't do it, but Tom could?
It's not that he talked me off the ledge. It was just that we had it was a different kind of conversation, and then Dan stayed out.
You weren't yelling and screaming?
Well, it wasn't after Chris Rose, and I wasn't really yelling and screaming. It's just that you had a point to make, and I had a point to make, and we both made our points, and sometimes they were simultaneous. So sometimes that could be bad radio. And then Dan stayed out of it. That was the other part of it. So that's why.
As opposed to now.
Well, can I butt in right now?
Sure.
Yeah. Would you like a starting lineup today for the home opener?
Oh, yeah.
All right, gentlemen, your starting lineup for your Cleveland Guardians for the home opener today.
Yeah.
Leading off in left field will be Stephen Kwan. Hitting second today.
And he's playing in left today, huh?
He's in left field.
Okay.
Left field.
Okay.
Just so that everybody can update their scorecards accordingly.
Sure.
And then look to the person next to them and explain what a scorecard is and why you're doing it.
Are you using the tiny pencil with an eraser or without an eraser?
I always do eraser just so that I can solve when the errors come through. When they call it a single.
Real men keep score in pen.
Yeah. I've never been called a real man before, and it's not going to start today.
That's true.
Anywho, Stephen Kwan will be hitting leadoff, playing left field for the Guardians today. Hitting second will be Chase DeLauder. He was the designated hitter.
And he's good to go. He's in there.
Good enough to DH. The third baseman, Jose Ramirez, will be hitting third today.
Jose 4 for 28 so far. No problem. Yeah, no problem. Track record.
Hitting cleanup for the Guards will be Kyle Manzardo, the first baseman. Hitting fifth today, Bo Naylor, the catcher in the squat, throwing down the signs.
There it is.
We got to give the nod to Kruko wherever possible.
Mike Kruko of the Giants.
Angel Martinez hitting sixth, the right fielder. The hitting seventh today will be the center fielder, Daniel Schneemann. We all know Daniel Schneemann's prowess in center field. Hitting eighth today, Gabriel Arias, the shortstop, and hitting ninth, second baseman, Brian Rocchio, as Joey Cantillo will toe the rubber for the Guardians today.
Come on, Joey.
And that, gentlemen's your starting lineup.
Thank you.
I think Daniel Schneemann is a really nice all-around baseball player.
He has grown on me.
I like him.
He has grown on me.
Yeah,
yes.
He can do a lot of things. I like Angel Martinez too. And I keep my fingers crossed that one or both of those guys can continue to grow, especially on the offensive end. But, man, when right now your bottom four guys are Schneemann, Martinez, Rocchio, and Arias, That's painful, Andy. Guys got to start picking it up a little bit. And right now, this team isn't hitting. Poor Kyle Manzardo's 2 for 24. Kyle went out, put on some weight, trying to punch up his body a little bit, punch up the power, punch up the swing. And so far, it's so early, but so far it's not paying off. And the bad thing is that nobody on this team, nobody, other than Austin Hedges in one game and Chase DeLauder, who obviously has some pop for this team, 4 of their 6 home runs, nobody's hitting. Nobody.
Yeah, it's not good. Are you worried then? You still never told me if you were worried about it.
Yeah, I saw this offense last year. Of course I'm worried.
But yet they're still figuring out a way to manufacture some runs,
so far. I'm sorry. Pitching can catch up to you. And this lineup, obviously internally, these guys have to grow and develop. That has to happen. And I will tell you, I love this notion. Okay, I love this notion.
I'm going to throw something at you. I don't know if you
Kwan, DeLauder, Ramirez, Manzardo, Hoskins. Can we please play Rhys Hoskins?
Yeah.
Please? Somehow?
He's not in the lineup today, is he?
No, he's not.
Why not?
Because they're
still banged up a little?
Well, no. He think he goes platoon. He's playing Schneemann and Martinez in the outfield, 2 left-handed hitters, and Rhys is a first baseman DH, as is Kyle Manzardo.
Jeff?
And I'm sorry, we went over Rhys Hoskins' splits. When your team is hitting 189 and you have a guy who, when he's healthy, has provided 29 home runs and 85 runs batted in a year, you have to play him. Okay, there, I said that.
Thoughts on maybe Nolan Jones coming back, Jeff?
Well, that's your guy, Andy.
Well, that's your guy, isn't it? Isn't he your guy?
Actually, he is.
Yeah, he's your guy. 22 at-bats, 8 hits, 3 homers. He's hitting .364 right now.
And see, that's what I've talked about with Bazzana.
Mm-hmm.
Does Nolan Jones have a future in this organization? I don't know.
I don't know. Would you bring who would you bring up first?
Well, right now I'd bring up Nolan Jones because he's hotter than blazes.
Yeah, I understand
that's
that.
when you get guys up here. You want to give Nolan Jones a chance to capitalize on what's going on. He had a lousy spring training,
right?
But he goes down to AAA and he's stroking it. So bring him back up now. Get him up here, put him in the lineup, and hopefully he can jumpstart the lineup and maybe capitalize and find something that he had some time ago when he was out in Colorado.
I don't know. Maybe the waters along the Olentangy are better than the waters along the Cuyahoga.
Or the lake. We have two water things here.
We got a lot of water to drink
we have
here,
a lot of water thing. And see, that's what I mean.
I got to think he's...
Andy, instead of having... Forgive me. Instead of having Schneemann or Angel Martinez in 2 of your 3 outfield spots, Nolan Jones has hit 20-plus bombs in a year in the major leagues. What the hey? You got nothing to lose here. You're hitting 189 as a team. That's only 7 games. But it's a pattern that it carries over from last year.
I kind of feel like you're an injury away from him coming back up.
Well, but now's the time. Again, when a guy's hot, give him the best chance to maximize his potential for success. And that'd be right now for Nolan Jones.
Yeah, Dan, you buying what we're selling on Nolan Jones right now?
Nope.
Dan doesn't like Nolan, and that's okay.
But are you saying that
he's seen enough?
I've seen enough.
I know, but his offensive prowess to start the beginning of the season, again, 1 week, deems itself worthy of replacing a bat that might not be doing anything.
He feels like one of those guys.
I feel like 4A is what I feel.
Who needs to go to Japan or go to Korea and have a different voice and a different style and a different thought in his head of how to hit a baseball.
You become the next Randy Bass or Charlie Manuel, the king of Japan.
Or, I mean, we could go more.
But he's hitting the ball.
We could go more
here.
modern too, if you want. Eric Thames is a perfect example who went over there. Like, there are guys who will go over there, and it's just having that different philosophy and that different thought of hitting all of a sudden unlocks their ability. And I think he's one of those guys that needs that.
What do you think about Rhys Hoskins not playing against right-handers?
I think it's hogwash.
I do too. I do too. Now the catch here is this: you want Chase DeLauder to play,
Yes.
If he's not in the outfield, they're going to DH him, and he needs at-bats. But by protecting him so much, I don't think you're putting your best lineup on the field. But I get it's a really tough spot. I think
catch-22.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot for Stephen Vogt because you're trying to protect your potentially second-best player on this team behind Jose in Chase DeLauter. You're hoping that's what he becomes.
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to protect him. But by doing so, I think you're leaving one of the few guys who's a real professional hitter on the bench. And though Hoskins has played 5 of the 7 games, I have him out there every day. I don't get it. Now, he might get out there at some point, but I think he adds a whole different element to this lineup. And if I'm Stephen Vogt, I got to figure out how to do it because my team stinks at the plate. Stinks right now. Really slow start. Really slow. You like Memphis, Tennessee, Andy?
I've never been to Memphis. I'll be honest with you.
have. So's the NBA. And one certain NBA player says, can we get the, you know what, out of Memphis? We'll explain it next on Baskin and Phelps.
Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flew.
Joey Cantillo against Kate Horton today. Get ready. It's the home opener over at the beautiful ballpark that we call Progressive Field. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy is Andy Baskin.
Yeah.
More baseball coming up at noon. Parker Messick, Guardians left-hander, going to be joining us right here on the show. Anxious for that. Love the way the guy pitches. He attacks. Love the fact that he wears the high socks and he looks old school out there, doesn't he?
Big fan. Big fan.
The NBA is talking about expansion. Las Vegas, Seattle.
Yeah.
Right? A certain NBA player is talking about moving. And not moving personally, although he has before. He's moved from Akron to Miami.
True.
Back to Akron. Then he moved to Los Angeles. Still owns his home in Akron. We appreciate that.
Got a place here in Cleveland, too.
Yeah, but LeBron's not talking about moving personally, not moving the James family.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about moving an NBA franchise.
Yeah.
And this one's kind of interesting. I don't know that I agree. I also don't know that I disagree. What are we talking about? Well, we'll tell you. LeBron was on a YouTube show called Bob Does Sports.
Oh, yeah.
And, it's one of your favorites.
We all watch it.
You have it favorited on YouTube.
Yes.
Here's what LeBron had to say. Dan, are you ready for this? LeBron James, when he was asked about Memphis and the Grizzlies and that franchise and that city.
At 41 years old, you think I want to do that being in Memphis on a random-ass Thursday? I'm not like the first guy to even talk about it in the NBA. Like, we all you guys have to move. Just go over to Nashville. You got Vanderbilt over there. You got the NASCAR. You got a stadium. Don't they got a hockey team, too?
Yeah, Predators.
Like, they got everything.
Doesn't look like LeBron's going to be on the Grizzlies anytime soon, so Grizzly fans out there.
Yeah, they know. Their only chance was in 2003 if they'd have won the lottery to get me there. And I might have pulled a Eli Manning and not showed up.
LeBron doesn't like Memphis.
Yeah, I think he was
He was hanging out and having fun.
He was
led there, but boy, he hit it deep, didn't he?
Do you think he forgot about the cameras, or?
No, he didn't forget about the cameras.
I guess I don't.
It's funny though how he can speak and it sounds like a beep. It's a really good skill.
Did you hear the speech Did you like the speech after the championship?
After the championship, that one was live, and that one didn't have beeps.
I learned all the ways that we could use one word as a verb, an adjective, a noun, adverb. What do you think of this? I think he just got caught. To me, it sounds like he got caught in a moment of just too much relaxation in front of a camera.
He was like at a driving range, I think, when he did it. Yeah, on a golf course.
I think he was just playing golf. I saw the video.
Look, here's the thing about that. I've been to Memphis, and with the Cavs.
Mm-hmm.
Memphis is not the same type of city as Nashville, and okay, we get that, right?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, in Memphis, because Memphis doesn't have a ton of stuff with live events like Nashville does,
mm-hmm.
They have a daily bus that leaves Nashville and brings television crew from Nashville to Memphis.
Really?
It's a 2-hour drive. And
so it's like especially when the Blue Jackets first started, there were crews driving from Cleveland to Columbus.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the television entities go to Nashville. They have a bus daily that loads up, brings television personnel to Memphis. They do the game, and then they get on the bus and go home afterwards, back to Nashville.
Okay.
So we get it.
Mm-hmm.
Is Memphis not kind of like the Jacksonville of the NBA? One of the teams? Is it not kind of like the Green Bay of the NBA? And is that okay?
Well, the difference is when you look at attendance, they're last in attendance.
They have a great arena. It reminds me of ours, to be honest.
Well, they're the only team.
Ours has been punched up, but it's the same, very similar look.
I mean, they're the only team in the NBA with less than 600,000. Is that based on? I don't know. What is the venue too small? I don't know. What's the venue hold?
I think the venue holds plenty.
Okay, so if you're looking at it from a perspective, they've had less people in the stands than any other team in the NBA this year. I'm looking at the number. It's 509, almost 600,000.
However, in the
you know where the Cavs are in attendance? By the way, we don't even think about it. But
top one,
no,
top three,
top five, four.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
In the rich guy world that is professional sports ownership,
mm-hmm.
does it matter if you're putting fans in the seats? If you're making money elsewhere and you're rich and can afford it?
I've never seen someone who's successful in business
not want to make more money.
Yeah,
I get that.
I mean, that's where you want to be. Nashville is an amazing town. It really is. I mean, that downtown is electric.
Nashville's really cool.
The arena is amazing for hockey.
There's a lot more, and there's a lot more going on in Nashville than there is in Memphis.
Yeah. My fear is I can't stand these stories because it makes me think, well, what happens when a superstar says, Cleveland, why are we going to Cleveland?
Well, when
they do.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, they do
it.
the same thing to Milwaukee. They do the same thing to Indianapolis.
Well, Milwaukee's
they do the same thing to.
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
But
I
mean,
Milwaukee.
we could go down.
It was
the
a
line.
joke. It was a joke.
SI wrote a story about LeBron.
Yeah,
saying those things about Memphis,
Sacramento. You can throw in there,
and then they followed up his comments, his quotes with, "And this coming from a guy who has spent the majority of his career in Cleveland."
Yeah,
that's a cheap shot.
You tell me,
but.
But is SI really SI anymore? I mean, can we be
same
honest?
Same thing with San Antonio. We could throw San Antonio in there. I mean, what does everybody know about San Antonio?
Riverwalk, man.
Tim Duncan, the Riverwalk, Greg Popovich.
You ever seen the Riverwalk?
And then the whole
yeah, it's okay.
It's a ditch.
And the Barkley rant.
It feels like something that should be at Disney.
The Riverwalk is a ditch.
Yeah, and everybody knows the Barkley rant, which we're not going to do here, but yeah, you know it.
I always felt like when we went to the arena in San Antonio that you were going.
You've seen that.
It's an industrial park.
You're driving through a neighborhood.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you turn down a little neighborhood street and there are houses. And then all of a sudden on the left, there's a basketball arena.
Yeah.
And on the right, there's the fairgrounds.
It's like ice skating in Parma. It's like the Forest Wood of the NBA.
I mean, I don't know
Which, by the way, I love that little ring.
I don't know what to tell LeBron. I'm sorry that Memphis doesn't exactly have what you're looking for.
Can I throw this one at you, though?
I mean, barbecue and blues music is right up my alley. It's not for everybody.
I always enjoyed going to Memphis. The hotel the team stayed in was right across from the arena.
Mm-hmm.
It's all extremely walkable. There's a Gibson guitar museum right across the street from the hotel. It's real small, not the museum, but that area is really manageable. And it's right next to Beale Street.
Okay.
And Mark Cohn, Northeast Ohio native.
He's walking there.
Walking 10 feet off of Beale.
Yeah.
That's Beale Street. And if you go to the top of Beale Street, there's a place called the Blues City Cafe, which the movie The Firm that was based in Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Cruise is sitting in something, and Ed Harris comes in and throws the papers at him.
Yeah.
They're in the Blue City Cafe.
All right.
So I used to go there for dinner a lot. Joe Tate took Joe to dinner there one time.
Oh, ding.
Well, no, we had a great time. It was a lot of fun.
You paid.
But that was a good time. I think players worry too much about what there is to do in a certain city. You're not living there.
It is a complete waste of time for NBA players to worry about what city they're in.
Because you're not
compared
spending
to baseball,
any time there.
Baseball, you're setting up camp. You're doing
you sure are, Andy.
You're doing a 3-day camping trip in any given city.
Maybe 4.
Yeah, and then you're in and out. But you get to know the city a little bit better when you're doing baseball. NBA, man, you're in and out so fast. It's like you don't even know.
And they schedule it so that if you're supposed to have an off day in, say, Memphis, and this happens all the time. Okay, well, we're going to take a flight out of Memphis and we're going to get to our next destination, which might be Dallas, because people like Dallas a lot more.
Right.
And they work the travel schedule around spending the most amount of time in the most attractive places for players. That happens frequently. Not all the time, but frequently.
So when they move to Vegas, when they put teams in Vegas,
they're going to be
all
getting
day.
to Vegas early, and they're going to be spending the extra day in Vegas before they hop on a plane, which also, by the way, has proven to be more conducive for keeping players healthy.
To sleep overnight rather than picking up the flight as soon as it's over.
Absolutely. What they have learned is the best thing to do is after the game, go back to the hotel, spend the night, get a good night's sleep, and then get up and fly out at like 1 p.m. And get to the next city. Not for the game, but
nice when you're on a charter, baby.
It sure is.
There's your baby.
Right. If you have the day off, that's the way that one goes. Kevin is in Cuyahoga Falls. Kevin, Memphis or Nashville?
What up, Kev?
Gentlemen, how we doing today?
Good.
Yeah, if I had my choice, and I travel a lot for my job, and I've been to Memphis plenty of times and Nashville plenty of times, and I told my gal that arranged my travel, if Memphis comes up, return the tickets because it is not my favorite town, man. I would take Nashville every day of the week over Memphis. So, and when they were in the Pyramid, at least it was kind of neat to go to the Pyramid, and now they're in the FedEx Arena, which is it's really bleh. I mean, it's so, as my kids say, mid. There's like nothing to the FedEx thing like the Pyramid was. At least the Pyramid was neat. You were right on the river. You know, you could the restaurant was at the very top. You could go out and see things. It was kind of cool as an event to go to that. But when they moved to the FedEx, they lost all of that. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of Memphis. And the other thing, again, from someone who travels a lot, getting in and out of Memphis is not easy. You can get flights in and out of Nashville way easier than you can get Memphis. So
unless you have a charter flight, and then it doesn't matter.
Well, that is true. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. Didn't Memphis also steal our PGA event from Firestone?
Oh,
sorry.
Andy picking on Memphis, Kev. Here we go.
Sorry.
Wow. That scar digs deep on Andy, I tell you.
Am I speaking something that's not true? If I'm not, just tell me.
Can I throw one thing at you?
Yeah, go ahead.
What if you happen to in LeBron?
Maybe that's why LeBron said it, because they stole something from Akron.
That might be.
That could be.
What if you happen to like blues music? Now, I know Nashville is full of music. We all know that, and there are clubs everywhere. Yep. But there are also great blues clubs in Memphis. I mean, there really are.
I'm not the biggest fan of Beale Street. I mean.
Go ahead and say it. It's beat
dirty
up.
And it's dirty and it's not nice. It's a dirty street, man. It's not what Nashville is. Nashville keeps it clean, and Beale Street does not. I mean,
it's gritty.
Nashville's hopping,
gritty.
Man. There's so much energy in Nashville right now.
You know that place I mentioned, the Blue City Cafe?
Yeah, it's the firm was shot there.
Gritty and dirty are good words to describe it.
Okay.
You know what else they did, Andy?
I don't know, but I feel your excitement. This is opening day excitement.
I've never had this before. I remember going in there, and it's kind of like a diner, but it's gritty, and it's not, okay. I mean, you walk in and you think, okay, I'm going on reputation. It's a little dirty in here.
Yeah.
Joe and I ordered steak. Okay, so we got like a strip steak. Before they cook it, they cut it.
Okay.
And so you get a strip steak, and it's cut into like 1-inch strips.
Okay.
1.5-inch strips. Mm-hmm. So you get pieces that are like 1.5 inch by the width of the strip steak.
Yeah.
And then they cook it so that it cooks up so fast.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And then when they serve it to you, they serve it in the form of the strip steak. But if you look closely at it, you have like 10 different pieces, which I didn't like at all.
I'm sorry. I seem to, maybe my mom did that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
We used to do that. I seem to have had that somewhere before.
Okay.
Almost like the strips that you would put on a steak salad, right?
Kind of, but much, they're about an inch thick. About an inch thick.
Huh.
Or wide.
You you never press a burger to
Oh, no, you're not
see what it
supposed
looks
to do
like on
that.
the inside.
No.
But is someone's going to come arrest you if you do that?
No, but you want to ruin your burger, go ahead and squeeze it when it's on a grill.
But
you know better than that.
What if you like your burgers?
You know better than that.
Jeff,
if I like them dry and I can use them as hockey pucks.
Why? Yeah, why?
You are the hockey man.
Well, I don't understand. Why do we have to live our lives liking burgers the way you do? You're making it sound like it's a law.
It's not me. Google next break.
You're saying it's a law. So
Google next break. How do you cook a burger? They'll tell you never squeeze it when it's on the grill and put a dimple in it in the middle because the middle of the hamburger will expand and then it gets really round.
Do or don't put the dimple in.
Oh, do put the dimple.
Yeah, and then you put cheese there too.
You don't have to, but you can.
Oh, Jeff Phelps makes the laws.
Just don't turn it into a hockey puck. Parker Messick, left-hander, Guardians, next on Baskin and Phelps.
This is
2026 mock draft. That's on April 16th at Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. Again, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. Plus, you'll get some exclusive Bud Light swag and a buffet dinner at the event. That's right. You want to be the second caller right now at 216-474-0092. We'll pull a team for you, and we are going to make this very, very fast. So call in now. We'll give you the opportunity to pick a team. We gave away the Browns number 6 pick yesterday while you were gone.
Yeah.
Jeff, anyone watching on YouTube, here is the bowl. And as soon as we get to caller number 2, we are going to be ready to roll here again.
And then after that, Parker Messick.
Yep.
Parker Messick, left-handed starter for your Cleveland Guardians, will be joining us on the day of the home opener right here in downtown Cleveland as the Guardians getting ready to take on the Chicago Cubs. Parker will be joining us. Had a real nice start, first time out against the Dodgers on Monday. That was fun. Let's quickly go to Carl in Akron. Carl, you're number 2. You ready for your team?
Carl, here we go.
I am.
Yep, here we go. Oh, boy.
Carl, congratulations.
Number 21.
So
Then
Carl,
we made somebody
I'm putting you on
happy.
hold. Meredith will get all your information, okay?
Congratulations.
Thanks,
You've
Carl.
got the Steelers.
Thanks, Carl. Appreciate that. Carl's our winner. He gets the Steelers. Let's go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Joining us, left-handed starter for our Cleveland Guardians, who will not be participating, by the way, in our draft day poll. Parker, sorry, you can't get the Dolphins, you can't get the Jags, you can't get the Bucks. Parker Messick joining us.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me.
Hey,
We
Parker.
are well. You grew up in Plant City. Were you a Bucks fan?
I was diehard Bucks fan.
All right, that's allowed.
Bucks
You
and
grew up in the
Lightning.
area.
Yep,
You played
Yep.
football too, didn't you?
I did. All Little League, all high school, or not all of high school. All Little League going in through middle school, and then freshman year of high school, and then baseball offers came in, so I decided to pick one.
You know, I've been told by people who do pitching for a living and coaching and everything else, football and shoulders don't mesh real well. So maybe a good idea to give it up when you did?
Yeah, typically not, especially the way that I like to hit people. I don't think my shoulder would appreciate it going on later and down the road.
Congratulations on your terrific start Monday against the Dodgers. That had to be fun. You're going up against one of the best lineups in baseball. There's Shohei Ohtani. You go 6, no runs on 5 hits. How do you prepare to face a lineup that you know can really hurt you?
Yeah, I mean, thank you, by the way, but it was just it was one of those, like, I kind of just wanted to embrace the challenge that it was and be more grateful that I had the opportunity to do that. And when I kind of took that mindset, it took the pressure off in a way that it's not like, oh my gosh, I'm facing the best lineup in the world. It's more like, what an opportunity this is. Now go show the world what you can do. And that's kind of just how I wanted to go into it, and just trusted, Hedgie's game plan, the coach's game plan, and, everything I did in spring training and the off season to prepare me. And, it ended up being a good one, and hopefully I can build off of it going into this year.
What's it like to pitch there, Chavez Ravine? I mean, it's, again, for some of us, it's still kind of the thought of opening up the season in L.A. against the Dodgers could be a little bit intimidating, especially against that lineup. And I love the fact they kept talking about like this bulldog mentality. You don't care, just let's get through this thing. But I mean, I know you said it's special, but is it a little intimidating going in there to pitch?
I mean, it was loud. There was over 50,000 people there, and you're facing the best lineup in baseball. I mean, it'd be crazy to say that it's not intimidating, but like I said, just tried to take it as more of a, like, this is what I've dreamed of since I was a kid. Everyone wants to be able to do this. Now, let's make it a good memory instead of a bad one,
Awesome.
Parker Messick joining us, Indians, Guardians, left-handed pitcher, second-round pick in 2022 out of Florida State. You moved through the system pretty quickly. We've heard forever about the Guardians pitching factory. You were obviously highly thought of as a second-round pick before you became a pro. But what did you learn along the way that the Guardians taught you and helped you become the pitcher that you are today with a lot more to go? Because obviously you're in an organization with a great reputation for developing pitching.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as soon as I got in, they've always had a clear plan for me and what they want me to accomplish. And they've also always taken into consideration the stuff that I like and stuff that I think, helps me be best. And they've never
they've never made me shy away from what makes me a good pitcher. And they've only tried to, help just add around the foundation that I had already built for myself. And they always were, really good at communicating day in and day out, whatever I needed, and whatever they saw. They would never force me into anything. It was always a conversation. And that's something as a young player, super helpful because, when you get in and you feel like you have a bunch of different people top to bottom telling you a bunch of different things, it starts to get confusing. And the best thing that they did for me is just give me clear direction and almost make it like an open communication. Here's what we think. What do you think? And how do you want to go about it? And they're really good at partnering with all sides, whether, strength, nutrition, and all the way into, the pitching mechanics side of things. So when you kind of pair all those things together, it makes it really easy, especially for a young guy, to go in with a specific plan and, execute, what you're eating that night, what you're waking up and eating, what you're doing in the training room, how are you prepping your body. And then it kind of, all that stuff kind of leads its way onto clean mechanics and everything that I was able to do on the field. And, they've helped me develop a couple new pitches since college. And, I can't thank the organization enough for everything they've done to make me the pitcher I am now.
Though they have some general concepts with pitching, it sounds like a real individual plan, Parker.
Yeah, absolutely. Each guy in our rotation, bullpen, everything, all the way through, the minor league system, all throws differently. And, they like to embrace what each pitcher does that makes them special.
We like to think that Carl Willis has magic and pulls that off. But can you tell us how Carl's affected your game? And then, Joe Torres is there. Brad Goldberg is there, too. Can you talk about the coaches that affect your game and help you become a better pitcher?
Yeah, all of them top to bottom, Caleb Longshore included in that. They have all helped me. Cody Buchel, AAA coach last year, big part of it as well. They've all, just each individually. Carl's that more old school, voice of wisdom that we have that kind of teaches us how to control the game and, pitch how we know how to pitch and slow the game down. And then everyone else just kind of adds their own special way into what they do well, whether it's game planning or in-game mechanics or pitch sequencing, whatever the case may be. They've all had a part to play in my success. And, like you said, they're all insanely good at what they do.
Parker Messick joining us, Guardian starter, came up last year. You made 7 starts last year and had success, Parker. What was it like coming up, especially, coming up on a team that was down, almost out, and came back like crazy, and you were a big help down the stretch, going 3-1, 2.72 ERA. What'd you learn during that time?
Yeah, it was really cool for me because I got to kind of experience the losing and winning side of a Major League Baseball team. Because when I came up, I think we had lost like 6 or 7, some insane amount of games straight, and then we won an insane amount of games straight. So I got to feel both ends of the spectrum there, and I just wanted to come up and do my part. The debut, obviously, just wanted to make that memorable for myself and at the same time help the team win. And then moving forward, I just wanted to, once we got on that run, wanted to do my part to, help us have that insane historic comeback that we did. So, it was such a special time for me to be able to say I made my debut and be a part of history, and especially Cleveland Guardians history. And, I'm super grateful that that's when I got to come up.
We thought it was cool, especially when you made your debut, that your family was around. And
your family's always around.
Yeah, but
that's awesome.
I just think it's awesome. I really do.
Me too.
And so, can you just talk about their role and how how it means something, I guess, to have them around? Because I got to tell you, I was when you were out there that first time we saw your family, like I was so hooked, and it was just such a cool story.
Yeah, they make it to pretty much every game that I'm on the mound. It was killing my dad. None of the spring training games were televised that I was on, and he was dying back home. So that's a long flight. So he finally was able to make it out to LA with my mom, and then my fiance's parents were there as well. But pretty much any game I have I have some sort of family support system. I have cousins and coming up for this weekend as well. It's just I always have someone there, and it's just awesome to have such a big family. I come from a small town, and they've been my support system. From the time I played my first T-ball game, I was probably the one kid that had 25 people show up to his Little League games. It's a perk of having a bunch of family in the same area, but it's always been that way. Whether it was a academic achievement, like a baptism in church, whatever it was, they've always been there for me. So I'm super grateful for what my family has been to me, and what they continue to do for me even into adulthood.
That's awesome. They get a lot of camera time, and we enjoy that very much. I don't know if they do, but I know everybody else does.
I think my dad loves it. He eats it up after every strikeout. He's more animated than I am.
You are a little animated on the mound, though, and yeah. I like that. Yeah, it's fun to watch a guy who's into it and doesn't mind getting into it. Have you always done that?
All that, yeah. I kind of have all that energy. I kind of always want it directed, towards my team and at me. I'm never going to stare down a hitter very often. I guess I'm never going to make it about showing up another team. It's just me fired up myself. If I execute a good pitch against a really good hitter, I'm probably going to show a little emotion. I try and keep it contained, but, I never let the negative emotion show. I always try and hold that in. But, when I get a big out in a big situation, I'm probably going to get the team fired up in the best way that I know how.
I got to ask this. Plant City strawberries, overrated or underrated? Help me.
Underrated. Best strawberries in the world, hands down. Absolutely.
Because when the Indians were, back when they were the Indians, when they were in Winter Haven, we used to drive over because they would play the Reds over there. And I'd be like, okay, we got to get these strawberries. We got to get these strawberries. Pretty special.
Parksdale's Farmers Market. If you ever get a chance to go and get a strawberry milkshake from there, I don't know if you'll ever be in Plant City again, but that'll be the best trip of your life.
All right, we'll do that because there was a place going down to Winter Haven called Andy's that was like legendary for everybody that would drink milkshakes at spring training. I don't know if that's still
okay.
around.
I'm not sure. I've never heard of that, but I'm sure that any milkshake stand around there is going to be phenomenal.
All right.
I was in Central Florida a couple of weeks ago, and my buddy lives in Newport Richey, and I said we got to meet somewhere in between, and he said, not going to Plant City because it's going to be too crowded. It's the Strawberry Festival.
Oh yeah, don't go there those 2 weeks unless you plan on sitting in a couple hours of traffic. I live about 2 minutes from there, and my family hates it. They love the festival. It's the best time of the year for Plant City folks, but it's a lot of unnecessary traffic.
That's awful. Two things. You wore number 15 at Florida State. 77. Where? Why? How? I love it.
So 15 was always my number growing up. I was a huge fan of Tim Tebow. I'm big in my faith, and I always loved what he did on and off the field. So I was a huge fan of Tim Tebow. And then getting to debut, you kind of just get thrown whatever number in the minor leagues. And then debut, you don't really get to choose your number when you come up, and they pick 77. And number 7's always a lucky number. So I just chose to stick with it. I pitched good with it. I made my walkout song "Sevens" by Brandon Lake. That one.
I don't think you want to.
I don't think you'd win it either. No, that one's locked in. The 77 looks good, Parker. So do the high socks. I'm just saying.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, the stirrups are the old school look for me.
Not changing those, are you?
No, they're staying on.
Nice.
Last question. Just your thoughts on the fans here and how they've accepted you and how much fun this is to pitch here.
Yeah, the amount of support I've received since coming up, even through the minor leagues when I was a prospect, it's been insane. And my home debut, the welcome I got from all the people here that were just excited to see me throw for the first time it was one of the coolest things I could ever ask for. And you can't say that about a lot of fans in a lot of stadiums. And everyone made it special. And the playoff games and everything last year, they're the best fans in baseball, and it's so fun to be able to show up at home and play for them every day. So I'm excited to see what this season holds.
Parker, great to have you with us today. Thank you very much for your time. We know you're really busy today with the home opener, and continued success. Everybody here will be pulling for you. You're fun to watch, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot for having me.
Take care. Have fun today.
Yes, sir. Y'all too.
Parker Messick joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He looks good in 77, doesn't he?
I don't know, man. If you had the chance to go back, I wonder if Sandy would give him 15.
Sandy's not giving him 15.
I bet. You know what?
Sandy's the kind of guy who would. Parker sounds like the kind of guy who wouldn't ask.
That's right. That's what I would say.
Which is a good way to go, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm half tempted. Never mind. I won't do it.
No,
right.
Don't do that.
I won't do it.
Don't do that. You just heard Parker. Today you have Joey Cantillo. There's Tanner Bybee. You saw Gavin Williams the other day. Slade Ciccone. Folks, we might be on the cusp of another really, really good rotation here in Cleveland. What do you think? You're looking for the strength of the team. That's it. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
start tomorrow with UConn and Illinois tipping off at 6 o'clock, and top seeds Michigan and Arizona face off just before 9 p.m. College Hoops Scoreboard Update is brought to you by MGM Northfield Park. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., our show from 10 to 2, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand. Now, I got a quick story about smart speaker stuff. So for the last 2 days, I upgraded the smart speaker. It said, "Do you want to do an upgrade?" I said, "Yeah,
sure I do."
So I did it.
Andy Baskin, I want upgrades.
I'm just telling you, every time I walk by it and I'm at home, I say to it, "Play 92.3 The Fan," and now I'm getting mad at it because every time I do it, it's I don't know if someone's messing with me.
You're getting mad at an inanimate object.
Yeah, I'm getting mad at the. I don't want to say what it is, but I'm getting mad at the smart speaker
Does
because
it begin with an A?
I'm not going to say. It's just, and it's playing another station in the market that isn't one of ours, and I'm like,
son of a.
And so, this morning, I was getting mad because I kept saying, "Play 92.3 The Fan," and then it would come up with this other station again. I think someone hacked into my system.
Does it laugh at you?
No, and then I'm just like, name, shut up. Like I'm starting to argue with it now. Something wrong with me?
Do we have people for this, don't we, Dan?
Called counselors? Or?
It's called. Well, I think our medical covers that.
Does it?
I mean, you want to sway? You want to come into panic room for a little bit?
Yeah.
It works out nicely. It's a good place to scream for a while when you need to.
I was getting mad this morning.
Is it turning into the great SNL sketch where they had the Name of It Silver, where they had all of the people dressed up older yelling the wrong name at it?
No,
is that maybe your problem?
Maybe. I don't know the sketch, so I'm sorry.
Oh, you've never seen that one?
I watch the show all the time too.
I'll send it to you. It's from probably 10-ish years ago, but it's an all-timer.
But I'm talking right to it. Like the speaker has to hear. Like my stupid phone knows everything I talk about. If I think about eating barbecue, the next thing you know, on Instagram, I see every barbecue restaurant in the world. Now I'm literally talking to the smart speaker, saying "Play 92.3 The Fan," and it goes to another station that sounds nothing like 92.3 The Fan.
Well, I hope yours is the only smart speaker that does that. Otherwise, we're in trouble.
So then you know what you have to do? It's like the good old days. You got to go up to the smart speaker, you press the screen, and then there it is. The Odyssey app is there in all of its glory. And most of the time I'm listening to Ken and Anthony in the morning, and I punch it up.
Well, that's really good.
It reminds me of the days of having to get off the couch to change the channel when I was a kid. Before remote control.
We just had Parker Messick with us.
You don't care.
If by chance you missed that interview,
he doesn't care.
If you missed a moment in our show, anything, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
I've got a disaster with my smart speaker. I need to call.
That's great. Parker Messick was just with us. He has made one start this year. It went extremely well. It was against the Dodgers. Here's what he had to say about it.
It was one of those, I kind of just wanted to embrace the challenge that it was and be more grateful that I had the opportunity to do that. And when I kind of took that mindset, it took the pressure off in a way that it's not like, oh my gosh, I'm facing the best lineup in the world. It's more like, what an opportunity this is. Now go show the world what you can do. And that's kind of just how I wanted to go into it, and just trusted, Hedgie's game plan, the coach's game plan, and, everything I did in spring training in the off season to prepare me. And, it ended up being a good one, and hopefully I can build off of it going into this year.
He went 6 innings in that game, gave up only 5 hits. He struck out 5, got Ohtani. I mean, that's kind of cool.
They're pretty awesome.
Isn't that kind of cool?
Yeah.
And we'll see. He looks like a keeper. and he came to spring training to win a job. He did win a job. Logan Allen ended up in AAA.
Mhm.
And Parker looks like the kind of guy who might be around for a while. Second-round pick. They identified him at Florida State. They like him. He's here.
Yeah, you're hoping it wasn't flash in the pan last year, right? Like every once in a while that happens.
Yeah. Well, every once in a while it does. I love his aggressiveness on the mound. You know, he attacks hitters. He is not afraid to say, "Hey, here it is. Can you hit it?" And I like that a lot.
Good attitude too. You know, you talk about. I imagine being just intimidated by going into LA, packed house. I mean, you're pitching against the Dodgers, and he was like, "Enjoy the moment. Let's let it roll."
Yeah. Instead
Loved
of
it.
I'm playing the Dodgers. That's like, hey, here's an opportunity to show what I can do.
Yeah.
If they can have him do what it is he's done, you know, obviously one game doesn't do it. But look back to last year in 7 starts. He was really good. An ERA under 3 and won 3 ball games. Gavin Williams. I threw this out last segment. Tanner Bybee, Slade Ciccone. I think we all like those 3 guys a lot, all right-handers. Parker, so far so good. And Joey Cantillo, I think, can be key to this. If Joey can come through today against the Cubs, and even if he doesn't, if he establishes himself as a clear member of this rotation, Andy, that's 5 guys who are young, talented, I like the way they throw, and can be the basis of the starting rotation here for what, 5, 6, 7 years.
I hope so.
You got to have plenty of pitching. We know that.
Yeah,
But here are 5 good young players.
The guy that impressed me the most, I think, on the first trip, and we've seen it before, but was Zabrowski. Man, did he look good? And Cade Smith struggled a little bit right there. I was like, but I don't. Sometimes you take a guy, you let him throw in the 8th inning, right, and then he looks great, and then your closer, sometimes they get shaky. You're like, oh, I wonder why they don't switch, and then they switch, and then you're like, oh, now I see why they didn't switch. So, but the rotation has just teed these guys up. To look good, even on a bad outing, you know, you give up unearned runs, and the next thing you know, you're looking at, wow, this is pretty good. I fear the day that Carl Willis isn't with the team anymore, but it sounds to me after talking to Parker that they'll be in good hands if Carl ever decides, you know what, I'm just gonna.
Well, Carl will, you know, so
at some point he will. Yeah,
somebody
I'm
else
not
in
in
the
any hurry to let him go
organization or outside the organization will have to step up. Clearly, the way they develop pitching, and Parker talked extensively about that. Clearly, you would think that this organization would promote from within for a pitching coach.
Oh, sure.
You would think.
Well, look what they did. Brad Goldberg's already worked his way up through the system.
Right, but the way that this organization has the thought about pitching, I would think that when Carl decides to finally hang it up, and I hope it's in 10 years, that it would come from within. I like what Parker said. You know, they have, and you know, you don't think about this stuff too much, but nutrition. What are you eating on game day? Stuff like that is way beyond the normal thinking that, you know, that the rest of us have. Mm-hmm. When you're a professional athlete in a professional sports franchise, you have to worry about such things.
The Guardians have been pretty good about that.
I know.
They're very, very into.
But people don't even think about that, you know?
Well, athletes do.
I know. That's what I mean. And that it was interesting to hear Parker say it. Yet, discussing things with their players, not just, hey, we don't want you to throw your slider. Instead, it's like, what do you think about your slider? Do you like it? How about if we try it here? Let's do this. And discussing with these guys. That's how you earn trust. You know, you earn the trust of people through collaboration, I think. You know, nobody likes to be told what to do, especially when you've obviously had success at something. Because you don't reach the majors unless you've had success at something. You don't need people then cramming stuff down your throat.
Yeah, I agree with that probably 90% of the time. But then there are some guys that just need to be told what to do, and they get better. I think we always look at Bobby Knight as like the bar on that kind of stuff. Is that fair? Can I say that?
I'm getting told what to do?
This kind of old school coaching that doesn't exist. It really doesn't exist anymore.
Well, I don't know that you see that in baseball, though.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure there are guys out there, but then there are some players that need to be coached that way. They just respond better to that kind of a thing. But I think you're right, especially with a position pitcher and golf, man. Like the mental part of the game there. You know, you think about the other sports that are just moving so fast that you just don't have time to think about too much, to let your mind, you know, to let your mind change what you need to do, because, you know, you take like basketball, like when are you really thinking? Well, you're really thinking when you're at the free throw line. Otherwise, you're playing. It's all reactionary. And with baseball and with golf, you just have so much time to think about, okay, this is going to happen next. And then you hear about successful golfers or successful baseball players that have already played the play in their mind or taken the shot before they take it, to be mentally prepared and ready to go when the opportunity is there for them.
When you're a pitcher, you can throw 100 pitches in a baseball game, and if 3 of them get hit, it can be an unsuccessful outing, you know?
Well, it takes one.
True. You know, overall, you could say that was a great outing, except for that one pitch, you know, and it might have been the perfect pitch. You know, a guy just might have hit the ball. So you have that happen. I love the idea, though, that maybe we're on the cusp of another really nice Big Five rotation for this baseball team.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll see. I think
the rest of the
Cantillo
league,
and Messick are the key guys to make that happen.
I just don't think the rest of the league sees that maybe the way we do, because we've been entrenched in the history of what they've been able to do here pitching-wise. Especially because of lack of respect going into the season based on prediction and what they'll do. But if they're going to have success, it has got to start with the 5 guys you've been talking about. You can manufacture a run or two a game. I don't know if that's enough to help you win. As we saw, 4 is the magic number for them so far right now. Get to 4, and you'll have the opportunity to win. And that's a pretty good place to be.
I just... The depth of the rotation might be a little bit of a concern. We'll see who steps up. You know, Logan Allen is clearly the first guy back. You know, if something happens to somebody, and of course they'll have a need for that, and then see what happens. I know earlier as we were getting ready for the season, we had a couple of folks who said, "Yeah, this might be the year where they have to look outside the organization
to bring somebody in."
Yeah, to bring in somebody if you have a little bit of an issue and you have to get somebody else in here. We'll see about that. Whether that's the case or not, who knows? But I'm pumped about today. By the way, coming up at 1 o'clock, just receiving word.
Yep.
Travis Hafner.
Oh, look at that.
Travis going to join us at 1 o'clock. And then at 1:20, Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL Network, draft analyst.
North Carolina will look to hand UConn their first loss of the season at 7 o'clock. Texas and UCLA face off in the late game. The men start tomorrow. UConn and Illinois tip off at 6 o'clock, and top seeds Michigan and Arizona face off just before 9 p.m. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
One o'clock, Travis Hafner going to join us. And when you talk about, your thing, friends of the show, Travis might be, he's got to be in the top 10.
He's been with us since the beginning, hasn't he?
He's got to be in the top 10.
15 years.
Yeah.
When he comes out for our anniversary show, it'll be great.
Anniversary show.
Yeah.
Nice.
I heard we're doing that at one of the theaters here.
That's
downtown.
fabulous. That's great
They're
news.
expecting a sellout show of like 6.
That'll be great.
Yeah, we're going to have to pay 3 people
They do
to
have
come
some
in.
small theaters over at Playhouse Square.
They do?
Yeah. We'll fill it up, baby.
I did see...
Baby.
The tiny theater they have with Idea Stream. Have you ever been in there?
I don't believe I have.
Oh, it's nice. It's small. Have you ever been in there?
Yes.
Yeah, it's. We saw a long time ago. I saw Bare Naked Ladies do a 4-song acoustical set in there, right around the. They were playing a show and they did like a private little concert for some winners over at Q104, and I got to go in there. It was awesome.
Ding!
Thank you. Hey, as we close in on the upcoming NFL draft, check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder. They'll recap all the latest Browns news and moves this offseason in free agency and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That is the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
That was well done.
Thank you.
News about a guy who I just loved watching pitch when he was here in Cleveland, and we've had it on our 2020s throughout the day. Former Indian pitcher Trevor Bauer signing to play back here in the Atlantic League and the Long Island Ducks. So it's an independent league team, and Trevor's still chasing the game, and still trying to do his thing. And he hasn't
35 now, right?
Yeah, he hasn't played in the majors since he was 30 years old back in 2021 with the Dodgers. And of course, there's some nasty things that came to light, and he wasn't convicted or charged with anything. But he basically, would you say he got banned from the game without getting banned from the game?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's pretty easy.
Yeah, and he was suspended, and there were some things that happened, but he would be eligible. But he ended up going to Japan. He didn't pitch in 2022. Pitched for Yokohama in both Japanese leagues. Went to Mexico in 2024, where he pitched very well in the Mexican League. Last year, played for both Yokohama teams again, the Japanese Central League and the Japanese Eastern League. And he was okay. He didn't do quite what he had done in the past. Here's a guy who's chasing the game, and he's chasing it for different reasons. As we mentioned, Ben Broussard finished his career playing for this Long Island team. Do you think Trevor Bauer ever gets a chance to pitch in the majors again?
At 35 years old, I don't know. If he did if he was on fire in Long Island and then somebody threw him in, they'd probably give him a shot in the minors, maybe take him to AAA at some point. It's hard not to look at him and say he was won the Cy Young, at one point.
Well, and he was really good. Obviously, a little different in his approach to pitching.
You think?
And
although some of the things that he was doing
are
were
now commonplace.
They're ahead of the game.
Yeah,
way ahead of the game.
Well, you remember the story. His dad was some type of an engineer, and they put together a specific pitching training regimen based on his dad's engineering background and Trevor's knowledge of pitching. Specifically for him, he did stuff that you see pitchers at every level do now all the time. Like the standing behind the mound and just gunning a couple of throws to home plate. You see that all over the place.
Like not working on drones before starts. Yeah, I remember that one too.
Okay.
Not even a smile.
incredible long
That's a
toss
bad
that he
move.
plays, that he would do.
Yeah.
You see that all the time now. And I just wonder if he ever gets another chance. And I would bet no. If I had to bet your money, I would bet no.
Oh, thanks. I think if he would have to do something special. Like he'd have to stand out. And by the way, being in Long Island might give him a chance to stand out. You're in New York. You make some noise there. Someone's going to take a flyer on you, especially if they think you can put fannies in the stands. Obviously, Long Island thinks that, don't you think? If you're Long Island and you're trying to get some guys to play.
Well, I would think that's the case.
I'm not going to lie. I'd go watch him pitch.
Well, I can't wait to see highlights of him. He was one of my favorite. I loved watching Corey Kluber when he was here, and I loved watching Bauer just because of the way they went about their craft. And they went about it in different ways. And, I don't think Trevor was as good as Kluber when they were both in their prime. But, boy, Trevor was dang good. Really good. And I can't say that it's a shame that he's in the situation he's in because he put himself in that situation. And Major League Baseball seems to have a long memory here. And maybe they don't like what they see anymore of him actually on the mound. That could be part of it. But look at the state of pitching in Major League Baseball. You don't think he could go get Major League hitters out to some extent?
Oh, yeah, especially if you – like, I think about it now. At 35, maybe is he a bullpen guy now?
Well, I would bet no, Andy. I mean, if there's a guy who can just flat out go and eat up innings for you, I would think it's Trevor Bauer. No?
Yeah, I don't see why. I think if he got back into it, though, I think he'd probably – I don't know. I haven't seen him pitch. I can't sit here and say if he's a starter.
No,
or if
I
he's
can't. I can't either. I haven't seen him
It's been
lately.
forever. I'm just trying to think of the theory here of where he's at. Someone might give him a shot, Jeff. Somebody.
I'm not feeling sorry for the guy at all here. The situation is one that he put himself in, but what I feel bad for is I feel bad for the game because the game lost a really entertaining pitcher. Now, I'm sure he rubbed people the wrong way. He was his own guy and did things his own way. That's not always popular, but man, he was fun to watch on the mound. He was fun to watch.
I thought it was interesting because when he first came over here, I mean, he came over from Arizona, right? That's where he came. I think
he got traded from Arizona here, and then he ended up in Cincinnati.
When he got here, people thought he was kind of a problem child already.
Well, that's why Arizona even traded him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He rubbed people the wrong way in Arizona.
Yeah, he wasn't exactly, an old school pitcher. And then he got here, and I thought, wow, the Guardians saw the talent. I don't know, were they the Indians still? Yeah, they're still the Indians.
Mm-hmm.
That they saw the talent in him, and they wanted to give him the opportunity. I thought if there was going to be a place for him to be able to do it, it would have been here. And it was. I mean, it was here.
Well, we'll see. We will be paying attention to him in Long Island. I think that's part of the idea, don't you?
Yeah.
For Long Island.
We'll see what he does. He'll be like Kevin Stefanski light. How's that sound?
Kevin Light.
We'll be Baker Mayfield light. We'll keep watching on the Wheel of Regret. I don't think there'll be. I don't have Wheel of Regret for Trevor Bauer though. It's not. I mean, they said see you later from here anyway, so it wasn't like they knew what they were getting into.
Hey, by the way, hitting 7th today for your Pittsburgh Pirates, Connor Griffin.
With the new contract?
Haven't heard anything about the new contract.
Yeah, nothing on the contract yet, but
He's
they
hitting
have been
7th.
in discussions.
They've moved O'Neal Cruz back up to the top of the lineup after O'Neal Cruz has been going nuts the last couple of games.
What do you think of the second? It's a baseball question here for you. Ready? What do you think of the new blue seats in the stadium?
You don't want my answer.
You don't like them? You wanted green?
I loved the green seats.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with the blue seats.
I just thought
they're new, man. I'm telling you, that stadium needed seats bad. They barely just changed, beat up. And the ones that were really beat up, and I know no one's going to feel sorry for anybody sitting in the suite, but the suite seats took a long time to. Those seats were beat up. They were there for a long time.
I
for
personally
suite seats.
I think the blue seats look somewhat artificial in the stadium. Maybe it's just because I'm so used to the green ones. But to me, green was really conducive to baseball because obviously the field is green. And I thought the seats blended in really, really nicely when they were green. One thing I don't know.
Do you think they'll stand out if they're empty because they're blue now, or just because it's?
No, I don't care that if they're empty or full. I just think the blue is a little more harsh on the eyes. I just thought the green was really subdued and nice. I liked it a lot. Do you remember when they built the place? And I think I have this correct. If you remember, and when you walk down, the aisles, you can see the holes that are still left there that have been filled in on the concrete.
Yeah.
They had railings.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that, yeah.
And I believe they were taken out because the fire marshal came in and said your aisles aren't big enough.
Okay.
And these get in the way.
Huh.
So they had to rip. So when you see those holes on the concrete, when you walk down, in the lower bowl, I think all around the place, that's because they had to rip out the railings that were originally in there.
Yeah, I notice those all the time now I think about it.
And then some of the seats are turned, and they decided they needed to turn some seats.
Yeah,
they had to change some things from the initial design.
But I remember sitting there early on, sitting down the first baseline. I remember coming up from Columbus.
You're not facing home plate.
Yeah, it was like facing what would have been the old Terrace
like
Club.
Second or whatever.
Yeah, you were facing, and you I remember having a sore neck.
I remember they learned some of that from Camden Yards, when Camden Yards was the first of the new type of stadium built.
Don't laugh at me.
But then they had to adjust it here.
I like it when there are different colored seats. So you're sitting in the blues, or you're sitting in the reds, or you're sitting in. You know what I'm saying?
Like they
used to be. Like the old stadium had that, right?
San Antonio has that, just like sporadic different colors in their bowl. They used to anyway.
By section though?
No. It was just here's a gray seat, here's a blue one.
Oh no! I like by section.
You mean red seats down below and the yellow seats up top?
Yeah, rather than saying, "Hey, where are you sitting in the upper deck?" You'd be like, "Oh, I'm in the blues," or "I'm in the yellows." Or I remember Old Maple Leaf Garden was like that's how you bought your seats, and then here too. I mean, the old stadium was like that too. I used to always find it funny. I was talking about Grandstand Managers Day, long time ago when you would send in a self-addressed envelope to the newspaper, and then they would send it back to you. Do you remember this? They give you a coupon. Yeah. But I always thought it was funny because, those Grandstand Manager seats were always in the outfield along the sides. And so you'd have all these seats. You'd have people in, their regular seats, and then there'd be vast emptiness, and then boom, right? And then you would see the Grandstand Manager section. You're like, oh, yeah, I guess this is where we're sitting, huh, Dad? He was like, hey, man, don't knock it. They're free.
You were in the ballpark, Andy.
That's all that mattered.
That's all you needed.
That's right. Sneak into another.
Isn't that all you needed? Do you think? I don't mean this to sound nasty, but it's probably going to sound nasty. Do you think people in town now take Progressive Field for granted? Having watched games in the old stadium throughout my youth, and I loved that place for baseball. I know I'm one of the few. I loved it for baseball. But
you're on an island.
Well, I know I am. But my buddies and I used to go and get seats in the upper deck, just in the yellow seats, just barely.
See, you just said it in the yellows.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And those were upper reserve, and they were great seats. I mean, the place was more designed to watch a baseball game than a football game. And I though I loved that ballpark, what we have here is such a great ballpark, and it has held up to the test of time. I mean, the design was outstanding when it was built, and here it is, 32 years later, and it's still fabulous. And they've done a great job of keeping it up and updating and changing, and there's some things you might not like, and some things that I hate the fact that they ripped out as many seats as they ripped out when they tried to make it a little more intimate.
I'm kind of okay with it.
But I think people take our stadium for granted because it's one of the best stadiums in Major League Baseball. I just think it's fabulous.
I'm trying to remember.
It's a great look. It plays well. And just love the way it's situated in our city. I think it's outstanding.
It's the 8th oldest stadium in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, it's one of the older ballparks.
It seems crazy.
Yeah,
and then you wonder, remember they were talking about building a new Fenway. That never happened. They'll never change Wrigley. They better not.
Well, Well,
Dodger
one
Stadium's not
point you
going
might have to.
I don't know. Dodger Stadium's not. The Chavez Ravine, they're not.
And the
they're gonna
Angels
do it.
Stadium has been there forever.
Yeah, that seems. But they redid it.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that big halo is still in the parking lot.
Travis Hafner played in that new stadium. He's going to join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps. It's the home opener. Guardians against the Cubs.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Beck.
This isn't
Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Can the Guardians three-peat as Central Division champs? Talk about the Guardians anytime you want. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code SELL. 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 Enter that code at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Great Lakes Collectors Convention and Strongsville Sports Collectors Convention. That is April 10th to the 12th at the Independence Fieldhouse. Plus, you'll be qualified for the grand prize, an autographed meet and greet with former Browns Pro Bowler Joe Hayden. Get tickets at greeniesportscards.com. Again, enter the code SELL, SELL, at 923thefan.com. In fact, Jeff, our next guest, I just saw a card for $10.50, and it looks like it's autographed.
Price went up, baby.
I'm looking at this, man.
Let's go to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. It's a gentleman who had some fine years playing first base and designated hitter for our Cleveland Indians, but he might be better known as the fantasy football guru on Sundays right here on 92.3 The Fan in about 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, Travis Hafner.
Pronk.
Thanks for having me on, guys. And quick question, is there a $10 bill attached to the card that's $10.50?
I think so, but I'm not sure. Travis, I just found a card for yours. It's 9% off right now. 9% off. It's $46.99.
Dang.
Congratulations.
Wow.
It is next to another one from like an 07 Upper Deck that's $1.99. But still, I'm looking at this other one, a 2005 Topps for $46.99. Congratulations. You have made it, my friend.
Pretty good, huh?
I'm impressed.
Yeah,
That's not bad at all.
Wow.
You know what's been kind of funny is I help coach high school and some other youth teams, and I'm on like MLB The Show 2026. And like all the kids on the team have my card, and I think it's like the greatest thing ever. So that's kind of made me feel pretty good here.
Do they ever ask you to
being on a video?
Do they ask you to sign it in the handshake line?
No, they don't.
Oh.
But they come up and they'll say, "Hey, I hit a home run with you in the game last night I was playing," and I was like, "Oh, I guess that's pretty cool."
That's beautiful.
Okay, you have made it.
That's outstanding. Congratulations on all that. And we know you're busy with the kids, and that's terrific. 3 sons, are they all playing ball?
They all are playing ball. My oldest, Blake, is in high school, and I got a middle schooler and an elementary schooler.
Wow. Way to spread out the years so that you get to attend and have a lot of fun with all that.
Yeah, that was perfectly planned, huh?
It really was.
It's a good thing your wife's working to pay for all those elite teams your kids are on right now.
I know. It's a little crazy because I go from one practice to another on the other side of town, and it keeps me busy, that's for sure.
You better thank Amy in every interview you do moving forward. That's all I can say.
That's outstanding.
Yeah, I'll do that at the end today.
Home opener right here in downtown Cleveland today. Your former team going up against the Chicago Cubs. You didn't play for the Cubs. What have you thought so far? It's a 4-3 start, but it was against Seattle and Los Angeles, and you win 4 out of 7, hitting under 200 as a team, Travis. That's a pretty good needle to thread.
Yeah, like when you look at the schedule opening up on the road on the West Coast, with those two teams and the pitching staffs that they have, you're kind of like, oh, this is a pretty tough task right out of the chute. So, to go 4-3, is really incredible. So, hats off to those guys for finding a way to win 4 games. And I'm sure everybody's excited to be back home now.
Travis, what's opening day like? How much different is it than any other day, especially when you're here?
Yeah, it's really special. I mean, you can almost the day that you wake up, you can just sense the energy in the air, and it's the excitement, the hope, but you really feed off the fans, and you can just, there's a buzz from the fans that it's just really exciting, and you do your starting lineups, and just the electricity in the building is second to none.
We have a couple of young hitters here. One's up, one's not. And, we've been talking all about it. Ben Broussard was on the show earlier, by the way. He sends his best.
He said you guys used to battle it out.
Said you were great pals, even though you were fighting for the same spot.
And you guys would pick somebody else you wanted to knock off the roster so
Credit
you could both
to
play
both
first
of you.
base. Yeah,
being true gentlemen.
That's exactly what he said.
He did. He said, instead of beating each other out,
Benny's a good dude, and we got to share a lot of time first base and DH, so it worked out good where we were both in the lineup.
By the way, it's killing me that we're not getting that with Rhys Hoskins and Kyle Manzardo here right now. They're keeping Hoskins out of the lineup. It's driving me nuts. He can hit. Okay,
he's a veteran presence and has a lot of experience and a lot of years being a really good run producer. And I'm pretty sure that what he brings to the clubhouse is going to help a lot of those young hitters out.
Jason Lauder is up here now. He's a young hitter. He's made a great first impression. You can be sure if he wasn't on the radar of other teams, he is now. What would you tell him about now being on the radar and teams looking at you a little differently in the lineup?
Well, I think what's a big thing for any young hitter and any hitter in general is just the ability to control the strike zone, to make pitchers throw you strikes. If they can get you out, being overly aggressive and expanding your zone, they will, because they're that good. They can throw pitches that look like strikes and end up out of the zone. And he's shown, I was really impressed with him in the playoffs last year, just, making pitchers get him out in the zone and throw him strikes. So that's a huge part of it. And, he gets into good positions to hit. He's got a very short swing. He uses the whole field. So I'm really excited about him moving forward, and he's gotten off to a great start.
Hey, what do you think of ABS? Would you have loved to have had it?
I would have.
I mean, I think it'd be awesome.
Yeah, I think it's been good. Sometimes I think it's like a little unfair to umpires if, the strike is like less than a half an inch out of the zone and it's like so close. That's pretty tough. But, the ones that are, like over an inch or things like that, I think those are nice to kind of have. And, like if I'm an umpire sitting back there, you don't know what pitch is coming, and, to try to be like that accurate is obviously really tough, but, they're the best in the world at it.
That's the one thing that you just said, and I've thought too, Travis, and Travis Hafner joining us, that, okay, if the ball's an inch out of an invisible strike zone that you have to interpret, man, that's a rough call against an umpire.
It is, and, it turns into this almost like game up on the scoreboard. So it's pretty tough, but, the ones that, I don't know if it'll change at all or if it is what it is now, but anything within a half inch is really tough, I think, on them.
How about just the speed of the game over the last couple of years with the rule changes? Did you like it when you had more time, or do you like the way the game is kind of condensed right now? And it's just, I'll be honest, it's an easier watch because Ricardo Rincon's not taking the hill anymore. But it's just,
wow,
dude, he was forever.
Where's Rafi Betancourt? What are you talking about?
I meant Rafael Betancourt. Did I say Rincon? I'm sorry.
You did.
I meant,
You threw poor Ricardo under the bus.
I am so sorry, Poppy. I will not say that to you ever again. But I mean, do you like the speed, like the way the game is just moving faster now?
I do. Like, I think it's, obviously, like, we want the game, like, this is the highest level that there is to play, and we want, the integrity of the game to stay intact, but it's also like entertainment. We want fans, we want people to watch. And, like when games are 2 to 2.5 hours and it's moving along, I think it's really good for the game. And honestly, like sometimes you'll see like an old YouTube clip or something where there's like a minute in between pitches, and it's like seeing what we have now and then watching a clip like that, it's almost like unbearable.
Okay, good.
I do like it where you just kind of get the ball and here it is, and it's sped up the game a lot, which is good.
Travis Hafner joining us, and Travis came up in the Ranger organization, was traded to our team, was here forever, and then won last year with the New York Yankees. Andy and I have had some nice spirited debates about Travis Bazzana, the number 1 overall pick a couple of years ago, who right now is sitting in AAA. I asked Ben about this. I want to ask you about this. You were in your 6th pro season when you finally busted into the majors with the Texas Rangers, came to Cleveland, you were in Buffalo, and then you finally stuck. And you were 26 when you finally stuck here. How difficult is it as a player to work that hard? Probably, Travis, think you're close, and then, and just have to kind of bide your time. And what do you work on to maybe put yourself over the hump?
Yeah, that's a good question. I had, people in our system would tell us, like, hey, you're not only playing for your organization and your chance to get called up there, but, like, you never know if there's going to be an opportunity for a trade. Like, if the big league club needs something, they trade prospects. So you're also playing for, all of the other teams. But I would say, too, like, it was kind of good for me because I grew up in North Dakota, so not a ton of baseball. Played 2 years of junior college, so I needed like a good amount of seasoning in the minor leagues. What got a little frustrating was, you'd see a lot of guys that you're playing against going up to the big leagues and having success, and you're like, man, I feel like I could go do that too. But you just need that opportunity. So a lot of it is like talking to the coaches, talking to the organization, like, hey, what do I need to continue to work on to get better? And you're just kind of chasing improvement so that when you get up there, hopefully you're in a position where you can stick.
Opening day stat for you. Did you know that you were one of only 12 players to play professional baseball in Cleveland that had 10 or more opening day starts? That's pretty impressive,
That's
man.
outstanding.
I'm glad we're friends with you.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that
cool.
now. Wow. So Terry Turner is a guy that had 14 starts in the early 1900s.
He's an old buddy of Travis.
I don't know. I think you guys played in Texas together.
Easy.
Omar had 11. Lou Boudreau had 11. Jim Hegan had 11. I'm just giving you a couple. And Sandy also had 10. Sandy Elomar. Wow. What does that mean? What is that?
What's those at?
I don't see it. I'm only getting 10 or more. So
Google's not telling him, Travis.
Okay.
That's a good one. Let me find that out. All right.
Okay.
Google's my friend. Let's play Google with Travis Hafner.
Oh, my God.
Your turn, Jeff.
You just made a statement to him. Take a look at this rotation. We were kicking this around earlier. You got Ciccone, you got Bybee, Gavin Williams is the real deal. We had Parker Messick on the show, who's a lot of fun, and Joey Cantillo starts today. You've got 5 young guys who look like Travis, a bunch of guys that might be able to grow together and be the basis of contention for this team for a long time. What have you thought of the starting pitching and the way that this team's been able to develop such things?
Yeah, it is such a advantage to a team when you can throw out 5 guys that give you a chance to win every night. And the fact that these guys are under control and they're young with good stuff and the ability to pitch. And, there's some differences too. It's not just all righties that throw 95 with sliders. You get a couple lefties in there, you get some different looks, and that kind of makes it tougher on opposing hitters. So it's exciting to, see what the future, looks like for the next couple of years.
And we'll wrap it up with this. I'm assuming you didn't have to pay to play fantasy football this year.
Well, I mean, we do have our entry fee, but that's just a formality until the final championship.
Oh, my God.
That's my boy right there. Always nice to see those direct deposits coming into the account, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, actually, this is the first year that I didn't win a league.
What?
I lost at a couple of the finals, and the adjustment, I think, is I just need more leagues.
You're slipping.
Tell your wife, good luck with that.
Well, she's got to work to pay for your fantasy football. By the way, Jose is making his 10th today.
There you go.
He joins your club.
The club.
He joins your club.
Hey, bud, thank you very much. It's always great to talk to you. We appreciate it, and keep coaching them up. I'll always remember you telling me, I can't wait till my kids are old enough to play. Our teams are going to stink, but we're going to have so much fun.
Also, don't forget, if you're the head coach, you can charge more if you call them elite. Goodbye, Travis. We'll talk to you later.
See you, buddy.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys. Happy opening day.
And to you, Travis Hafner, on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. I love that guy. Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network draft analyst. Browns coming up on the draft. They're on the clock at 6. Or are they?
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. Things are really heating up in the tournament, and FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost every single game day leading up to the big championship game. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in after tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local, LOCAL, to claim your first profit boost and keep the action going from now until the big championship. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of 92.3 The Fan.
21 plus and present in Ohio. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration starts with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet. Win a trip for two, including round-trip airfare, 2-night hotel stay, and a pair of tickets to the show. Get registered to win this national contest now at 923thefan.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Precise Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Precise Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Precise Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 216-201-9992. 216-201-9992. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 216-201-9992.
Bogey! A walk-off solo blast to right for Kyle Manzardo.
Your Cleveland Guardians take on the Chicago Cubs April 4th and 5th. Great seats are still available. Get your tickets at CLEGuardians.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids.
in the late game. The men start their semifinal contests tomorrow. UConn and Illinois will tip off at 6. Top seeds Michigan and Arizona face off just before 9 p.m. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Six and 24 where the Browns will be drafting in the first round of the NFL draft coming up in late April. What will they do? What will they do? God only knows. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin.
Hey.
Guy who has a real good idea of what the Browns might do and what other teams might do. Joins us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline from the NFL Network, NFL.com. He is Daniel Jeremiah, who spent a couple of years scouting right here in Cleveland for the Browns. Daniel, welcome. Good to have you with us.
It's great to be with you guys, man. 3 weeks from today, we'll be looking at what happened the night before, going, what do we like this? Do we not like this? Are we good? Are we bad? It's almost here.
Okay, so
we do that every day here in Cleveland when we think of the Browns.
Yeah, can you just grade the Browns right now on their draft right now? We'll just put that out there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I could just record a generic like A, B, C, D, F thing, and then just send it around to everybody. Just drop it in there, and then go with wherever you feel like.
That'll be beautiful. We can't wait. Are the Browns in a good spot at 6? Do you like that position in this draft, considering what needs might be combined with top talent at the top of the draft?
I do. I think they're in a pretty good spot. I would love to see them be able to to come away with these first 2 picks with a receiver and a tackle that they're happy about. And I think there's a million different iterations for that to be possible. They could also, if they wanted to go the best player available route, you could make that argument as well. But I think this has a chance to work out for them, where they're going to really like what they get, and 2 guys that can plug and play, preferably on the offensive side of the ball for me, come in there and help those guys out. I tried strongly to make the argument that, there's a chance the best player available is going to be a pass rusher. But the longer we go through the offseason, and the more I kind of look at their arc and where things are headed, and that to me points towards a 27 quarterback. Let's make sure that table's set. They tried to do their best here with free agency and the offensive line, but continue to fortify that and get another weapon in there.
It's hard not to think about the Browns in the first round, and you want to sit here and pick, this Carnell Tate's going to be there. Maybe they'll take, But the back of my mind or the little devil on my shoulder keeps going, they're going to trade. They're going to trade. They're the Browns. This is what they do. What do you think?
Well, I think they're going to be in a position where they could have that opportunity. The team that I keep coming back to, 2 teams, it's rare when you get Super Bowl caliber teams that are picking as high as they are in terms of, obviously Kansas City picking inside the top 10, which they never are. Mm-hmm. They're in striking distance to get a premier player if they feel like there's one there. They could move up. And then the Rams, are drop punt away from potentially getting to and winning another Super Bowl. So they're at 13. So both those teams being in striking distance, if they did, want to slide back, those would be the 2 obvious ones I would look at.
Daniel Jeremiah joining us in your latest mock draft. You have Carnell Tate coming to the Browns. Is he just the best wide receiver in this draft, or is he a guy who should be taken at 6 in a normal draft anyway?
I think he's a really, really good player. I think he's the best receiver in this draft. I have him as the 6th best player in this draft.
Okay.
So you got the 2 offensive players ahead of him are just Mendoza and Love, and he's right there. So all those things being said, in some other drafts, might he be the 14th pick instead of the a top 6 pick? Sure, but in this draft and who he's competing against and what he is, he's the best of that bunch. And I do think he's got a really high floor. I think he comes in, and at worst case scenario, you have got just a rock solid, steady 2. And I think there's more meat on the bone there. I think you could end up having a number 1 overall receiver. But to me, he's clearly the best guy.
When we look at this quarterbacks just a little bit more here, it's just I just kind of feel like there's maybe it almost feels like it's 1 tier or 2 tiers, right? It's Mendoza and then kind of everybody else. I give me the gap on what we're looking at here between it's hard sometimes to look at people's mocks and go, man, they only think one quarterback's going to go in the first round. I just find that hard to swallow.
Yeah, I get it when you look historically that these guys get pushed up. But Mendoza is my number one player, and my next quarterback is Ty Simpson at 38. So that's a pretty significant drop-off. And when you're also talking about him at 38, you're not talking about somebody with some, prototypical dimensions and experience. So there's a little bit of a gamble on both those fronts. So that's why I've, through the process so far, I have not had a quarterback outside of Mendoza go in the first round. Now, I do think Arizona is a team to keep an eye on, and they're picking 34, top of the second round. If they wanted to come back in and lock it in, I could see that happening. The Rams have been another rumored team. I just can't get there, thinking how close they are to hoisting a trophy, that they would be, taking a player for a year or two from now would be hard for me to fathom. So that's the team. I mean, I'd be surprised if it was anybody other than the Cardinals that pulled the trigger in the first round.
What did you think Kirk Cousins going to the Raiders yesterday? We sat around here, we're like, this is the way it should be, man. You got a guy like Cousins going in there, and then you're going to get Mendoza. I mean, you really have time to let your quarterback breathe, your first-round overall pick, to give him a chance to breathe. I'm just curious your take on that.
If you were going to ask me, what's the best thing you could do to develop a quarterback, I mean, they've hit every checklist. I mean, think about having a good, talented veteran center who can help you in that regard with communication. Yep. It's not having to play immediately, having an incredibly cerebral starting quarterback who's been around forever, has been in this particular offense and could probably teach it as well as the coaches, and who is by all accounts a great dude and great teammate who's going to be willing to help you along. And oh, by the way, you've got a head coach who's from not only a successful offensive background, but from a family that's one of the first families of the way football's played offensively right now. And one of your owners just happens to be the best player that's ever played your position in the history of the sport. I don't know if you could find a better situation for him to go into as they continue to fill out the offensive line, which I imagine they'll do in the rest of this draft.
Daniel, you have Jeremiah Love going at number 4 in your latest mock draft to the Tennessee Titans, which makes such unbelievable sense to me. Maybe it won't happen. How polarizing of a guy is he? Certainly not talent-wise, but a running back who's that talented, because so many teams seem hesitant to pull the trigger on a running back that high. But I think you've got him nailed. If I'm Tennessee, I'm all over that guy.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I've always believed with these running backs, it's not, cut and dry. They should or shouldn't be top 10 picks. I think they're situationally specific on how talented the running back is, first of all, and then whether or not the team is equipped to support the running back. That's what makes this challenging with Tennessee. I did not love their free agency. I thought they should have been more aggressive in upgrading their offensive line. So I'm almost breaking one of my own rules here because I'd like to have the offensive line in a little bit better spot. Last year is a great example. I mean, Genti didn't have a chance with that offensive line last year. They just weren't ready for a running back. But when I look at how talented Love is, I'm going to say, look, I don't love what they did in free agency, but I'm going to give them a hall pass on that and say they've got this draft and the next free agency class to be able to fix this offensive line. So I would take Love. I would understand that maybe you won't see the best out of him this year because of what's in front of him. But I think in 27, which I believe is a year they're also going into a new building, you've got Cam Ward, you've got Love, and hopefully at that point in time you fix the offensive line. This becomes a real fun, exciting team.
Did the Browns fix their offensive line in free agency, or did they just sign some guys they can put on the field?
Look, I mean, that was a daunting task to try and replace the entire group. I call the Charger game, so I know Zion really, really well. He's a good, solid player. He is a great teammate, a great guy. He's very durable and tough. I like that one. If they can keep Jenkins on the field, a good player is also a versatile player. You can move around a little bit. Titus Howard, I like as a right tackle. To me, it's, can you count on DeJuan Jones to run out there? I don't know that I feel comfortable there. So I still feel like the biggest piece of the puzzle is out there. They've got to find the left tackle. So I think with the challenge they had in front of them, they did as well as they possibly could.
Just your thoughts on the Browns front office. Andrew Berry, they always talked about thought partners and the way they were operating things before. Now Andrew's kind of, I don't want to say he's alone, but he's the man. There's no question that he's there. Does that change the Browns draft philosophy, or what do you think we're going to be looking at here as far as the Browns front office and the draft?
Well, I think your philosophy, can morph and change a little bit. I don't think anybody steps into that chair and has it, it's going to be this way and you're going to stay that way throughout the entire run. Mm-hmm. I think the best thing going for Andrew and for the team is the proof of concept of what they did last year, with that draft class and how they identified the right guys. And I think makeup was a big part of a lot of those players, and just terms of how competitive they were, to go along with, adding some real explosive players. Schlesinger and Harold Fannin are great examples of guys who, for their position, are just very, very athletic. They're very tough. They're very competitive. Those are just a couple examples of guys in that class last year, which was littered with really, really good players. So I think that if that's the formula, that if they stick with that, I think they're going to be just fine. They got the right guys last year, and I would imagine they're going to be on the hunt for the similar type of players.
Daniel, you look at this quarterback group in Cleveland, and Daniel Jeremiah joining us from the NFL Network, NFL.com. You can go see his mock draft. And it's Deshaun Watson, it's Shedeur Sanders. Dylan Gabriel doesn't seem to be in the conversation for the starting quarterback gig, even though he's here and will get a chance to compete in all, well, at least that's what it looks like. What did you think of Shedeur last year, and what did you think of him coming out last year?
Yeah, I mean, I was someone who, when I watched him, I thought there was a lot of good things coming out of Colorado. I just didn't think he was, ultra twitchy, and I thought he had some bad habits. Really the drifting thing was worrisome, and that showed up last year as well. So there's still things he needs to work on there. I do think he's a very skilled thrower, with the touch, the accuracy. It's not a huge arm, but he's an anticipation thrower. I liked him. He was I believe he was my 20th overall player in that class. Now, obviously, it felt like a rock out of that draft. And last year, I thought I saw a lot of the similar things, So I thought you saw some anticipation, the touch, the accuracy. I just, he's got some habits in terms of holding the ball and drifting in the pocket that need to be cleaned up. I don't know that he's ever going to be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. I don't think he has that type of ceiling, but I think he has a chance to be a functional starter. The challenge is going to be, I've seen Deshaun Watson at his best when he's, and it's been many years now, but he's played at an elite level, and there's a higher ceiling with him if he could ever find his way back to that. And maybe that's gone and never going to happen. But I would be intrigued, at least when he's healthy, new coach, new system. I want to see what that looks like first, just because I think there is more upside with him.
All right, Daniel, the most important question I'm going to ask you all day, because I felt like every time you were at the Senior Bowl with Andrew Siciliano, you were always in the car with him. Can you give us any dirt on Andrew that we can use on him? Because he's a weekly guest. Obviously, friend of the show here because of the Browns Radio Network. Man. Anything good?
Yeah, dirt. Yeah, dirt on Andrew. I'll tell you what. Andrew is a man with very few flaws. I will say he's an eat in a meeting guy, though. He's a bring your lunch into the production meeting guy. So yeah, I think that's a soft spot. I think you could attack him there. But outside of that, I mean, he's absolutely the best.
Okay. We'll get it. I
wish I could give you some. By the way, Dodgers are losing 3-0. Golly, what a great day!
Well, they're shell shocked from what the Guardians did to him.
I know, you guys beat the stuffing out of them. That was fantastic.
Hey, Daniel, great to have you with us, and we appreciate you coming back. Thank you very much. Best of luck. You're going to be busy as you know what through the next month or so. So good luck to you.
I appreciate it. Hope everything goes well for you guys in the draft, and keep the guards rolling.
There we go.
Thank you.
Daniel, we'll be watching you on the NFL Network. All the draft coverage coming up April 23rd through the 25th. And Daniel does a great job as the draft analyst for the NFL Network and NFL.com, former scout for the Browns, and he joined us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline.
What a good teammate, man. He wouldn't throw Andrew under the bus.
Yeah, after you asked him to.
Yeah, I know. It was
really nice of you.
That's okay. You'd throw me under the bus if you were talking to somebody.
Dan, have I ever thrown Andy under the bus?
No. No one would ever throw Andy under the bus.
See?
Really? Because I have a feeling that the tire marks on my back say Wayne from the school bus once.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you be the most of what you want sports. Arizona and Michigan.
it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids dual active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
I'll tell you what, boy, when it comes to producing a radio show, Menigan's going to get an award for this one, despite our efforts.
You didn't say what kind of award, though.
Ben Broussard, Parker Messick, Travis Hafner, Daniel Jeremiah, all on the show today. That was big.
You're good, man. You are really good.
That was big. Well done. Daniel Jeremiah, the draft analyst for the NFL Network. I think we can sum up his big points this way. 6 and 24. Wide receiver and offensive lineman. Shedeur Sanders. Not a high ceiling. Doesn't see him becoming a top 10 quarterback in the league. Backpedaling an issue.
Yeah, I just the whole notion of quarterback in this draft too. It just seems weird to me. You know, it's hard to fathom a draft, Jeff, where we're talking about one quarterback in the first round, and Daniel doubled down on that. You know, you start looking at it, you're like, really? Yeah,
it's weird.
How often does that happen?
It's the Kenny Pickett draft.
Yeah, it just
and Kenny didn't go till 20.
It's just weird. If you missed Daniel's interview too, you can always listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Daniel following up and really kind of hammering home what most draft analysts that we've had have mentioned, what you and I have mentioned, that ideally you want 6 and 24 to be an offensive tackle and a wide receiver, not necessarily in that order. He has Carnell Tate coming to the Browns at 6, and he has a tackle at 24.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be upset with that. I just think they're going to trade the pick. I thought that from day one.
You do?
Yeah, because I think they think they're going to because there's so much talent at the top of the draft that someone's going to want Carnell Tate enough to, give up their first round pick this year, and then you see what else comes into play. So you drop back, you'll take their pick, and then you're going to end up getting something else. Who knows? I mean, you may end up getting another first-round pick, too, if you wanted to make a deal with somebody who had 2 first-round picks.
The one thing here, I'm all for the idea of trading down if the Browns are convinced that they can get the player they want in the right spot. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If you think the best wide receiver in this draft is Carnell Tate, and you have the 6th pick, and you don't pick up much at all to drop down a little bit, and you end up with Malachi Lemon, or you end up with Tyson, then I would just stay put and take the guy that you think is the best. But if you think you can still drop down a little bit and get your guy, by all means. Are you kidding? That's the best of both worlds.
It's very traditional for this team. Now, the question, and like we were talking with Daniel, will Andrew Berry think differently without having Paul DePodesta sitting next to him at a draft? Yeah. And I don't know what what's gone into this before, so I don't know the influence there. What's the influence on Jimmy Haslam on Andrew Berry going into this draft? I mean, you just don't know. I just wonder if what we think they're going to do traditionally, will they do that? Is this more Andrew, right? Last year he had a good draft, except for the fact that he drafted 2 quarterbacks. Why? I don't know. I don't get it. But every one of those guys got to start. Everybody he drafted last year, right? Those guys all found their way onto the field. Every one of them. It's pretty amazing if you think about it. And it gives you this young team. Now you've got your core from last year. Now you build a little bit more. And then you have to ask yourself the question, do you have the quarterback or not? Or are we going to have to fill that in next? You're just building this house.
Well, what did you think about his quarterback comments about Shedeur Sanders? He didn't seem overly optimistic that you found your guy.
Yeah, but I also didn't think he was I thought he was
Fair?
Yeah, I thought he was fair.
Okay. I would agree with that. Yeah. I would agree with that.
He didn't eliminate him, though. It's
No,
not
he
like,
did not.
You hear people sometimes say, oh, well, what are they doing? I don't understand that. This isn't, that there was a reason why.
And you can't eliminate a young guy who obviously has some talent, regardless of whether it's Shedeur or anybody else.
Mm-hmm. What did you think of his evaluation?
I thought it was on the money. I look at what Shedeur did last year, and I think, okay, there's some things there, but he's got a long way to go. And I don't laugh. I watch Bailey Zappi play, and I think, all right, there's some things there, but he's got a ways to go. I think Shedeur is in a big group of young quarterbacks who, if they grow, can become a starter in the league and help you win some football games. I agree with what Daniel said, though. I don't ever see him as a top 10 quarterback in the league. That doesn't mean he can't be a successful quarterback in the league and make a lot of money and play a long time. But I just don't see him being an upper echelon quarterback in the league.
You're saying touchdown passes, yards, stuff like that? I mean, define
and winning
your top
and winning football
winning?
games. Yeah. Like, for instance, is he Mahomes? No. Is he Lamar Jackson? No. Would you want a guy like that? You're darn right.
Is there any part of you that's willing to think maybe he could be?
Sure. You can. I will never put a limit on a young guy. How hard does he want to work? What kind of ability does he have? Can you coach him up? Can you find the right people to coach him up?
Can you find the right people to put around him, too?
Well, absolutely. It's essential. And again, if he could become Kirk Cousins, well, then you got something. And Kirk just goes out and plays football and wins games.
And makes money.
And
Lots
makes
of
a
it.
lot of money.
Yeah.
Moment of the show, Meredith Kane.
Our moment of the show is just that. It was Daniel Jeremiah sharing his opinions on Shedeur Sanders.
I was someone who, when I watched him, I thought there was a lot of good things coming out of Colorado. I just didn't think he was, ultra twitchy, and I thought he had some bad habits. Really the drifting thing was worrisome, and that showed up last year as well. So there's still things he needs to work on there. I do think he's a very skilled thrower, with the touch, the accuracy. It's not a huge arm, but he's an anticipation thrower. I liked him. He was I believe he was my 20th overall player in that class. Now, obviously, it felt like a rock out of that draft. And last year, I thought I saw a lot of the similar things. So I thought you saw some anticipation, the touch, the accuracy. I just, he's got some habits in terms of holding the ball and drifting in the pocket that need to be cleaned up. I don't know that he's ever going to be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. I don't think he has that type of ceiling, but I think he has a chance to be a functional starter.
There's nothing wrong with that. Functional starter would be a lot more than we've had here in a while, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps? Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Daniel Jeremiah, by far. So much good stuff in there. If you want to know what's going on in the draft, 92thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts, listen to DJ. And, of course, our social media mentions powered by Schreiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelers.
Meredith Kane.
I mean, obviously I'm smarter because of Daniel Jeremiah, but because it's the home opener, I'm just going to say everything that we had to say about baseball today, especially hearing about Parker Messick talking about his start against the Dodgers and how he approached it.
Mr. Baskin?
Yeah, I mean, Daniel Jeremiah was great, but Parker Messick, just to kind of get to know him a little bit more, I think it's pretty cool, talking about his family, talking about Plant City. I mean, I don't know how many of you knew he played football before he was playing baseball, and then made the turn to baseball once he realized that was his future.
And bad for his shoulder.
That's true, too.
I enjoyed talking to all of our guests today. They were great, and I enjoyed our conversations, Andy. But I asked both Ben and Travis, Ben Broussard, Travis Hafner, about the idea of Travis Bazzana sitting there. Is he ready? Is he not ready? When you're close, what do you do as a player? How do you handle that? And I thought both Ben and Travis had some real interesting and insightful comments about that. So go back and listen to those on the Odyssey app if you happen to miss them. Home opener. Everybody have some fun. Guardians against the Cubs coming up later on this afternoon from the ballpark. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Have a great and safe holiday weekend. Hope all of you have a great weekend. I'll tell you that again. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you Monday at 10.
step.
I just don't understand. If you agreed with the trade at the time and you understood that this was an upgrade and kind of the move, it's not even a going all-in move. That's the thing I think people get wrong about this so often is people think this is some big, all chips in the middle of the table, all-in move. It's not. If it doesn't work out, you then reassess for next offseason, and then you bring it back again.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive on an F-Off Friday. Happy to have you guys in here in what is a finish to a week. That's how Fridays work. Is that all I got on this? That's all I got on this. We have Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Jake Murray producing today's show. Meredith Kane on the update. Spencer German across from myself. Spencer, how you doing today?
Can't complain, man. Weather's beautiful. It's opening day. I saw a LARPer when I was walking into the station. So what more could you want?
You're so proud about that. You're like, let me. You know what a LARPer is? I can tell
it
you wanted to.
It feels like seeing a unicorn, dude. Like I haven't seen a LARPer since the last time I think I saw. Well, maybe there was a time in between this, but when I was in. After I graduated from college, my now wife and I, we took a trip to Chicago. We took like a Greyhound bus because we were broke just out of college kids. We didn't have money for that type of thing. Sure. And we literally rode on this bus with this LARPer who got off in I don't know.
I feel like you just want to say LARPer. That's all you want to do here.
And my wife thought it was the weirdest thing ever. She was like, why is this person dressed like a knight? And I had to explain to her what LARPing was, but it was like the oddest thing. So yeah, I'm walking into the station and see a LARPer today. I don't know.
Yeah, so I was telling
things you see hashtag things you see on opening day.
When I lived downtown, there was this guy that dressed in a knight, and for people that lived downtown around 2016 or so, can attest to exactly who this guy was. And for 3 years, if I went out for a walk, if I went to the grocery store, if I went anywhere, this knight would just pop up, and he was wearing the gear that you're
describing. Did you say he did parkour too?
Yeah.
That seems like a really good lane for TikTok, like a LARPer who does parkour.
Stop saying LARP. I don't know why. It's on the up and up.
It's FCC.
It's FCC compliant, but for some reason I just think it sounds dirty, and I don't know what to do with it.
That'd be 2 days in a row. I'd be close to getting fired. So yeah, I'll tread lightly the rest of the way.
Even when I say it, I'm like, this is a LARPer. It sounds like a fun insult. I like saying Muppets. People are Muppets. You LARPer of a human. You're not a real human. You lying LARPer.
Sound like an insult.
But this guy, he would do parkour, but he would also kind of his deal was, and how it was always described, was that he was kind of like a protector of Cleveland streets. No one's asking him to be this. Nobody was.
A vigilante in Cleveland?
That's what it was. He was a vigilante, and nobody asked him to do this. That's the other part of this. And the other weird part, it'd be like if you hired Batman, but Batman was more interested in doing parkour. That was kind of the rub on it.
That's a superhero name, the LARPer.
It's the commercial with Jason Bateman. He's Bateman instead of Batman is essentially what it is.
and you could tell he took so much pride in defending the city, but half the time when he went out, he wasn't actually defending anything. He was just playing. He was cosplaying as a superhero, while not really dressing as the traditional superhero, dressed as a knight, and it was always so weird to me. But then he just stopped. He had just stopped around 2018, 2019.
We all get to that age where we got to give up childish things.
Yes, he had just stopped, and I didn't know where he went. I didn't know anything about him after that. And then apparently every couple years he pops up in random spots. I think you saw him today. I hope you saw him today.
Yeah.
I'd like to know that he's still keeping those streets clean, or at least parkouring on the side. I don't know.
I wish you would have seen him. He was walking right in front of the station towards the Wild Eagle Saloon down the street here. And I don't know if he had plans to go in there or not, but he was definitely walking around.
Well, so the weird part about living downtown is that downtown's got a lot of the same people consistently, right? And so you'd see a lot of these people, and I'd come up with nicknames for these different people for myself, but I never actually talked to a lot of these people. And so that's the weird part about that. There's a one temporarily unhoused guy, and he did not make my list of people that I would go and give bananas to, as I'd go to the Heinens and buy bananas and give them different. That's what I did on the walk home, right? Because some would just say no, and they didn't want it, and so I just learned that really quick. But there's this one guy, and I called him Blanky, because he would walk downtown and at all hours of the night, and he would just have just a bunch of blankets, right?
Yeah.
And I saw Blanky the other day, and he had a bunch of blankets and everything like that. It's the closest we have come to actually crossing. I tend to avoid or go on the other side of the street, or just kind of stay out of his way, because he never wanted to be bothered, is my appearance of it, right? And I've seen this guy for years. I mean, we're going on almost a decade of being here, and my 10-year anniversary here is in 3 months. And I've seen him from day one of being here. I've seen Blanky, and we passed as close as we've ever passed. He didn't look at me like he'd ever seen me before. You know, he wasn't like, oh,
maybe he's a big fan of the show.
I got a nickname for you. You're called Polo Guy. Like, no, he didn't do that. He just went about his day.
I do love that you come up with names though for these people that you don't know.
I have so many of them.
Do you do that at the airport too? Like when you people watch, you just like.
I got to see you a lot. See you a lot is the idea. If I see you a lot. And so I used to live with the concept or the thought that if I see you enough for me to come up with a nickname, you're aware of who I am. You know who I am, not necessarily from the radio. That's not what I'm saying. Just in general, you've seen me enough because I've seen you enough. And I now live with the understanding that's just not true. People just live in their own world. They're on their own time. They're in their own place. And like Blanky's got no idea who I am. I've seen that man more than, I promise you, more than family members of his have seen him, okay? Like, he's got zero clue. There's this other group of four, and it's funny, Nick and I have actually talked about this because Nick has noticed them as well. There's a group of like 4 girls. I say girls, they're women, young women, like 22 to 24, somewhere in that range, and they're constantly taking their walks. They do these, like, what they're called hot girl walks is what they're called, where you just go on extended walks for like an hour and a half, whatever it is. But it's this group of 4, and they're out so often that Nick's got his own thing with them. I have my own thing with them, as we just see them constantly go throughout the city doing their power walks, and we wonder, what job do they have? Why do they have whatever job that lets them have an hour and a half lunch break? And how do we get those jobs?
I love the idea that you each just like jump into the little group and power walk for like at least 1 block with them. And you gossip about Nick, and then Nick gossips about you before he comes on the show. And he's just part of this power walking group where they're just like talking about whatever nonsense.
He doesn't walk with them. That would be sacrilege.
I know, but I understand.
But at one point he mentioned he almost infiltrated the group in like a coffee line. They'd gotten behind him, and then it was a whole deal. I have not come that close to the group. I have
Makes
not.
it sound like espionage going on with it.
I don't know if this falls in the category of maybe me just being an observant human. Maybe this is all this ends
people
up being.
Watching? Yeah,
I don't know. I like
to do it a little bit.
I like to people watch, but the amount of people that are just constantly just downtown that are just I don't know, just in and out. So I'm happy to see that the vigilante, the night guy, is he's existing. The White Knight is existing.
Yeah, I don't know if he had any plans to save anybody today, but he was definitely making the rounds. So that's good news.
We got a big show today. A lot planned for you guys. 3 o'clock, John Fanta. We missed Fanta on Tuesday. Fanta then rescheduled for today. John Fanta going to join us at 3. A couple other people involved as well later on in the show. We'll get to that, obviously. We got to check in with an Alabama guy and the latest on Ty Simpson and also Caden Proctor. That'll happen at 4:20. But it is opening day, and I don't know the right. Well, I know what the right temperature is supposed to be. The right temperature is supposed to be, let's go rah-rah and turn into slider on the air. I know that's what people want. That's what people expect. And so I'm having a hard time with this one. They had a really nice opening 2 series. They're playing good baseball, but it's also, I don't know, April 3rd, and we're at the home opener. I want to be really quick to not just give the Guardians a bunch of credit in an offseason where they lowered their payroll and have one of the lowest payrolls they've had since the late 1990s. So I am very hesitant, although I do like the start that they're on.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of their success this year depends on Chase DeLauder, as I know you talked about, as I've talked about. If he can stay healthy, he adds that pop to the lineup that they've been waiting for. Like this is one of the first years, JP. This is what I would say about kind of where they're at, and as we look ahead, because you're right, they didn't spend the money. They didn't inject anything into this roster the way that fans would want them to, and that shouldn't necessarily be celebrated. The one thing they have going for them is that even when they don't do that, they always seem to find a way into the playoffs, and so in some respects, they kind of get the last laugh. But this is the first time in a while where it feels like they sell the fan base constantly on, we have this young talent that is finally going to turn that corner, finally going to produce for us. And in a lot of ways, the 2016 World Series run was built on the back of that as well. It was Francisco Lindor came up at the right time and then turned into the player that he did. It was these other players that they had sort of developed turning into the players that they were. And now you're kind of at that place again where it's like, finally we have some guys that are foundational pieces that if they can be a little ahead of schedule, or if they can start sort of building that foundation, yes, that World Series window, and it's not just make the playoffs anymore, it can become maybe you make a World Series run. So them banking on the young guys rather than investing in the roster might pay off this year. But again, it's a big if at this point. So I get why you're hesitant. Obviously, there's Bazana sort of waiting in the wings or waiting in the breeze to like see when he comes up. He just hit a walk-off home run last night, so we'll see. But Yeah, like I think that's maybe the difference this year, and I certainly think the start has helped people be very excited about today. Plus, when it's nice weather out, I mean,
well, the nice
people
weather
are
obviously does help.
absolutely going to be excited no matter what the record was.
So, all right, let me Brownsify this Guardians conversation for a sec, because this is kind of how I feel about it. But what's odd is that the results early on are at conflict of this, and I'm accepting of it if it's what it is. Mary Kay, your colleague, our colleague, everyone's colleague, has spoken in the past about what last year was supposed to be with the Browns and calling it a fact-finding mission. That was the term that she used, right? Fact-finding mission. I've adopted that for the Guardians for this season. This is supposed to be a fact-finding mission for them. You're supposed to find out about DeLauder. You're supposed to find out about Cephas. You're supposed to find out about Valera. You're supposed to find out about the different pieces in the starting rotation. Is Parker Messick here to stay for a long time? Can Cotillo take another step forward, kind of building off of what he did at the end of last year? Is Gavin Williams going to be a legitimate ace in baseball? And so, like, in a weird way, they're doing a lot of what we saw with the Browns last year, but the expectations haven't shifted at all. The baseball community's expectations have changed. They think this baseball team is somewhere between 78 to 82 wins, but the fan base, after a 2 opening series start where you go 4-3, are all of a sudden talking like, of course we're going to win the division for the 3rd straight year. And so you see how these are at a little bit of a conflict here. They're at it's not adding up the same way, and I find that to be very interesting.
Am I wrong for thinking, though, that maybe the fans' confidence comes from the fact that it feels like every year with the Guardians is kind of a fact-finding mission, and it almost always ends the same exact way?
But this year is different, though. This year is different. I've never seen the Guardians have this many players open and ready to go to start off the season the way that they have right now. DeLauder would have sat for 3 months if he ever would have even gotten an opportunity in years past. Like the amount of guys they're willing to play and play early to get through some of those rough at-bats that have to exist early on in a baseball career, and to find out if these guys can or can't. I haven't seen the Guardians take this approach in the entire time I've been living here. I just haven't. I've seen them take chances on guys, but usually you see it past a certain point in the season where then it doesn't nullify what their service time is. And even if you get there, I mean, the amount of prospects we've had that have been like DeLauder, that have just sat there for 3-4 years to then turn around and be traded to another team and then thrive is astounding. I mean, I'm not even talking about the Caminero types or the Diaz's types or anything like that, but like, we know the names. We know the guys that are attached to this conversation. This is a different approach. It's odd because they shouldn't come with any expectations for this year, but we're sitting 7 games in, and I can already tell Guardians fans are doing hey, you're off to a start. Keep this thing up. You're going to pull off what you did for the previous 2 years, and I just don't know how realistic that is.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm never going to poo-poo fans being excited, especially on opening day, about like what could come this season.
Baseball's back. It's going to be fun.
Right. But listen, I certainly understand what you're saying. And I do think the start has probably helped a lot of that. A lot of it's about who you played. If you had started 4-3 and you were playing like the Pirates and the Rockies, it'd be like, okay, whatever. But when you're starting 4-3 and you beat Seattle, who was a division winner from last year, and some people are picking to maybe be a World Series team, the Dodgers, who are the 2-time defending champs, and everybody thinks could have a chance to three-peat, and you take 2 of 3 against them, I think it's kind of left people feeling like even more optimism than maybe what they normally would. So, it's a long season. We know there's always ups and downs to any baseball season. There's going to be some stretch where the Guardians lose like 10 of 15 and everyone's going to be freaking out. There's going to be a stretch where they win like 7 in a row and everyone's going to be excited again.
Right, but yesterday you were on with Ken and you guys did your show, and the prevailing thought out of that was the Guardians are the most liked team in the city.
I think that's true.
And I disagreed with it, by the way. We can maybe go back and forth at some point later on. But if you think that's true, is that not a complete overreaction to what we've seen in 7 games? If that's your take right now, I just want to say I'll check back in a month. I don't think that temperature is going to be existing the same way in a month.
Of course it always changes. But I do think, let's be honest, the Browns, I think, don't really even have a place in this conversation right now, because I think since the Deshaun trade, it's just been nothing but fans trying to figure out how they're going to handle.
It's a Cavs Guardians discussion.
Yes.
But the point is that coming off an off season where you spent 0 money and you did nothing to add to this club, and that's fine.
So we're going to check back in a month when the Cavs could be getting eliminated in the second round of the playoffs.
They could also be in the Eastern Conference Finals in a month and a half. This thing can move fast. But what I think
no matter how the Cavs season ends, unless it ends with the championship, I feel like the temperature around that team is going to be very. We're upset. You traded for James Harden and you still didn't couldn't get it done.
They're the 4 seed, and they have the second best odds in the East to go ahead and make it to the and win the NBA Finals. So like we're up against that versus a team that did nothing this offseason and has had a nice 7 games to start the year. And like this isn't. I'm not again. I'm really not trying to just crap on the Guardians or do anything like that. No. I find the excitement early on to be incredibly interesting relative to where my expectations were for this Guardians team. Are they overachieving for 7 games? Yeah, there's a lot of people that for 7 games can overachieve. Like I find the enthusiasm for this team mixed with what I think is going to happen this year. I feel like that's at a crossroads, and I find it to be incredibly interesting.
I called the Guardians yesterday a palate cleanser, and I think that very much like in town for the teams because. Yes, there's certainly moments where people are mad at this franchise, most notably in the offseason when they're not making enough moves to make the team better. But it always feels like they're, you know what they are? They're like the best friend that there's always been like feelings there, but you never want to take the plunge and actually date them. And so you've been like friend zoned by them. They're the fallback person. They're the person that you always fall back to when you have a breakup or whatever. And you don't quite always go all in with them. You can't fully commit.
Okay.
But you always know that they're there to support you and make you feel better about yourself when things go awry. They're just always there for you.
Here's my example what the Guardians are. They're like if you had a son that was a low IQ human.
Oh my God.
You love that son. You're always rooting for that son. You think that son's the greatest thing to ever do, but there's a part of you that knows that kid's not going very far in life. Like, and that's all right. They're not the brightest bulb in the box. It's okay. But you root for that son. You root like crazy for that son. Bless that son's heart. You know what I mean? Like that's you constantly root for that kid.
Son didn't make it to the World Series,
when that low IQ kid gets a B, you're thrilled. You are over the moon thrilled for that kid.
That son did make it to the World Series within the last decade.
That kid's not living with the same expectations as the smart son you have. That's what that is. 216-474-0092. I mean, spot the lie.
Safety off.
That's fine. All right. Let's get into this. Phelps has complaints about where the offense is. We'll dive into that. But are you more excited about DeLauder or the idea of Bazana? 216-474-0092. All you baseball fans, all you ever do, and I'm a baseball guy through and through. That's what I am. But you guys, all you tell me is you don't talk enough Guardians. You don't talk enough Guardians. We're doing 40 minutes to start Guardians on opening day. I want you guys involved. 216-474-0092. Is 4-3 enough to cover up some of the Guardians' issues? It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German with you guys right here on The Fan.
my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nobody's hitting. Nobody.
Yeah, it's not good. Are you worried then? You still never told me if you were worried about it.
Yeah, I saw this offense last year. Of course I'm worried.
But yet they're still figuring out a way to manufacture.
Well, so far. I'm sorry. Pitching can catch up to you. This lineup, obviously, internally, these guys have to grow and develop. That has to happen. And I will tell you, I love this notion. Kwan, DeLauder, Ramirez, Manzardo, Hoskins. Can we please play Rhys Hoskins?
That was Jeff Phelps talking about the Guardians and the lack of offense so far, which is funny because you're coming off 2 series. You go 4-3. And there's a lot of optimism attached to that. It's the Mariners, it's the Dodgers. Like that's not easy to go through. But if you look at the totality of this offense, Spencer, he's not wrong. As a team, they're hitting under 200. They're below the Mendoza line as a team. I don't bring batting average into baseball conversations often, but just to highlight just how inept some of their just regular traditional stats are. They're 24th in runs, they're 28th in on-base percentage, they're 26th in slugging percentage, and they're 28th in batting average. Like, it's any way you want to slice it, it's not going well offensively.
Is a lot of this also powered by how DeLauder started? Like, obviously, injury aside, we know he was out for the 2 games because of the injury. But if he had started batting like 100 and had like 1 RBI and no home runs through the first 4 games he played in or whatever.
Yeah, would people be as excited as they are right now? Not a chance.
I honestly think a lot of like the excitement with the team, again, understand there's always a baseline of excitement with any baseball team when it's opening day.
Yeah.
I think DeLauder helped amp that up to by 1,000 because he opens the season with 3 games where he hits 4 home runs. I mean, and that's right. Like
he became must-watch TV in that stretch. There's no denying that.
I talked about it yesterday a little bit. Like DeLauder kind of became something of folklore in a way last year because everyone was so adamant. Why isn't this guy getting called up? He's finally hitting it in the minors and he's healthy. And then we found out he was dealing with some sort of injury, and then they didn't want, and it was still perplexing, and it was all just about, service time manipulation like they always tend to do. And because they waited so long, and because he was doing all these things, it's like we spent the whole offseason envisioning that DeLauder's this unicorn, and it's like, what is he going to be? And then for him to start the season that way, it just made all of everybody's dreams about him were kind of realized in an instant. So, and again, like if he homers today, it's just going to keep on rolling. So I do think a lot of it was fueled by that. Because you're right, like this Guardians team, you look, it's the classic case of like if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Mm-hmm.
They're a lot of the same trends that we see from this team in previous years. The batting average, their inability to get runners in when they're in scoring position, like all those things are still true, but it's just there's certain lipstick on the pig, if you will, that brightens it up and makes everybody feel like this team has a different outlook than it has in the past.
Well, there's one guy that is making a big difference, and like I'm not relating him to Mike Trout. That's insane. But Mike Trout has been on the Angels for his entire career and has never won a playoff game.
Yeah,
like they're like one guy.
Which is still insane, by the way.
One guy, and which is proof positive by Jose Ramirez existing on a team last year that had the worst offense in baseball last season, with the exception maybe 30th out of let's say 28th out of 30 teams, but like Jose's been on some really bad offenses, and like that's part of the game. One guy can't change everything, and so the weird part of this dynamic that I'm having is that everyone's acting as if DeLauder is changing the math on all this. And again, in baseball, one guy just can't simply change the math that way. Now, multiple guys can, though. And this is where this starts to become interesting. Like if you bring up Bazana, and then all of a sudden you have DeLauder, and then let's say Valera or Kefis or someone else contributes, mixed in with what you already have with J-Ram. And then we're getting to the if category to the extreme, but you start to see where an offense can assemble and can start to come together. And so like I think that's where we're at just an interesting little pass here with what this team is.
Yeah, I think certainly Bazana adds to it, and obviously, like I said, he hit a walk-off home run last night, and it's going to come down to when do they bring him up which I know everyone's expecting is going to happen at some point.
Spencer, I think it's a hot take right now for me to say that I'm more excited for Bazzana than I am DeLauder, and I don't know why that's a hot take, but I know
why do you feel that way? Is it because he was the number 1 overall pick?
Bazzana's going to be the better baseball player than DeLauder, and to me, it's not even a question. I don't know if DeLauder can stay healthy, but sure. I know that if I tell that to a Guardians fan right now, they're not going to believe it.
Yeah.
They're not going to listen to that. And listen, I love DeLauder. He's off to a great start, but let's be real about it. Bazzana's going to have a better baseball career than what DeLauder will. I wholeheartedly believe that. He is the guy that when we talk about all these other players being brought up across baseball and being paid so much money, 3 different players in the past week have been given $100 million contracts while never playing a game at the big league level. We talk about that with Bazzana. We can't have that convo with DeLauder.
I think the Guardians, and I think this is what also is in play here as we talk about this, the Guardians have mastered the ability to sell hope to their fans. And I think this year more than ever, which is, again, another reason why people are excited, you have even more of that. Because like you said, one guy doesn't maybe change the math totally on this Guardians team. But when you have the thought of, well, DeLauder's up, he's starting the year, he started the year on an absolute tear that we've never, a historic tear with the 4 home runs in 3 games. Mm-hmm. Yes, he got hurt, but he's back in the lineup today for opening day. And then what's looming with Bazzana at some point coming up. And to your point, projected to have probably an even better baseball career. I think it all plays into the idea that the Guardians are constantly selling their fans on what's to come and what's next, and how at some point it's all going to come together because these young prospects that we're drafting and trading for and developing are going to get up here, and it's finally going to give us a team that can actually do the thing you want us to do. And so I think this year more than ever, you're seeing sort of the fruits of that labor. Like there was other years we were talking about guys that we were excited about. The years where like Gabe Arias was still a prospect and Brian Rocchio was still a prospect. And the number of times we debated, they have all these middle infielders. What are they going to do with them all? And talked about how they should handle that. Yeah, that was now we kind of realize what those guys are. And we're like, okay, whatever. These are the 2 prospects of late that truly give the Guardians like some life and some signs of hope. And so the fact that they're here kind of at the same time or close to being here at the same time, I think that adds into the 4-3 start and all of it as to why expectations maybe are higher than what people were saying before the season started.
216-474-0092. Lisa up next on The Fan. Hello, Lisa.
Hey, boys. How you doing?
Good. Love the
Lisa.
energy.
Hey, so listen. The Guardians are not helping out our team by keeping Arias and not bringing up the future of our team, correct? Arias is not a future, right?
Correct.
Okay. So why are we waiting to bring up Bazzana? Get him in there. Get him. I mean, he's trending up. Isn't that a key word now? Trending up?
I guess so.
Seriously. He had a good spring. He had a good baseball thing. And, keep it going. Why send the kid back to AAA and just bring him up already? Now, listen, Arias has to go. Okay, Rocchio is much better. He's got much more potential, I think. Kayfis, I'm not sure about Kayfis. What do you guys think about Kayfis?
Well, we'll see. I like Kayfis a lot, and thank you, Lisa. I appreciate the call. I like Kayfis a lot.
Yeah.
I think on her Bazzana point, I don't even know what name she came up with. That was not Bazzana.
It's just a Bazzano.
I think she almost called him a bozo. I don't know what that was.
Call up bozo.
But you're watching Connor Griffin and him get his deal. You're watching Colt Emerson, the Seattle shortstop, get his deal. Yeah. And then you're watching Milwaukee with Cooper Pratt get his deal. All 3 have never played a game in Major League Baseball until today, obviously, with Connor Griffin, and they're getting deals upwards of $75 million. Like, if this is what they have to do to get Bazzana up here, I know the Guardians don't spend. I'm well aware, and I know you can't take risks the same way other teams can. Yeah. But listen, Milwaukee doesn't take too many risks on players either. Okay, that's not someone I would call a major market out there, and I wouldn't say Pittsburgh is a great place for spending either. Like, if these teams are doing it, this is where you get your bargains. And if you're convinced Bazzana is going to be great, get one of those deals. Another thing about this, by the way, Spencer, that I don't think many people are aware of. Baseball came out with this rookie impact program. And so if you bring up a guy like Connor Griffin's coming up, and if he comes in the top 3 of Rookie of the Year or wins Rookie of the Year, you get a compensatory first-round pick in exchange for that. They're rewarding people for bringing up these young players. And that's why we're seeing more of this. That's why we see the deals getting done.
And this is all, by the way, going to be part of the next collective bargaining agreement when doing more of those things, the salary cap, salary floor, whatever that could potentially look like. But yeah, that's all a factor. The best answer I can give to Lisa's question, though, is we know how the Guardians do things with young players. They tend to wait because of the service time thing. Now, maybe some of these new parameters change that, but I'm excited to see Bazana too. But I'm also not holding my breath to be like, oh, they're going to call him up by May, because I think with the Guardians, you just never know.
Do I take an old friend, or do I ignore an old friend and go to somebody else?
I think you take an old friend.
All right, Andrew Hody, hello.
Hey, JP, Spencer, good to hear from you guys. How are you?
Nice to hear from you. How's life treating you?
Life is treating me very, very well. But
you going to the game, Hody?
I'm not going to the game today.
You couldn't get off work, huh?
Hey, those windows don't sell themselves.
I got to listen to you guys, and I love what you're talking about with Chase DeLauder. And I 100% agree with you, Jonathan. I think you're right about Travis Bazana being the better prospect. However, I think when we talk about impact in 2026, hands down, Chase DeLauder is going to make a bigger impact. And the main reason I think that is just because he's here and ready to go now. Bazana hasn't taken a major league bat yet. So until he does, I think we have to wait on Bazana. But I 100% agree with you, JP, that Bazana long-term will be the better option. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Thank you, Hody. Appreciate you
Raw
chiming
Takes
in.
with Andrew Hody.
I think he canceled that.
He canceled Raw Takes?
I think he canceled his own show.
No, I think that was an April Fool's joke.
That he canceled it?
There was a joke?
Wait, he joked that he was canceling Raw Takes with Andrew Hody?
Okay, we're too inside baseball, but that's really funny. That's funny. 216-474-0092. Anthony in Cleveland Heights, finish us off here, and then we got quick hits coming up in about 10 minutes. What's up, Anthony?
Okay, real quick. I want to do a big picture thing here regarding the Guardians. I am a Guardians fan for my favorite team in the city. I'm going to give you a little big picture information regarding the payroll and what they didn't do off the season and why it seems to work. It's surprising you guys and maybe fans as well. I did a little quick back of the napkin math. The last 6 years, I removed the COVID years. I took the teams in the middle of the payroll standings, 14 to 16 in the payroll in the standings, averaged out their record, and over those 18 team seasons, if you want to call it that, the average record is 76 and 86, worse than the Guardians. There's one ALCS team that made it to the ALCS, that's Seattle, and 13 of the 18 teams missed the playoffs. That record is worse than the Guardians. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is people think they are right that teams that win the World Series end up, spend more money, but that doesn't mean any amount of spending helps. And what the Guardians have realized and what they tell fans every year is we are going to trust our players that are in the organization already and how we teach them, because that is a better route to success than another $50 million on flawed players where you're buying variance. This is why they continue to win division titles. They don't.
But it would unequivocally help, and Anthony, I appreciate the call, but it would unequivocally help. The problem I've always had in this discussion is that when they were the Indians and they won the AL Central in 2018, Dolan cut payroll by 14%. Then they won 93 games in 2019. Dolan cut payroll by 17%. Then they won at a 93-win pace and made the playoffs in 2020, and Dolan cut the payroll by 42%. That's the problem. And now we've gotten to a spot where it is so far into the base that you can't even come up with this if they spent $50 million, it would just be a waste. No.
Still waiting for that blitzer injection of money.
We're almost going to double what they would spend this year anyway. But it's not the point. I like that they're trying to bring up different players, and I like that they're trying to do this. But the idea that the Pirates can spend as much money as they just did on one of their stars, and the Brewers can pay as much money as they did on their stars, and we can't even have a conversation about it because God forbid we spend any amount of money on an unproven talent. It's just that's our fate. That's our state of where the Guardians are. I get it. I've accepted it. Doesn't mean I have to go ahead and just kind of wash it away and say, oh, we don't have as much money. It's just not true. It's just not true. And because
so is JP the only one in town not excited about opening day?
I'm excited for it. I have a lot of problems with the Guardians in general, though, obviously, and I'm just a little worried and concerned about people's mental health as we get towards this season, because people are trying to make the case that they're the best team in the city and the most likable team in the city, and I would say check back in about a month and a half. If they're hitting the way they're hitting, this pitching's going to be good, but if they're hitting the way that they're hitting, I got a feeling I'm going to have a lot of disappointed faces around these offices, okay? And I won't be the guy that says, I told you when. That's not going to happen. because people will forget this conversation a month from now, and they'll just remember how angry they are at me at the moment as they're trying to get ready for opening day.
Isn't that what sports radio is supposed to be all about? People win.
I've accepted this in my life, Spencer. This is who I am as a human, and I can't change it. All right, quick hits coming your way next. It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German with you guys right here on The Fan.
through 4/8. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
John Fanta joining us in 15 minutes. Always good to talk to John. He couldn't do Tuesday. He could do Friday. Today is Friday. He'll join us in 15. It is Jonathan Peterlin and Spencer German here with you guys on Afternoon Drive. Now it's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, Spencer, we're going to start off with LeBron James crapping all over a city. This time it's Memphis. Memphis is the culprit, and this was on. We talked a little bit about him being on Bob Does Sports yesterday. This is some of the audio that's come out of that. Here we go.
At 41 years old, you think I'm going to do that being in Memphis on a random-ass Thursday? I'm not like the first guy to even talk about it in the NBA. Like, we all like, you guys have to move. Just go over to Nashville. You got Vanderbilt over there. You got the NASCAR. You got a stadium. Don't they got a hockey team too?
Yeah, Predators.
Yeah. Like they got everything.
Doesn't look like LeBron's going to be on the Grizzlies anytime soon. So Grizzly fans out there.
Yeah, they know. Their only chance was in 2003 if they would have won the lottery. Give me that. And I might have pulled a Eli Manning and not showed up.
That was really funny. LeBron and Bob, how about him? Making me laugh over here. I have not watched the video yet. I'm going to watch the whole video tonight. I'm excited to watch it. Now, some people were getting in. I saw Memphis people were like, "You're from Akron. What are you talking about?"
Yeah, or Cleveland. Yeah.
I was like, well, he did leave. Like, isn't that like it's not like clearly he's got a desire to have 5-star taste everywhere in life. He did leave. That is part of LeBron's story. It'd be different if LeBron had stayed here for his entire existence. He's in Los Angeles. Like, clearly he cares about having those type of restaurants and those type of situations.
He left twice.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's not really like the biggest endorsement for him thinking that, like, I don't know, Akron's got a lot of 5-star restaurants or 5-star hotels that he needs in order to have a good time.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really in the business of like crapping on other cities, so but if you were, I've also never been to Memphis.
If you were, which cities would you like to crap all over? What's your least favorite city you've ever been to? And I have been to Memphis, by the way. Beale Street's fun.
Hot take.
The Peabody Ducks are fun. It is not a very good city, though.
New York City. Worst city.
That's your worst city?
New York City sucks. I don't care what anybody tells me.
What?
They can talk about how great it is and Broadway and the Empire State Building and whatever else, all the sports. No, that place stinks. I am actively miserable when I'm in New York City.
Why?
You can ask Spencer Davies. When we went to cover the Cavs season opener.
You went to Madison Square Garden and had a bad time. You got to be kidding me.
Madison Square Garden is probably the one thing about New York that I absolutely think is like cool, would love. Like if I could just be plopped down in Madison Square Garden, I'd be fine with it. But walking around New York City, it's the worst. It's too many people. You get random strays of smells coming out of like these alleys that are just awful. It's the worst. It's the worst place. I hate it. I try to spend as least amount of time there as possible when I go.
Is it the traffic? Is it like the?
It's everything.
Is it the?
It's just
garbage?
everything.
I don't like the garbage in the street.
To get from Jersey to New York, you have to pay like $100 to go across a bridge. Like it's absurd.
But you got all
There's good food, but there's good food in Cleveland. There's good food in Cleveland, though.
I'm not saying it's better than Cleveland.
I'm just saying though.
I'm just saying it's good. It's good enough to be not the worst place I've ever been to in America.
When people bring up to me, oh, this place, this place has a really good food scene. Like, how can you hate it? It's like, yeah, but like. There's a lot of cities that I don't probably know about that have really good food scenes. I'm sure, I don't know what Memphis' food scene is. I'm sure they got some good food down there.
I actually did have some really good barbecue in Memphis. I went to this very famous chicken joint in Memphis, this barbecue place.
Sounds amazing.
It was really good. Yeah. In places like that, though, you got to hit the highlights. Yeah. You really do. You got to hit the highlights.
But like, and I tell people all the time, like they come to Cleveland, they're like, "Well, what's Cleveland, guy? It's Cleveland." And I'm like, "No. Check out our food scene. We have really good restaurants, and I'll give them some suggestions, and they'll go to certain places, and they'll tell me how great it is." So
yeah, way too many friends that got propositioned in alleys in Memphis, though, for all sorts of acts. You just don't. Cheap rates, too, oddly enough.
Until I've been to Memphis, I won't talk bad about Memphis. But honestly, LeBron's comments were funny, though. I'll give him that. Omaha! All right, JP. I've been itching to go on a rant about this all day.
Okay.
Parking near the stadium. There was this post from WKYC showing signs for $80, $70, $50 a little more modest, but still seems a little excessive. And I put this out there. I quote tweeted this, and I said, last week I went to opening day in Cincy for the Red Sox Reds. And I paid $17 for parking at by the way, and this is the thing, people were like, oh, you probably parked far away. No. I parked on the other side of like their other arena they have there that's like right next to it. And there's like a bridge that you walked across that went right into the stadium. It was perfect parking. $17 in and out. That's it. $17.
It's a good deal.
And my gripe with this is like,
I think it's a good deal.
People were trying to push back and be like, well, yes, as we joke about making fun of other cities. The take that everybody had was, well, yeah, Cincy sucks, so their city would only charge you $17. And I'm like, so we should be defending that because we think Cleveland's better, that we should be paying $80 to $70 for parking in certain places? Like, that doesn't add up to me. Like, it's not the victory lap you think it is, that we're sitting here like, oh yeah, $80, $70 for parking. That's good because Cleveland's better than Cincinnati. Like, that's not the flex to me, and I just don't understand it. And then I had people saying like, well, hey, that's kind of normal for opening day and for game day. And I'm like, the more that we say it's normal, the easier it is for these people to jack up the prices on parking next year and be like, oh, today it's $100.
Yeah, most sporting events in the city is like a $20 flat fee, right? I will never in my life pay $75 for parking.
No.
I'll never in my life pay $50
I don't really want to
for
pay
parking.
$50. Like, that's excessive to me.
Never. I'm not a pay for parking type guy, though, that way. Like, I got my pass for downtown because I pay for a monthly downtown. And so when I come downtown, I just use, like, tomorrow I actually am going to the Guardians game tomorrow night. And oddly enough, because I just told Mennigan like an hour ago I wasn't, now I am. I am going to the game tomorrow night. Things happened in between the break, okay? But I'm going to the game tomorrow night, and I'll take my pass and I'll go downtown. But if I didn't have that pass, let's say, just like throw that out there, I am parking as far away as I possibly can to where it becomes.
That's how I do it.
To where it becomes free, like or the closest I can to where it becomes free.
Well, nothing's free anymore because the city changed all the parking stuff.
Or fine, or like $3, whatever it ends up costing. You know what I mean? But like that's the route that I'm going. I'm not a pay a lot of money for parking guy. And basically any event.
Me neither.
And I get it. Okay. It puts you up at the front of the row. Just not for me. No, thank you.
That's a reasonable stance. It's like, I was surprised at how many people were in my mentions being like, well, since he sucks, and trying to sort of defend the idea that these parking lots are charging you this much based on the premise of, like, it's okay because we're Cleveland.
Do I need to teach people how like goods and services work?
I just don't understand. Like, it's okay to say, man, you don't like Cincinnati and maybe their prices are cheaper because they're not as good of a city if that's how you feel. But it's also okay to say you support things being cheaper. Like, why are we defending anything being more expensive? That's the part that I can't wrap my mind around.
What I'm interested in, I guess, is how is it that Cincinnati fans, because at some point Cincinnati fans told the local people that have the parking garage, we won't pay that. Well, like there's obviously a certain line that they won't go above, because if that didn't exist, then the parking people would charge the same amount that we're parking here. We never had that revolt here, apparently. Okay, there was never.
Yeah, we just let it happen. That's my point.
We just let it happen.
It's acceptance. We've just accepted. Oh, it's opening day, so $80 makes sense.
And we continue to pay it though, and that's where we get this
problem. That's the problem. You got to draw the line in the sand, people. I don't understand, but again, I've never heard so many people try to defend getting price gouged. That doesn't make any sense.
We're not going to be those people.
We can like cheap things and still want to go to opening day.
We can find cheap things and go to. I guess.
And also, JP, every time somebody brings up, why is attendance at Progressive Field not higher? You got to get your butt. The number one thing we hear people say is, well, to take my family downtown and everything, it's just too much money. But then we're going to sit here and be like, yeah, we drive past the sign that says $80 for parking. Yeah, that's normal. I'd pay that.
It's a one-off. It's an opening day special event.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Listen, if the take is I'm against high-paying parking fees, then we're lockstep. We're together. I'd be interested to find the person that's like, Spencer, I think you're wrong here.
Well, I had some people in my mentions, so just go look.
I think we should be paying.
Go check it out.
Really? You got a lot of people being like, I think we should pay as much money as we possibly can.
There's a lot of people who are just like, it's normal. Cincy stinks, so they wouldn't charge that much. And it's like, that's not a good take.
I've never felt bad for the people that own the parking spots in a city. Those people have been grifters for as long as I've been alive.
Bank.
Oh my gosh!
And if you can pay $80, by the way, congratulations on all your success. I guess that's my.
And that is quick hits. John Fanta. I'm not going to ask him about parking.
I'm not going to ask him about parking.
You want to know?
I'm going to ask him what's too much to pay for parking for a sporting event.
You think Fanta's paying for VIP?
I mean, that's the thing. He doesn't pay.
He doesn't pay. He's got.
So he would have a pretty reasonable answer. I bet you.
No frame of reference. But we'll ask him about the Guardians. We'll ask him about the Browns and everything in between. It's Afternoon Drive right here on the Fan.
college hoops with the guys. John Fanta of NBC Sports comes your way next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. All right, back at it here on The Fan. It's Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German here with you guys on Afternoon Drive. As we go out to the Make It Right Call, Kyle Wright Hotline, NBC Sports, John Fanta, local kid done good joining us here on The Fan. Hello, John. How are you doing today?
How are you guys? Happy opening day. Here we go.
Well, we're all excited about opening day. I don't know. Maybe my first hour, maybe not as much. But I'm not the one with the big gripe here, John. Spencer's got a big gripe on opening day. He wants to see if you agree or not, okay?
John, what do you got, Spencer? What do you got?
How much is too much to pay for parking for a sporting event? A big-time sporting event.
Yeah, the moment it hits $60, that's too much.
Okay. Thank you.
You know.
Well, I don't know if that's a thank you. I mean,
well, these 50,
signs 50 is still outrageous to me, John.
80 and 70, so he's at least off that mark.
That's too much in Cleveland, Ohio. That's ridiculous. $80 to park a car is absolutely absurd. I would go and find an alternative way, an alternative lot. I'm not giving that person $80.
I mean, Spencer's as pissed as I've ever seen him about anything. He might run on like a whole new platform for mayor. It's just like I'm going to be the.
I need to get one of these garages or these parking decks or whatever and charge less, and then just make bank because everyone will cut a mile off first.
Wait till there's parking prices for the new Brown Stadium. I'm sure that will be real low in dollar amount.
I've already wondered about that because some of the early proposals is that like if you park at where their stadium parking is trying to be, it's going to be like $150. It's supposed to be insane.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah,
not great.
But
it's going to be more expensive to park than it is to go in the game.
I know, but you've seen all those the park and flies and all they have around the airport over there, and I'm like, well, what happens to those? Like, won't everyone just go and just park in the park and flies for like $13 a day?
I agree with that. Yeah,
Smart.
No, they've got some things to maneuver there. I mean, those should be utilized. What I do know is this: think about this, if you are scheduling a Sunday fall flight, okay, out of Cleveland Hopkins, you might want to not do it like in September or October, specifically at like 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. Like that. That's going to have to change. That's going to change up airport travel. But yeah, once it hits $60, that's too much for me. I am excited for this opening day. I wasn't listening the first hour, so I'm not sure what you were alluding to. But what I will say is, like, the Guardians' opening trip went as well as you could have asked for. They're 4-3 after going to Seattle and Chavez Ravine. It's a great start to the season.
Yeah, it's a great start to the season. I guess where I fell on it was I'm at a crossroads. Because I think this season is it's like a fact-finding mission. You're trying to find out what Bazana can do if he comes up, but what DeLauder can do, what Kefis can do, what Valera can do. And I love that. I'm supportive of that. But I also look and see what this team actually is. And I feel like people are taking the first two series and expecting them to win 90 games like they typically do. And I just don't know that that's going to be possible this year, John.
Well, I think they're going to win 90 games. I do. And I think they're going to be right in the mix for a division championship because – They've got the pitching. First off, whenever we're talking about a team, I really do believe this. I mean, save maybe a 2 or 3, okay? The Dodgers could outscore you when they get cooking. They can. The Mets could outscore some people this year, and the Yankees certainly can. The Guardians aren't going to be confused as those teams. But the AL Central, it's not like you're looking at a murderer's row in that division. And I'm impressed watching – different guys out of that rotation, the way that they've started out the season. I thought that Gavin delivered the other night. Mm-hmm. Parker Messick, I'm over the moon excited about his potential and what he can bring to the table. I think that this is a team that they've got a good blend of roster continuity and young mystery. But the mystery to me is what's so fun about this season, JP. And do I understand your concerns? I can understand some of them. But there is a little bit with this organization that, like, okay, if they just pulled off one of the best comebacks to win a division championship. Remember, their first, 4 months, 3.5 months, were about as bad as you could have imagined. This team was sideways. I'm banking on them being better than that. I'm banking on Jose Ramirez continuing to set that tone. Manzardo and Bo Naylor doing enough. And I think the lineup's got more depth than it's had in the past couple of years. I really do.
John, I want to pivot to the Browns here. We've been talking a lot lately about the possibilities of Jeremiah Love falling to the Browns at 6 and how he's easily considered one of the top 2 prospects in this entire draft. Would you be open to pulling the trigger on Jeremiah Love? Did I say Jeremiah Smith the first time? Jeremiah Love.
I think you had it right.
No, you said it. You said Love. Yep.
If he was there at 6.
I would be willing to do it. I'd be into it because I do think he's an absolutely electrifying talent. And I think the Browns need to go best offensive talent available when they're picking at 6. I think they've got to look at the shelf, and if Love is on the board there, I mean, Jeremiah Love was as electric a back as there was in college football this past season. Notre Dame, I didn't even think they were that good. I'll be real with you guys. I didn't think they were that great of a team, and they ultimately missed the playoff. But Jeremiah Love willed them time and again. His ability to break tackles, his burst. When he gets out in the open field, he could take on contact and just keep going. So, I mean, I'm a big Jeremiah Love fan. I really do like him. I love his skill set. The Browns could do a ton worse, and they have done a ton worse in that position. So we know it's competitive, and we know that the wide receiver room needs help. But if Jeremiah Love's on that board, you've got to take a long look at the Fighting Irish product because he willed Notre Dame when Notre Dame's offense had nowhere to go. They gave him the ball, and he said, I'm going to go and get it.
John Fanta joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Spencer's trying to make the case that Cavs fans are in denial about this team. Do you feel like Cavs fans are in denial right now about this team?
I don't know if Cavs fans are – well, Cavs fans are smart, are they not?
I tend to think so.
So what are they denying is my question. What are they in denial about? Like, we all know what the goal is. The goal is what? The goal is to win a championship. Are they a team that can win the NBA championship? Probably not. They're probably not. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them, in that first-round series. And I'll tell you what, it would be interesting against Atlanta's playing as well as anybody since the All-Star break. They've won like 18 of 21. Toronto, I don't think Toronto can beat Cleveland. But, the Knicks right now, the Knicks have been terrible lately. The Knicks have been playing really poor basketball. And so then you're like, well, it's Detroit or it's Boston, and then I guess it's Cleveland. I mean, here's the thing. I think that there's some people living in denial because they don't want to acknowledge the fact that the Cavaliers are not at the level of a team that can win it all. And that's also because the Western Conference is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Oklahoma City and San Antonio are far and away better than any team in the Eastern Conference. But what's disappointing is it doesn't feel like anybody's going to pick the Cavs to beat the Celtics. I don't know if people would pick them against the Pistons, but I think you got to go through Boston at some point. And I think Boston's really, really good. Now they got Jason Tatum back. They've already got Brown and Pritchard and White. They have championship DNA and experience, and that's what makes it tough in the East. It's hard because the Cavs they're better than purgatory, but you feel like they're stuck at the altar. That they're not the bride. They've been the bridesmaid. They're in the wedding, but they're not at the big show.
John, Kenny Atkinson notably told Chris Fedor that he is kind of keeping an eye on the standings and where they are and potential matchups for the playoffs with just a few games to go. Are you okay with a coach admitting that? Are you okay with the Cavs trying to maybe manipulate this thing where they draw better matchups and they kind of avoid the Celtics, I think is probably the main goal?
You got to avoid Boston. I don't mind him saying it. Honestly, when I was watching the Knicks this past week, I thought to myself, are they playing poorly because they're trying to avoid being the 3 seed.
Fanta, I don't know how you can make an argument that they weren't. They lost 3 straight. You watched that Rockets game. They were down 16 with 5 minutes just off the clock in that game. Like the Knicks aren't even trying.
The only argument I would give back to that, though, JP, is it's very clear. If you're watching, and I had them last week in Charlotte, Karl Anthony Towns and Mike Brown are not working out.
Yeah.
It's not working.
They haven't beat a team with a record over 500 since March 6th, John. Like I get what you're saying, but they're a disaster right now, but I think part of it's intentional.
No, and it's a little bit of like, sometimes you coast to the finish line and then you get into that playoff atmosphere and you just expect that you're going to switch it on, and then you don't because you develop some bad habits. But let me ask you this question. When has Mike Brown and large personality superstar ever really worked out? When has it worked out?
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
But so when you saw them, though, what did you think it's Mike Brown and Brunson or Mike Brown and Cat that's having a problem?
If you're the Knicks, you fired Tom Thibodeau, and you hired Mike Brown to get you over the top. And the moment that they did that, I said, did you really upgrade? Did you upgrade? Billy Donovan was their top choice. I'm not saying that he would be doing an extraordinary job, but he'd be an upgrade. I think he would be perceived and known as a guy that could be an upgrade. When they hired Mike Brown, I'm like, after all that, that's who they got?
Mm-hmm.
Was it that much of an upgrade? I don't think they're any better than last year. In fact, they might be worse. So look, I don't blame people for manipulating the playoffs. I wouldn't want to play Boston either. If you think it's a loser mentality, well, let's see what happens in the postseason. But you know what? Either way, the Cavs might get their wish, and they might avoid Boston. But they're not avoiding Atlanta in the first round. And if you're watching Atlanta, you know they challenge you defensively. They guard. Nickeil Alexander-Walker is having a tremendous season. Jalen Johnson, tremendous season. They brought in some good reinforcements as well. Like, the Hawks are feisty. The Cavs are not just going to cakewalk their way to the Eastern Conference semis if they get the Atlanta Hawks.
John, I know you're in Indy for the Final Four.
I am.
I know that Dan Hurley is a hot topic because of some of his antics. I tend to think sports need more people with his type of personality, but I know some people think he's a little over the top at times. What say you on needing more personalities like that in our sports?
We're all talking about him. We're all talking about it, and we're all talking about him. College basketball needs Dan Hurley. They've lost several big faces over the last decade. It's good for college basketball. Tommy Lloyd sat down today, and he said, I'm not going to North Carolina. I'm staying at Arizona. That's good for college basketball. That a team out west, a team west of the Mississippi hasn't won a national championship in a long time. I mean, it's been at least 2 decades. So, to me, college hoops needs personalities. It's why Rick Pitino moves the needle. It's why Tom Izzo, people still listen when he speaks. So the Hurley thing, do people say he's got to rein it in? Sure they do. But they've never coached. I mean, a lot of them have not coached. I haven't coached a game. I think Dan would admit he's got some crazy in him. Who of us doesn't? But take a look at the ratings. Take a look at the numbers. I mean, UConn Duke peaked at close to 20 million people watching that game. That's seismic for college basketball. The sport has seen an ascendance, a reemergence, if you will. And honestly, for all that's complained about with the NIL and stuff, the best 18 to 21-year-olds, with the exception of about 10, the others, they all stay in college because they could take a nice paycheck and play in a football stadium with 70,000 people in it tomorrow in Indianapolis with millions of people watching. So college basketball is in a really good place, and it needs more of Dan Hurley. Dan Hurley, whether you like him or hate him, we're all talking about him.
Yeah, and John, one other thing I think that is really benefiting them, and this might be one of the best Final Fours we've seen in years, but like Arizona and Michigan, it leaps out in the idea that Arizona, they don't have much of a perimeter game. They're very different than like Michigan, and I love that because in the NBA right now, and I love the NBA, but the NBA is very much you have to be able to shoot threes if you want to go a certain distance. That's why nobody believes in the Pistons, for instance. But in this Final Four is highlighting it. Like there's so many different styles between these teams, and it's not cookie cutter. And I think the common college basketball fan is really appreciating what this game is right now and the crossroads between the sport.
Coaches are going international. They're getting big size. The Ivisic brothers at Illinois, Adai Mara at Michigan coming over from UCLA. Terrace Reed at UConn played. He looked like Patrick Ewing on Sunday. I mean, he had a mammoth performance. So here's the thing. You're right, JP. College basketball, for the hoops junkies, the style of it is so fun. And here's the thing. The shot-making piece, not to bore anybody, the shot-making piece has really developed. 10 years ago, you're watching a college game, you could see 7, 8 missed threes in a row. Now, the shots are smarter. They're going inside out. Like, you're right. The meeting of the front courts tomorrow between Michigan and Arizona will be theater. And Michigan's got these three-point shooters who can break a game open. Arizona's got to keep going to the basket. That contrast in styles will be really fun to watch. I like Michigan. I've got UConn. And I like the Wolverines to cut down the nets.
Love it, John. Enjoy a big weekend for yourself. Always appreciate you giving us a few minutes. Thank you.
You're the man, John. Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, John Fanta right there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. And come on back. Let's react to what he had to say about the Cavs. Did the Cavs fumble the job last night? 216-474-0092. We'll explain what we mean when we come on back right here on The Fan.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup.
Reisland. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The final weeks of the NBA regular season are here, and the playoffs are just around the corner. Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
You got to avoid Boston. I don't mind him saying it. Honestly, when I was watching the Knicks this past week, I thought to myself, are they playing poorly because they're trying to avoid being the 3 seed? Karl Anthony Towns and Mike Brown are not working out. I don't blame people for manipulating the playoffs. I wouldn't want to play Boston either. If you think it's a loser mentality, well, let's see what happens in the postseason. But you know what? Either way, the Cavs might get their wish. And they might avoid Boston, but they're not avoiding Atlanta in the first round. And if you're watching Atlanta, you know they challenge you defensively. They guard. Nickeil Alexander-Walker is having a tremendous season. Jalen Johnson, tremendous season. They brought in some good reinforcements as well. Like, the Hawks are feisty. The Cavs are not just going to cakewalk their way to the Eastern Conference semis if they get the Atlanta Hawks.
That was John Fanta speaking moments ago, and in a less than surprising twist, Fanta and I agree when it comes to a basketball conversation. I don't know if you watched much of last night's game at all. I'm sure you did. And I kept thinking the entire time they have to lose this game, Spencer. Like, they have to find a way to lose this one. And it seemed very obvious early on that they were going to put in the efforts to lose that one, and then it just Golden State wasn't giving enough opportunities. They ended up they had a 2-point lead after the third quarter, and the Cavs this year are 34-2 when leading after the third quarter. And I'm thinking to myself, well, okay, like, now's the tank job. Like, now get in gear, guys. Let's not mess around with this stuff. Get in gear. And you could see Donovan, and Donovan was still playing his ass off. And it was just one of those moments where it was like, oh no, they're not going to be able to pull this off. 5 minutes left in the game. The game is absolutely tied. And you're just watching as the Warriors are fumbling this game away and giving the Cavs every opportunity to just, hey, we'll take this one if you let us. And the Cavs just didn't let them do it. And I think it's very interesting as now we get closer and closer. Knicks are going to be able to, if they can execute a loss tonight, they will tie the Cavs, and the Cavs do have the advantage there in that the Knicks have the head-to-head, and so like in a tie-breaking scenario,
the Knicks would be
the higher seeds. You got one more game to play with in that regard, but I'm worried that the Cavs are fumbling the job here.
Tonight will be interesting for the Knicks because this is the one game left on their schedule where it's like they should absolutely not lose this game. After that, they play 4 teams that are all in the playoff picture in some capacity. Atlanta, Boston, Toronto, Charlotte, and Cleveland. I know I saw somebody put this out there.
We got 2 against Atlanta,
they
but
have
outside
the
of that,
easiest strength of schedule the rest of the way. You end the season with Washington, so you can kind of chalk that up to a win. Memphis and then Indiana, who's also one of the worst teams in the NBA right now on Sunday. Like, you have the advantage if you're trying to win, but you obviously don't want that right now. I can say this, though. Those Hawks games will be very interesting if the standings are still what the standings are, because that will be a place where the Cavs aren't going to want to show much, right? Because you're going to see that team probably like another week or so after that, potentially. So do they almost like throw those games? Not throw them literally, but like,
well, yeah. If you throw those games, you can get yourself away from the Hawks. Do they kind of give those as like, hey, Donovan's taking the night off and James is taking the night off in those games? It's just to kind of like get yourself through them. We'll see. But listen, I am glad that Kenny Atkinson said this and made it a known thing that, like, yeah, we're watching it. Because I think I get so sick, JP, of all the people who this time of year, and I know this was a thing a couple years ago, too. We talked about it at the end of the season 2 years ago. The last year, JB Bickerstaff was here, about them manipulating the thing. You're tempting the basketball gods and all this. Guys, I am not afraid to say that it's better to avoid playing the Celtics and that they should absolutely try to set themselves up to avoid playing the Celtics sooner rather than later because it's better for your playoff run. I don't know why people get this idea in their head. They do the whole, to be the best, you got to beat the best, like Ric Flair thing. And it just doesn't make any sense to me because, guys, there's so much about a playoff run. There's so much about sports that is luck. And if by chance
the Celtics have to go through different teams before they get to you, and somebody does pick them off, like, make them have a harder road to you, too. And if it happens that they didn't emerge on that side of the bracket, and then you got to the Eastern Conference Finals, and you were playing a Knicks team that, like you and John just riffed about last segment, you don't really feel that great about right now because there's maybe some stuff going on with Cat and Mike Brown and whatever else.
I don't even think it's about Cat and Mike Brown. I think the Knicks know what job they have to do. They've lost 3 straight. They don't look competitive in any of these games.
Yeah, that's true. You do feel that way about it.
So here's the difference, though. And so you're like, all right, I'm happy that Kenny Atkinson spoke about it. And in case people just joining us, Fedor had in his Cleveland.com article from last night, he spoke to Kenny Atkinson, and he said, quote, "We're thinking about it, what could be optimal for us." Also added, "You'd be lying if you said you didn't think that. As we get really close now, you do start thinking about it. I haven't told the team, I haven't told the staff, like, hey, we want to play, ... But I think that's my job to think big picture." Here's where I have a problem, okay? I'm happy that he says this and he got to this conclusion now. Where was this when you were playing the Warriors last night? Where was this before the game got underway? Like the Knicks have been thinking about this for a week and a half already. I've been yelling about it for at least 2 weeks now. Were you asleep on the job, Atkinson? Like, what happened? You let the Knicks catch up to you, essentially, in this win-loss department. Like, you had to get your head on straight a week and a half ago. Now you're in now you have a real problem on your hands. Now you still have the advantage because of everything that we've talked about. But for the remaining 5 games, you got no leeway. And I get it. Donovan came out earlier in the week. You mentioned the basketball gods. Donovan came out and talked all about it.
Which is going to make this interesting, by the way.
Don't disrupt the basketball. That's going to make it hell.
Because if Kenny's like out here like, "Hey, Donovan, why don't you take the night off?" And Donovan's like,
and
I know what you're doing, Coach.
You saw it last night.
I know what you're doing, Coach. And he's not going to be happy about that. Then it's like, what does that mean?
Donovan wasn't treating last night as a game they were trying to lose. No. I watched the whole entire thing. Watch that fourth quarter in particular when the game is tight. Donovan's playing his butt off in those games. And it's like, why? Why are you doing this to yourself? Why are you making life harder? So you see the crossroads, though. Donovan thinks one way, as from what he said earlier on in the week.
He's an athlete. He's a competitor. I get that.
Atkinson thinks a different way. How do we get the two of them to be on the same page?
With 5 games to go.
I like that Atkinson at least is not only acknowledging that this is something that they're thinking about and could be optimal for us. When they say that to the newspaper, when they say that to Fedor, that's him telling you we're on board with this. This is what we're going to try to do. But now I need some execution. I need you to execute this plan. I need you to pull this off, because if you end up with Boston earlier than you need to, that to me is not the objection, not the goal, not what you should be trying to do.
I just hate that, like, I get it. It's sports. You want to have confidence in your team. But this whole idea of it doesn't matter when we play a team, if we're the best team, we're going to win. Guys, I know the same people that feel that way, the second they draw Boston in the second round and they lose, they're going to be calling into this station saying, "Why can't we get out of the second round anymore?
Exactly.
Why did we make the James Harden trade if it was just going to end the same way?
Mm-hmm.
This team is never going to win anything because they can't get out of the second round." Like, they're going to be mad about it.
We can hear it now.
But then they were the ones who were saying, "Oh, hey, we can play Boston whenever. We're the better team." No, we all see it. We all know. Make them have to go through as many other teams to get to you too. And if it just so happens that they don't make it through, that's better for you. So I love that Kenny said this. I agree with you that the dynamics now between him and Donovan are going to be fascinating to watch. Because like I said, the fact that Kenny did put this on the record, he can't now go out and be like, "Hey, Donovan, just take a night off." Because Donovan's going to know what that is. He's going to know, "Oh, Coach, you're trying to tank this game, aren't you?"
And then
I feel fine.
He would be complicit in upsetting the basketball gods that he's so worried about upsetting. Which I told Daryl is ridiculous, by the way.
Now I know
we've let that be known. It's a ridiculous thing. Basketball gods are not real. They do not exist. Don't think that way.
Now I know that Donovan's dealing with a groin injury, so maybe that would be the play. Is like, we think your groin just needs a little bit of a rest tonight. Maybe that's the way you skirt around it. But I'm fascinated to see how that plays out. Guys, like, luck is a factor in all this. It always is. Like, every playoff run.
This isn't about luck, though. This is they have control over their own destiny when it comes to when they play this team.
Though, like I'm saying, like in the playoffs, big picture, like nobody's going to be mad if the Cavs win a championship because they avoided the Celtics, or if they get to the finals because they avoided the Celtics and the Celtics happen to lose to the Knicks or something crazy along the way. If that were to actually happen, nobody's going to say, "Well, the Cavs didn't actually earn that path because they didn't play the Celtics." No, that's how sports work. Mm-hmm. It's how it goes. So I don't care if they try to avoid the Celtics, and if it happened that they didn't end up playing them at all, so be it. I don't care. Yeah, I'm on board with you, and I'm on board with Kenny Atkinson that you have to think about it and you absolutely got to be playing for the 4th seed.
Maybe it'd be different if the Knicks weren't being as obvious as they are about it. I have no belief that the Knicks are all of a sudden going to win the remaining 5 games that they have to play and are going to all of a sudden go into overdrive. Like, no, they're telling you what they're doing. They're scared of Boston. They want to avoid Boston, and they rightfully should. Boston won the title 2 years ago. Tatum and Brown is one of the best combos you have in the NBA. You want to avoid that if you can. 216-474-0092. It's just fascinating. I mean, Donovan said so many things about this 3 days ago, and Atkinson is going in the complete other direction.
Listen, one other thing on Donovan. Yeah. It's not that I expect any athlete. It's the same thing we talk about with like football and tanking. You can't convince these players to just go out and when they put their bodies through all they put it through to just not try to win games.
So, but that is what's fascinating about this, though, is because when we talk about it with football, it's like, well, all right, how do you manipulate that? The GM has to put a bad team around him, and you can have a bunch of tryhards and gym class heroes, and they get to try to win their best, but they're not capable of it because they don't have the talent. Sure. This is different. Because this is telling that team that you constructed that is great and that is obviously playing for one of the top seeds in the NBA, they're a good team. This is that you have to convince them to lay down. Lay down in the middle of the road
that's not easy to do.
And just for 5 games, just let it all happen.
But
that's tough.
Yeah. But what I also think is funny about it is Donovan rightfully doesn't want to just not try during games or try to win when they have a good team. But Donovan also is the poster child for can't get out of the second round. Mm-hmm. And so he has to know, too, that there's better matchups and better paths for him to get out of the second round finally.
Maybe he upset those basketball gods too much. Maybe that's all that was.
That's what's kind of funny about it.
Maybe he thinks he'd be in the finals one year if he didn't upset those basketball gods. Like, that's why I've never made it out of the second round. Too many years of trying to do this. Eric in Cam's Corner. What's up, Eric?
Guys, you're confusing me. Listen, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, the sky is falling. The Cavs can't play D. They're going to get put out in the second round.
Sky's never fallen for me, though. What do you mean?
The sky is still falling for me. They still can't play defense.
I've been listening to you, Spence. Listen, and now listen. Now you want the Cavs to lower the expectations, lose these last games. Listen. Either way, you spice it. You're gonna have to play Boston at some point if they win in the other bracket. And I guess success for some people is the Eastern Conference Finals, and unsuccessful means losing in the second round. You don't play Boston regardless. So if you don't beat the best, you got to beat them at some point. And
but you want to give yourself the best chance to get as far as you can, and then you never know what happens once you're in there. Like you watched last night with Luka in that Lakers game, right? Luka all of a sudden gets injured. LeBron's getting blown out, but Luka gets injured. Like in the NBA, the more games that are played, the more chances you have. Somebody tweaks an ankle, and all of a sudden the series has changed drastically.
Hey, JP, you might think I need therapy because I don't even regard Luka Doncic all like that. I think he's a very, very nice player, but he don't play both ends of the court for me.
No, he doesn't play defense. He doesn't play defense at all.
You know what I'm saying? So
he's still great.
I hear what you guys said, but look, the Cavs at some point they're gonna have to play the Celtics, and if they can get that third seed, maybe they can avoid maybe they can avoid the Hawks now since the Hawks are so hot if they get the third seed. But literally, it's 2 games because they lost the tiebreaker. So they need to be a game better than the Pistons in the win column or the loss column to get that third seed.
Yeah, and all right, thank you, Eric. I appreciate you, man. I just there's no selling me on it. The problem I'll have with this is he's late to the party. The party started at 6:00. Atkinson, it's 7:15. You had to start this losing thing. You've got no room for error now. If the Knicks pull off what I think the Knicks are trying to pull off, you have no room for error, Spencer. That's the concern I now have.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot to unpack from the call because I just think it was the classic example of what we get. Like, oh, well, if we have to play them eventually, so what's it matter? And again, I'm not telling people not to have expectations. When you take a big swing and you trade for James Harden the way that they did, you are telling everybody that we think we're that close and we're trying to get over that hump, so we made this move. So I'm not telling fans not to go into it like, we think we should be able to accomplish this. I'm just telling you, using my eyes, using context clues, using the things that the team is telling you. When the coach is telling you in post-game press conferences, I wasn't happy with our defensive effort today, and that's been a problem since night 1 of the season. And then guys are talking about effort still being an issue this late in the season, and they think they're going to magically flip the switch. Guys, at this point, some of the habits they have are the habits that they have. That's not just changing. So I'm using context clues to say, I'm not saying not to have those expectations. I'm just also warning people not to get too far ahead of themselves because I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this team lost in the second round again, even if it wasn't to the Celtics. But yes, the one thing that is the one advantage they have is that that's the path that maybe allows them to get further this year, and then we can at least all call it a win in the same vein, no matter what.
Are the Cavs a polarizing team? 216-474 to below 92, and we'll try to help out someone on the station. It happens next. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Spend your spring break with Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Cleveland is 16-6 in games when James Harden has played for them. It would be good enough if you did that over the course of a season. 16-6, that win percentage would be the 1 seed in the East. And Harden has been great since he has been with Cleveland. The efficiency numbers are way up. And you guys know I love my Big Four. Only 5 games played together still.
I don't think that's a good thing.
That's a negative. I would use that as a negative.
But Allen is coming back.
But they're going to have no continuity.
No. Harden and Mitchell have looked great together on the floor. Allen and Harden he's had double-doubles basically every game that Allen and Harden have played together. They have been managing Jared Allen's knee tendonitis to save him for the playoffs. Donovan Mitchell's coasting a little bit so that he doesn't break down before the playoffs. All you got to do is get in, you have your matchup, and then you get to the Celtics in the Eastern. Again. Yeah, you beat the Hawks, you beat the Pistons, and then you take your chances with whoever comes out of the beat up 7-game series, Celtics-Knicks.
That was Danny Parkins, First Things First, Fox Sports 1. And so the interesting about it, and this is Afternoon Drive, Jonathan Pino and Spencer German with you guys here, is that, like, if I asked you if the Cavs are polarizing, like, that clip would lead you to believe that there's a lot of national people that believe in the Cavs. I heard Lima earlier today making that suggestion. I made the suggestion, the complete opposite suggestion 24 hours ago. Like, line me up the national people outside of Danny that are really speaking positively about the Cavs as of this moment. Vegas is nice about him. Danny Parkins is nice about him. Everywhere else I look, they seem to be an afterthought for me.
Yeah, where have we heard a lot of national people saying like the Cavs are?
They did when the Harden
trade. I know
Bill
Simmons always has a big thing with like Evan Mobley that he loves Evan Mobley.
So
but
when the Harden trade happened, there was some excitement
For
there,
sure.
and then we had some
For
pieces.
sure.
But in the past couple weeks, I haven't seen anybody outside of Danny Parkins, and then Vegas is still maintaining what Vegas is maintaining. But they don't get mentioned in the top tier. They don't. And like we had Nick Friedel on yesterday. And he was nowhere close to being on board with what the Cavs are currently doing. And so, I feel like we got one guy in the national corner. We got a lot of people locally. I got one
Small
guy.
sample size.
Yeah, I just don't think that it's true that all these people are like running to back this Cavs team. Because, well, first off, and a lot of this reason, Spencer, is the idea that a lot of people watch James Harden play basketball for 15 years at a high level.
Isn't the national read and narrative on James Harden that he's notoriously comes up short in big playoff games? Like, Isn't that the thing?
It's 100% the thing.
All these national people didn't forget that.
And so the problem there is that, and this is where I think we're battling, at least I'm battling from a Cavs fan perspective, and a person that believes in this Cavs team, is the idea that they put a lot at Harden's feet. I may be projecting out Harden to be a different version of Harden, but what I've seen in the past 2 months is a different version of Harden than what I'm ever expecting him to be in the postseason. And if that, let's say, the postseason troubles were because he was averaging 23 a game instead of 30 a game when he was winning league MVP with the Rockets. Well, his expectation isn't to average 30 a game on this Cavs team. His expectation is to average 22, 23 a game at most and be third in usage.
I don't want this to sound like totally dismissive of Harden, because Harden is obviously a great player, one of the best in NBA history from a scoring standpoint. Like, all those things are very true.
Yeah.
And he's been phenomenal to watch throughout his career. But I was honestly kind of even surprised, to your point on people believing in the Cavs. I was kind of surprised that their odds jumped to what they did when they made this trade from Vegas, because it's like the Vegas people aren't stupid either. They know what they've seen James Harden throughout his career, and when has James Harden ever at any point in his career been the missing piece for a team to get over that hump and actually get to a championship? He's never been that. Back when he was with the Thunder, he was the sixth man off the bench, and that was like the last time we ever thought about James Harden that way. Ever since then, it's been him bouncing around trying to build teams around him, and there's been some good teams in there, but never been a team that's actually been able to win a championship. So I'm surprised by all this, but that's another reason why I think the doubts of James Harden is another reason why I'm surprised that anybody still Like anybody's blindly saying the Cavs have like a great shot because it's added to the list.
He's very far down on my list, though, if we're being honest. Like,
no, I mean, it's down on the list, like the worries of him in the postseason.
I'm worried about some of the defense. I'm worried about if Mobley can be consistent enough. Like, there's some things I worry about.
If Jared Allen's he's already admitted that he's gonna start the playoffs with a hurt knee. Like, if he's not out there and they're just banking on, our defense is better when he's out there. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, there's some things I genuinely do think are cause for concern. Harden's not on that list for me. And maybe this is where you'd say I'm in denial, but like I just think the role that he's asked to be in and what we've seen from him in the previous couple months, there might be a lot of problems with this Cavs team. I don't think James Harden is going to actually be one of them when it comes to the postseason. Maybe I'll be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, listen, again, I think if that's a worry you have, I think it is lower on the list. But it's part of a collection of to me, small red flags that have popped up from this team. It's like when they made the trade, it was the Harden honeymoon, we like to call it. And everything felt good, and it was like, oh, everything's better and whatever. Mm-hmm. And then the dust settled like it always does, and there's the defensive issue still being a problem. There's Kenny calling them out for that. There's Jared Allen not being out there and realizing how bad the defense is. And then you find out, well, he's been injured, and injuries continue to be a problem with this team. Another year where Donovan Mitchell's battling some sort of injury at the end of the season before the playoffs are about to start. Like, what's that mean for him? So it's just all these little things along the way where I'm like, we're talking about this team like they have a chance to win a championship, and I just see too many things that make me think the opposite.
Well, we got a lot of time to figure that out, right? And we'll go through this. Well,
they keep saying that. They're like,
the playoffs,
4 games left.
I mean, the playoffs.
4 games left, and we'll figure it out by the time the playoffs start.
No, not from that perspective. Figure out whether or not they can actually do it or not. Like that's what we got. We got like 2 months, and then by then, when we talk about this in May and June, we'll have our answer to whether or not they can, and whether or not Harden can, and whether or not Donovan can, and everybody else. But I want to bring Jake in the mix here because Jake is. All right, so lay it out for me, Jake. You're going to go buy a car tomorrow?
Yeah, pending a test drive, there's a strong chance that I'm going to buy a new car tomorrow. And
pending a test drive.
I am very anxious about this decision, not only because it's a big decision, but I also have no idea what I'm doing, which is where you guys come in because I need all the advice that I can get. I am 24 years old, have driven 2 cars my entire life. The last time I actually got a new car was when I graduated high school 7 years ago. So it's been a really long time. My parents kind of dragged me through the process back then. So I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm a little afraid of just getting a raw deal and being taken advantage of going in because I'm not a car guy. And like I said, I'm really clueless when it comes to this kind of stuff.
I think this is a perfect time for him to be asking us this, by the way, JP, because I just bought a new car last year.
Okay, so you're experiencing this.
I was going to say, when you moved to the suburbs, you guys bought a car because you used to always talk about how you didn't have a car when you lived downtown.
That's right.
No
I got rid of my car.
But now you have one. So you bought one relatively recently, I would imagine, as well.
Yeah, here's why I'm bad at that, though. I'm not great to ask this question to. I'm not.
So what was your experience like?
Every car I've ever bought, I've saved up and made sure I had enough money to buy the car. I always buy used. I never buy a new car. I always buy used.
Same.
And then I'm weird about things. I just don't like having debt. And I don't like paying off of financing and everything else and all that other stuff. And so I save up until I have enough money to buy the car, and then I buy the car flat out.
Wow.
And
showing up with cash at the lot. Look at you, JP.
Congratulations
on your success.
I write a check. I'm not rolling up to the car dealership.
Suitcase of cash. Hey, I can buy this car.
I'd like to buy the briefcase.
I'd like to buy this in 20s, please, and just break it out.
A duffel bag of cash.
I'm pretty sure that's highly against everything that they stand for. But
cleans out his accounts.
You should see the look on these guys' faces every time I do it. I'll take the test drive or something like that, and then I'll be like, all right, looks good, and then they'll like want to get that financing and everything else set because they make money off of that. They're like charging the interest is where they get you in the long term with all of these car dealerships and everything else. And I'm always just like, all right, so I'd like to pay cash up front right now. Let's do this. And like the look on their face is just
they're like, damn, 92 through the
they're
fans
not happy with that.
Doing you right,
no,
I guess.
They're never happy. They're never happy with that development. So I think I might be a bad person to give advice to from this because I didn't wheel and I've never once wheeled and dealed. But here's why I also suck at this. I'm very much a sticker price guy. You're not supposed to be a sticker price guy. You're supposed to haggle. You're supposed to try to see what you can get. Yeah. I take people at their word, and I'm always like, I guess that is the very best you can do. And that's where I always end up on the wrong end of this.
So I don't know. I think it's always interesting because I wouldn't say I'm the best like haggler either. My first car buying experience, my dad worked at Enterprise at the time, and so it was like, they were taking care of the employees' kid. Like, it was super easy. I had, like, no qualms. And then last year when I bought this car, this was the first time I was, like, going on my own to do it. But I was, I took some advice from relatives and like whatever. So I got them to come down off the price a little bit. And part of that was they gave me more for my trade-in. They kind of met me halfway because I traded are you trading your old car in?
Yeah, I'm trading it in. I've done a couple like different evaluations online to see what the price for the trade-in is. So I kind of know what I'm going to go in and ask for.
I guess basically nothing with how you described this car.
So it was way more than I thought.
I don't want to ruin your trading value.
It was way more than I thought.
I got more for my car than I thought I was going to get. Also, my car is a brand that tends to have like good value later on. So I won't give it away because, sponsors and things.
But here's the real problem. He wants to play hardball, but he's got no legs to stand on.
So I'm not going to know what to do when it comes to that. Yeah.
I go look sometimes like on some of like the websites, like whatever you want to do, Auto Trader, whatever.
Sure.
And find like a car that's like the same car at a price that's like, more like what you're looking for. And then just tell them, hey, I have this car at another price somewhere else. They don't know where it is. It could be anywhere. And also, some of these services, I don't know if I used Auto Trader as an example. I don't know if they do it. But some of these places like ship the car to you now. So that's actually a legitimate threat because you could buy it somewhere else and they could ship it to you. So that's one thing.
He's telling you to lie.
Yeah, that's what you'd have to do. They're going to lie to you.
You just lie.
They're going to lie to you,
every
Mr. Sticker Price over here.
No, I agree. I'm not disagreeing. I'm like, you got to play the game that's offered. This is the game you got to play. You got to play the game.
Find the car.
All right, Keith, what do you got on this?
You have to lie about interest rates. I lied about interest rate with a bank. I told them my bank could give me a lower interest rate.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one, too.
Yeah.
All right,
that's
so if you do the interest rate.
That's a really good one.
Two pieces.
Definitely
Never
lie.
tell them what you want to spend and what you want your monthly payment to be. Never tell them either.
That was what I was just about to bring it up because that was my strategy. It's like I know what I want that number to be, but I don't know anything else. So that was going to be my initial strategy.
Conveniently fall right into that.
Last time when I did this, they put a number. They said like, is this what you were looking for? Like in terms of like the price overall. And I said like you can say like you want it lower, but I would not give your number away. Do not give your number away because as soon as you give that, you lose some leverage. The interest rate thing is a good one too because they act like your interest rate's based on your credit score and all this BS, but really, like, they can talk to the companies that they use to finance and be like,
Are you prepared now, Jake? Do you feel better?
Let's bring it down a little bit. So I agree with Keith.
I might have more anxiety.
I agree with Keith. Lie and say that your interest rate through the bank that you have is going to be lower, and it will help your cause.
Because
I 100% agree.
The advice you guys are giving me is to lie, and I'm not a good liar.
Well,
like, I'm not going to go in there.
Brother, right? Your brother's coming with you?
I need backup.
Let him lie for you. Let him lie for you.
I'll lie for you. I got a lot of plans tomorrow. I'll lie for you.
Just said he won't
I can't lie on my own.
Just bring the briefcase. Just bring the briefcase.
And he says, that looks like a good price. He's not going to lie for you.
I would have been like, geez, they are stuck.
Let's bring Keith. He's going to intimidate the hell out of him.
We were going to haggle you, but honestly, I saw the sticker price, Jake. I think you should just pay the sticker price, man.
Rock in a hard place, man. That looked pretty good. Phil Simms comes Ty Simpson. We'll tell you who that is next right here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Las Vegas Raiders agreed to terms with Kirk Cousins on a 1-year, $20 million guaranteed deal yesterday. Shout out to Kirk Cousins' agent.
segment. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Peterlin won't let me get it in.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Back at it here on Afternoon Drive, it's Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German. I really don't think we helped out Jake at all. I think Keith off the air helped him.
I gave legitimate advice.
Okay, I didn't help him. I felt like I didn't help him at all in that. But to be fair, I knew that going into the whole ordeal. I was not going to be... There's a lot of things I feel like I can help out people in life with. That's not one of them. I had high
expectations. I was like, JP, he was just agreeing with me earlier about paying for parking. There's no way he just paid the sticker price. There's no way. And then,
basically, that's how that always has gone down for me, basically. And I know you got to get in there and battle. I know that's a part of the deal.
I get, though, honestly...
I'm like, it's a fair price.
Honestly, though, JP, I get not wanting to do that because it is like annoying. Like nobody actually wants to have to do that. You just know you kind of have to when you're buying a car. But yeah, the haggling process it can be stressful for people. It can be annoying for people. I get why it's not the most fun experience. So
it just is what it is. All right, what is a fun experience is talking about Ty Simpson. I am not a believer in him either. I don't know where you stand on Ty Simpson. Are you into the Ty Simpson experience or are you not?
I'm into Ty Simpson if it's the right place to draft him.
Oh, so you're like in like a 39 type range. You're good.
Yeah, I mean, like I wouldn't want him at 39 personally, but if the Browns took him at 39, understanding the context of their situation, I would understand it if that makes sense.
I mean,
whenever you need a quarterback, I understand where you maybe sometimes have to overdraft one if they end up really liking Ty Simpson. My biggest thing with Ty Simpson is, however the Browns feel about him, just do not take him in the first round because to me he's not worth that. I think you're going to be right back drafting a quarterback next year probably, and I think next year's class has a little more promise than this one obviously does. And I just don't think it's worth wasting a first-round pick when you got other things that you need to address on this roster on Ty Simpson. But once you get into the second round, I'd probably more so lean like, okay, he'd be a third-round pick for me, but if he's there in the second round, the Browns decide they have to have him because they like him enough, then I guess I could understand it.
Well, and if you take him in the first round, you're telling everyone what you plan to do with him, and now he's...
he starts sooner rather than later.
For sure, and I just don't think he's ready to start right away. I don't. I think he needs time. I just don't think he didn't have enough time in college. He had a lot of time in college. He didn't have enough starts in college is part of the problem, and I feel like he's like 2 or 3 years away from actually doing something and being something if he ever actually achieves that. Phil Simms, though, had a comp for Ty Simpson. And let me know if you thought this one actually helps out Ty Simpson's case or makes it worse. Here we go.
There's 2 things you can't deny about Ty Simpson. He has a really, really good NFL arm, and he's very athletic. He runs around. He makes plays. He's tough as hell, all that. And I was trying to think of who is he in the NFL, and I came up with Bo Nix. That's about I thought, the closest I could get. You know, guys that move around well, he's a little better athlete, I think, moving than Bo Nix is. But I think Bo Nix is just, he plays big, throws it down the field, and those are things that work well, I think, with Ty Simpson.
So that was courtesy of ESPN New York. The problem I have with that, Spencer, is the idea that I don't think we could take on a Bo Nix. I think what worked with Bo Nix was not only the idea that he had Sean Payton, who is really good when it comes to quarterbacks. Maybe Monken ends up becoming that. I can't base anything off of what I know off of Monken right now, though. And so you have a Super Bowl winning head coach, and you have a situation where they have one of the best offensive lines in the sport. R.J. Harvey was sensational in the backfield last year. They have all sorts of wide receivers basically everywhere. Like I don't know that we can replicate what Denver has. We're not in a spot to take somebody if it's going to be like a Bo Nix situation where you can just plop them in and go. I think we're driving towards that. I think that's the goal, but we're not there right now.
I think the biggest problem with that comp is Bo Nix played, 6 years in college?
Well, he played a million years, and he played everywhere.
It felt like every year we were having a conversation about this guy's still here. Like, how long has he been in college football? And obviously we know the big gripe with Ty Simpson, and one that I certainly subscribe to, is that he's only started 15 games. And to me, that's alarming. It's not that I don't think he can become something either. Like, maybe I think a lot of it has to be about circumstance, though. And I've continually said Ty Simpson is going to be better served from ending up somewhere like the Rams, for example. There was a lot of smoke around them when they had 2 firsts trading up to maybe get him. That makes a lot of sense because it's like, he can sit. He doesn't have to play immediately because Matt Stafford's there and they're chasing a Super Bowl right now. But if he comes to Cleveland, and especially if he's a first-round pick, that tells you we think highly enough of him that he's going to start sooner rather than later. And I just think that would be awful for him, his situation. It probably doesn't pan out unless Todd Monken really is like the quarterback whisperer that maybe some people think he is.
Well, yeah, but so what I want to focus on, though, is the idea that, and I'm using maybe less Bo Nix, the comp, more Bo Nix in the situation. Bo Nix is a success, not because I think Bo Nix is great at football.
Yes.
Bo Nix is a success because look at the players they have in Denver. Look at the team they have in Denver. Again, really good defense, but best offensive line and one of the better offensive lines in the sport. It was at one point last year, like week 11, the best offensive line. I think it's settled in somewhere in the top 5. But they have Cortland Sutton. They have Jalen Waddle now to that mix. They have a good backfield. Like, all the pieces that are there is what makes Bo Nix work. And so this brings up what Todd McShay had to say. And Todd McShay on his own podcast was talking about the little nugget that I took out of this was what exactly the Browns are trying to do. And you hear this and you tell me if you think this supports Ty Simpson being taken right now instead of a quarterback in 2027.
Already buzzed with like Manning Passing Academy about the 2027 quarterback class. And so it's coming from everywhere, right? Like everywhere I turn. And we'll get to the way too early mock draft on a couple days after this draft. And it doesn't take away from anything that's going on in this class. But there are some teams that are looking ahead to 2027 and we're questioning like Cleveland Browns. Don't think you're taking with the 2 first-round picks the quarterback this year. Let's build this team out. Let's get a weapon. Let's get protection. Let's get it ready for 2027.
And it's that part I want to focus on. Like, the Browns aren't in a spot to take somebody like Ty Simpson. And so it is kind of like a square peg, round hole where we're talking so much about Ty Simpson. This isn't it for him. This is not the environment, and this is not what they're trying to do.
That first Arch Manning way too early mock draft to the Browns is going to hit different. I'll tell you. I'll say that right now and get in front of it. But no, I think in that regard, I do think you're 100% correct, which is why I say he's better served to go somewhere else because I just don't think the infrastructure here is set up for. And this is, I'm kind of excluding Todd Monken from this for now because we've never seen him be a head coach. We don't know. And he has had success other places with offenses and building certain things, and he always talks about playing to guys' strengths. So it's not that I think he couldn't set Ty Simpson up to try to tap into what he does well. I do kind of trust him that way.
He's got to show me. Yes. He's got to show me that he is that guy before I make him that guy.
Right. So I think I'm not giving him a pass per se, but I'm not necessarily saying that him being here is a reason why it can't work. But I think everything else around him that you allude to, JP, 100% is a reason it can't work. Offensive line situation. They're trying to rebuild this thing. And we don't know what that's going to look like yet. The wide receiver room, they had a whole bunch of guys that just dropped passes last year. Are they going to actually fix it with guys they draft this year? Like, what's that going to look like? You have a few pieces you feel happy about with Quinshawn and obviously Harrafan and Jr., but there's just too many questions right now. And again, this all just adds up to, I think, something we've all talked about, the timeline for a quarterback being next year, as Todd McShay alluded to. It all just points to you shouldn't take one this year if you think too early. I'm not saying don't take one this year at all, but if you're going to take one in the first 2 rounds, that's somebody that you're probably starting sooner rather than later. And I just don't think that makes sense for the time that the Browns are on right now. All signs point to 2027 is the year that you find your quarterback.
Yeah, which has me scared because all signs point to 2027 being the place that you would do this. But the Browns sometimes pivot and they go in their own little direction and they take things and just kind of like Andrew Berry worries me a little bit in this. And do I think they'll take Ty Simpson at 6 or 24? No, I don't. But there's been way too many people chatting about it over the previous 24 hours that I have to at least register it. I have to at least consider it. It doesn't make much sense to me. I can't tell you how it doesn't make much sense to me anymore. But it just. Like at least what you're talking about, and then what I'm talking about with building this team for 2027, and then you take your quarterback and you go. That seems like a logical plan. The problem here is that the Browns have never given me a logical plan.
Yeah, I would be stunned if they 6 seems absolutely out of the question. I know you sometimes have to overdraft quarterbacks. I get it, but him being a top 10 pick would be insane to me.
Well, we had another guy come on the station. Baskin and Phelps had Daniel Jeremiah on today, and he thinks there's only one quarterback in the first round. He's not the only person to think this, but listen to this.
Mendoza is my number one player, and my next quarterback is Ty Simpson at 38. So that's a pretty significant drop-off. And when you're also talking about him at 38, you're not talking about somebody with some, prototypical dimensions and experience. So there's a little bit of a gamble on both those fronts. So that's why I've, through the process so far, I have not had a quarterback outside of Mendoza go in the first round. Now, I do think Arizona is a team to keep an eye on, and they're picking 34, top of the second round. If they wanted to come back in and lock it in, I could see that happening. The Rams have been another rumored team. I just can't get there, thinking how close they are to hoisting a trophy, that they would be, taking a player for a year or two from now would be hard for me to fathom. So that's the team. I mean, I'd be surprised if it was anybody other than the Cardinals that pulled the trigger in the first round.
And that's not too dissimilar to what Albert Breer has been telling us for a while, that he can't find anybody that has him in the first round. Albert was right last year about Shedeur. I think he's going to be right about Ty Simpson, too.
I would say so, too. My feeling right now on Ty Simpson, not that we shouldn't have the conversation, by the way, because I think it's worth talking about, and it's a fun for sports radio fodder. But my feeling is we'll look back and be like, man, can you believe we were talking about Ty Simpson as a potential first-round pick for any team? Ha, ha, ha. What time to be alive that was. That's what it feels like to me.
You got like a Woody and Toy Story type laugh there.
I am watching a lot of Toy Story in my house.
What that is?
I'm watching a lot of Toy Story in my house right now.
How do you think I picked up on it, that it was a Woody from Toy Story laugh?
I don't know if it was intentionally meant to sound like that, but it just kind of came out that way. I do love that part, though, where he's like, hey, look, I'm Woody. Anyway. But, yeah, I think all signs to me point to Ty Simpson is going to end up being somebody that's still available in the second round, and then all this conversation will kind of just be funny that we look back on.
But we know they love value, right?
Right.
What do the Browns love? They love value.
Well,
that's part of why Shedeur was taken in the fifth round is the value attached to it. If he's there at 39, maybe they'll completely change their plans and take Ty Simpson because they think the value is too high there.
Or maybe there's
that's
a team.
Scary to me.
Maybe there's a team that wants that fifth-year option, so they trade up into the first to get him at the end of day one. These things are all very much possibilities. I get it. I agree with Daniel. Before you played that clip, I was pulling up his latest top 50 to see where he was. He has him at 38, like he said. I think that's probably about where he's at, which is why, like I said, if they took him in the second round, I'd get it. I wouldn't love it. But as a team that doesn't have a quarterback, fine. But if it's in the first round for me, I'm out. I'm good.
Mike Rodak covers Ty Simpson at Alabama, covered Caden Proctor at Alabama as well, and he covers Alabama for 24/7 Sports. He'll join us next right here on The Fan.
Straight talk.
Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 as you can get the latest on the Browns with Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder, and Coach Lance Reisland. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason, free agency, and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan. All right, back at it here on the Fan. It is Jonathan Peter and Spencer German with you guys as we go out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Mike Rodak covers the Crimson Tide for 24/7 Sports. He joins us here on the Fan. Hello, Mike. How you doing today?
Doing pretty well. How are you?
We're doing good. We are trying to find a franchise quarterback. We don't know if Ty Simpson is that answer. Do you feel like Ty Simpson is that answer?
It's hard to say definitively so far. I go back to I used to cover the Patriots, and obviously I cover Alabama now. And so when Mac Jones came out and the Patriots needed a quarterback, I remember getting asked the same questions, on radio shows back then. And I think the Patriots had the 15th overall pick. And it was like, is this guy worth taking a shot on in the first round? And I said, there's some things I like, and there's some things I don't like. I don't know if you have a better option if you were the Patriots at the time. And, they took Mac, and it sort of worked for a little while, and then it didn't. And he probably shouldn't have been a first-round pick. And I think Ty might have a higher ceiling than Mac coming out, but along a similar vein, I don't know if I would spend a first-round pick on him just to come out, guns blazing here. That's kind of my conclusion. Having watched him for this season, yes, but also going back and, spring games and, late season or late in non-conference games and kind of the times that he got on the field before that, kind of the whole body of work. Is he a first-round NFL quarterback? Is he a franchise quarterback for an NFL team? I don't know if I can say that. I don't know if I was a GM, if I would make that leap. But I think he has some things you can work with. I think in a deeper quarterback draft, he's probably not a first-round pick, but he's a guy that you just try to see what you can get out of and see if he can become that. But right now, having seen him for, 10, 11, 12 games, I don't know if I can make that statement.
You mentioned seeing him for 10, 11, 12 games. We know one of the biggest knocks on Ty Simpson is the lack of starts that he's had at the college level, which tends to be something NFL teams obviously really do pay attention to when it comes to these guys. How much of a concern do you think that is, and what does that mean in terms of maybe where he should end up at the NFL? Would Cleveland even be a good place for him given their quarterback situation?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where I think there's been studies that have been done on, what's the typical amount of starts for a quarterback in college before they go to the NFL, and how does that pan out? And I think it was Todd McShay's podcast I was listening to, and he was kind of listing off some of the stats. There's not a whole lot of quarterbacks that are below a certain number, and Ty, I think, would be below that number that have worked out in the NFL. It is a different day and age of college football, and I don't know if the same rules would apply of 20 or 30 years ago. You want to see X number of starts. Guys move around, guys go into the draft early. It's a different state of college football. But I think with Ty, I think it's the variance. You saw a lot of those big, great highs from him the first half of the first Georgia game, the Tennessee game, the Vandy game, parts of the Missouri game. But then you saw a quarterback that just looked a little bit lost. South Carolina for most of that game, Auburn for part of that game, the Georgia SEC championship game, the Oklahoma game at home, even the beginning of the Oklahoma game, the playoff game. There's a pretty wide variance there. And you can point to the injuries that he's had. You can point to his offensive line. You can point to any of that. The conditions for him certainly were not perfect, this season at Alabama. But also having covered the NFL, I know that the conditions in the NFL are not often perfect, especially when you're going to some place like Cleveland that is just perpetually trying to get things going. So You kind of want to see a guy overcome not having a great line, not having a running game, not having guys catch passes, et cetera, being banged up, and still, perform at a higher level. So, again, you can look at the tape of his, the first half of the Georgia game is kind of his. That's what you want to look at it if you're hopeful that he can become everything you want him to become. But that just didn't really get sustained over the course of the entire season. And then you kind of have to make the projection in your mind. If he had played another 5, 10, 15 games of college football, where would he be? And it just wasn't trending in the right direction by the end of last season.
Mike, we obviously we do a lot with the Browns here, and every now and again I'll go into like a preview or something like that, and I'll just be like, that is just way wrong. Like these guys, that's just not even close to right, or I'll get agitated. Like that always pops up. Is there anything with Ty Simpson that when you hear, maybe not McShay or Kipe or any of those guys, but like the general consensus that you just think to yourself, you're like, this doesn't seem right to me, or this should be this way, not this way?
Nothing, wildly. I think he's accurately painted as a guy who's athletic, and he's definitely more athletic than Mac Jones. Obviously, he's not as athletic as Jalen Milroe when he was coming out last year, but I don't know how that's going to translate for him in the NFL. I think there was already kind of a learning curve for him going from high school to Alabama when he was playing in Martin, Tennessee, and I think he was really able to use his legs and run around and scramble and avoid pressure and do all that. And going back to those glimpses we saw out of him his first 3 years at Alabama, he tried to do that a lot, even in the spring games. It was like, all right, his second read's not there. He's turning his back. He's running around. He's trying to find an opening, and it works sometimes. But it just, you can't, he's not fast enough. He's not elusive enough for that to work consistently in the SEC. And if that's true, then it's only going to be more true in the NFL. And so I don't know if he's athletically, that's really going to be his calling card. I think he is probably more of a pocket passer with a great football mind. Like that's his superpower. If you're looking at traits that you're drafting, if you're saying he's a first-round pick, it's his football IQ, it's his brain, it's being a coach's son, it's watching all the film that he does, it's knowing all the football that he does, and just hoping that translates for him as a pocket passer to pick apart defenses and kind of anticipate things and know what's happening. Because I don't know if his athleticism is going to win him too many plays at the NFL level, and he's not the biggest guy either. I mean, I think he was listed at 6'2" at Alabama. He measured 6'1" at the combine. Just physically not what you're looking for, prototypically out of a first-round pick. But it's the brain, it's the football IQ that is why he is where he is right now in terms of draft rankings.
Mike Rodak joining us here on the Make It Right Call Car Right hotline. So you said you don't think you would be willing to use a first-round pick on Ty Simpson. At what point would you, if you were a GM, be comfortable with Ty Simpson being the person that you're selecting?
I think it begins, in the second and probably early second, as it often feels like, you get into Friday night and you've had all day Friday, and there always seems to be a trade up, early in the second round because the team sees a guy that they like. And, there's just less pressure, I think, on a GM when you're taking somebody in the second round. It doesn't mean that there's a whole lot of difference between pick 21 and pick 35, let's say. Obviously there is, the fifth year option part of it, but I think there's just kind of that label that you're a first round pick and the expectations are that high. And that sometimes can be bad for the player, but it also can be bad for the GM who's picking him. Like I remember covering the Bills in 2013, and they took E.J. Manuel way too high. They took him 16th overall. And it was just kind of the pressure of, I'm a first-round pick. I need to be a starter right away. He never should have been drafted that high. It was a bad quarterback year. He got pushed up, and he lasted a season and a half, less than that, in Buffalo. And I kind of saw it collapse before my eyes. And I think Ty he's a pro quarterback. He's going to be in the NFL for at least a little while. Whether he's a starter, whether he's truly a first-round pick, that's a high bar to clear. And I think if you are picking in the second, you at least kind of can shed that label of being a first-round pick. And, I don't know where in the second, would be the right place, but that's kind of how I would look at it personally.
Mike, the morning show here at 92.3 The Fan had Kalen DeBoer on, and it was funny because in asking him about like Ty Simpson, he just kind of was like, whatever, like he didn't seem very like let's really pound the table for him. But somebody did really seem like he was very like I almost want to say aggressively for was Caden Proctor, and like we need a left tackle here. That's no one's shy about that. But like he's just a mammoth of a human. Big, large guy. What is he missing that it doesn't make him just a slam dunk for the Browns to go out there and say at 6 or then even at 24, like this is obviously our guy?
It's the consistency with Proctor, and it's interesting. I think even Kalen was. It's just tough to kind of get the same thing week out of week and game out of game out of Proctor. He almost would have gotten more, I think, to that regard from Simpson. And it's interesting to kind of hear that perspective on how Kalen views him. But Proctor's interesting. He's, again, prototypically, he is a first-round pick. Like, he is everything you want out of size, height, weight, athletic ability. Like, he checks all those boxes. You turn on the film and one thing happens on one play, another thing happens on another play. One game is different than the next. He had kind of that spring 2 years ago where he decided to leave, right after Nick Saban retired. He went back to Iowa. He was at Iowa for a couple months. He decided he wanted to go back to Alabama. I think NFL teams certainly studied that and researched that. And, there's probably a maturity factor that needs to improve from Proctor, where it's just you're a pro now. Like you're relied upon to do all these things and be in the right place and, be relied upon as a player. So, again, the physical traits are there. I think the performance on the field and just kind of the overall knowing what to expect every single day out of him is probably what's holding him back from being a slam dunk, top 10 pick. But again, I think NFL teams are going to take a chance on that sort of rare ability in terms of, size. And I think he's, to me, more likely a first-round pick than Ty is.
Jeremy Bernard is a guy who's really risen up the boards, I think, this during the pre-draft process especially. I know he's somebody who also came to Cleveland on one of the top 30 visits that they had. What can you say about his game that's helped make him sort of rise up boards, and where do you ultimately think he'll end up going?
Yeah, I mean, he was Alabama's best receiver last year. And everybody kind of talked about Ryan Williams because he was kind of that freshman phenom, but it was really Jeremy Bernard who was kind of the number one guy, Ty's favorite, I would say, more reliable, as a pass catcher, and very good blocker as well. I think that ability to kind of put his nose in there and push people around and, be relied upon by coaches to block was something that they liked. And just a very, they called him Unk in the locker room, just kind of a very steady, older than you would think, sort of deal where he was a leader and very consistent player. So, the top end traits with him in terms of, being a number one NFL receiver, I don't know if he has that. His speed is not quite there. Size wise, he's not quite there, but I think he could be a pretty good number 2 or number 3 receiver in the NFL for 8 or 10 years. Like I think he has that character about him, to go about his work every single day, to be a reliable catcher, to be a reliable blocker. Might not make a spectacular play every game, might not be a 1,000-yard receiver every year, but should solidly, to me, be a day 2 pick that, you can draft and hopefully extend in a few years and feel good about him.
Mike, Alabama's AD suggested ending conference championship games. I tend to agree with them. I think that they're just going to go away. How soon do you think that's going to happen if you agree with the sentiment?
I'd say as soon as next year. I think it's all kind of dependent on the college football playoff expansion talks. And obviously the SEC is kind of more preferring the 16-team model if they're going to move up from 12. The Big Ten's been really pushing the 24-team model. And if it does move to 16 or 24, I think, the SEC championship game and a lot of conference championship games are probably on the chopping block. It just doesn't make sense to play those games when, both teams are already in the playoff at that point, and, you're just risking injury, you're risking wear and tear, et cetera. There's just not as much drama involved in a game like that. So, if there is expansion, and I think that would happen as soon as 2027, then I think conference championships go away. It's still going to be played this year. It's still a 12-team playoff this year. But, the SEC, too, like they're not just ready and willing just to throw it away. It makes them tens of millions of dollars every year. It was still one of the highest rated, TV games of college football season last year. So I don't think they want to get rid of it. But I think if there's a situation where they have to come to an agreement with the Big Ten over playoff expansion, then I think that's where it really becomes something that they get rid of, and they try to move the start of the playoff up sooner so we're not playing a national championship game at the end of January like this past year.
Mike, fantastic insight. We appreciate you giving us some knowledge and let us know a little bit more about Ty Simpson and Caden Proctor and the guys. Thank you.
Yes, you got it, guys. Thank you.
Good stuff right there. Mike Rodak, 24/7 Sports. Check him out. He was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We're at to what he had to say about Ty Simpson and Caden Proctor as well. It's just a mammoth of a human. Is that somebody that the Browns could seriously be considering, not only at 6, but I guess also at 24 as well? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Daryl Ryder is on top of every headline. Listen to his reports on
You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Hear Westwood One's coverage of the Final Four this Saturday, starting at 4 p.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Miss a moment in our show? Use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
Proctor's interesting. He's, again, prototypically, he is a first-round pick. Like, he has everything you want out of size, height, weight, athletic ability. Like, he checks all those boxes. You turn on the film and one thing happens on one play, another thing happens on another play. One game is different than the next. He had kind of that spring 2 years ago where he decided to leave, right after Nick Saban retired. He went back to Iowa. He was at Iowa for a couple months. He decided he wanted to go back to Alabama. I think NFL teams certainly studied that and researched that. And, there's probably a maturity factor that needs to improve from Proctor, where it's just, you're a pro now. Like, you're relied upon to do all these things. Again, I think NFL teams are going to take a chance on that sort of rare ability in terms of, size. And I think he's, to me, more likely a first-round pick than Ty is.
That was Mike Rodak. He joined us last segment. He covers Alabama for 24/7 Sports. And I guess, Spencer, I'm now out on Caden Proctor. I was never in on Caden Proctor, but I'm out.
I'm mad that you got the floor here first, because I was ready to be the person who co-signed that.
You were going to go. Okay,
I was going to try to trump you and take the take first and be the person who sounded like I was like kind of ahead of the curve here, but now you stole it from me.
Nothing that he said was selling it. And
you want to know? Here, I'll give you a spin to the take a little bit here. You know what it's? Okay. You know who I was thinking of the entire time he was talking about?
It was DeJuan Jones.
No, I was thinking of Jet Wills the entire time.
Either one, whatever combination you want of the two tackles that have given us a lot of fits over the past half decade, you can combine them together. But the weird part about it is that he is, I was thinking the massive human, the size of that, 6'7", nearly 400 pounds. He has bench pressed 500 pounds. He squats 800 pounds. Like, they're saying he might be one of the most athletic people in this draft. There's a reason why Alabama was having him actually do real plays.
The athleticism is undeniable. Like, you see that on tape. This is a former 5-star recruit. Like, I see all the things that teams at college and the pros would be excited about with him. And I'm not saying he can't make it in the NFL, but as Mike rattled off all the things he was saying about Caden Proctor, I was just thinking of all the conversations coming in about, does Jed Wills love football? Mm-hmm. And he had Bill Callahan, the greatest offensive line coach in the NFL, and he still couldn't figure it out. And there were still questions about his 1-2. The fact that Caden Proctor left Alabama when Saban left and came back, and it was like, you're wishy-washy about these things. Does that sound like a guy, by the way, that would be willing to move to a different spot in the offensive line if the Browns asked him to do that? I'm having too many nightmares, relapses of that whole experience. And I think I'm good on Caden Proctor. Even though I do think he has a chance to be a hell of a player, there's just other tackles I like more.
I'm not interested. That's all right. I'm done with it. And what's funny is that you heard Mike's voice. Mike's voice, when we told him that DeBoer was pretty positive towards Proctor and not as much towards Ty Simpson, and then he's like, "Oh, that's interesting. That's a different takeaway." Okay, he didn't believe it. He didn't believe. And you listened to the DeBoer interview. I listened to it. That was the takeaway. He was trying to sell everyone on Proctor. He didn't really care about Ty Simpson at all. And it's
almost like he didn't care about Ty Simpson the same way he didn't want him back at Alabama because they had two other quarterbacks that they would rather start.
But it was just so odd because Mike, you could tell Mike was thrown off by that. He didn't understand that was the dynamic, mainly because you can tell Caden Proctor was just a nuisance the entire time. Yeah. Maddeningly inconsistent, apparently, by what Mike is telling us. Obviously, a mammoth of a human, big guy, has athleticism, but if you can't depend on him, what's the point?
No. Yeah, listen, I entered this process liking Caden as an option at 24. I've wavered in that a little bit, where I'm like, if I'm deciding between Proctor or Lomu, I would take Lomu instead. And now I think I'm just at a point where it's like Caden Proctor isn't even like in the.
There have been people putting him at 6 though for the Browns. That's the weird part about this. Like they're going.
Wait,
they're
who
going
had
to
that?
the extremes. Yeah, we had. Who was that yesterday? Mac?
My mom's basementsports.com. Who has him at 6?
No,
that's insane.
It was a real legitimate conversation. Was it McShay that had started off the convo? If we have the clip, we can play the clip. But it was McShay that started off the convo about like legitimately being serious about Caden Proctor at number 6 overall.
That's absurd.
I have
not seen him as somebody who's an option in the top 10 anywhere.
Yeah, no, that's part of the deal, though. And so, and I mean, think about it. Like, he is 98th percentile in weight. He is.
Daniel Jeremiah has him as his 22nd ranked prospect.
We have the audio from Todd McShay's podcast of him talking about Caden Proctor as a possibility at 6.
Here we go.
I think that he's more bottom half first round. You're even lower than him than I am. Talk people through what you see as our offensive line guru, what you see in Proctor's tape, that when I say he could go 6 overall, you have like a visceral effect.
I think that the tape's just not good enough.
We get 24 days left to the draft. Every minute we spend on this show is valuable right now. I'm not starting a show with Caden Proctor unless I'm getting information from somewhere that I like. There's something there.
I have no words. I have no words. In what world does he make sense at 6 after everything we just heard Mike Rodak talk about?
And so I've heard the
pushback on McShay was his tape's not good enough, but it's like, oh.
No. But I've heard the expanded clip in other places, and so I need to let you know. McShay goes into detail. He's talked to people that are telling him that the Browns are very interested in Proctor at 6. And so, like, that's a part of the clip that just wasn't in there. But, like, the end part...
Well, that's just the thing that you talked about, where it's like the Browns like to throw curveballs.
Well, and that might be it, too. And so that is a part of this whole entire game, right? Are the Browns just playing people? Because I've said it... If I said it once, I've said it a million times. Andrew Berry's got a perverse joy in just trying to get people to believe one thing when he does something else. So are they trying to get to McShay to be like, we have a bunch of interest in Caden Proctor to throw him off the scent? Yeah, very likely that could be the case. But it is interesting that as he brings it up and then he goes through this whole arsenal of things, like he's talking about it. And I agree with you. I don't think 6 for Proctor is going to ever happen. I don't think that's reality. But 24 for Proctor definitely is in reality. And that is definitely, and we're also getting into value territory according to what the Browns would think or what NFL people would think if he is in fact there at 24. And so I think it's interesting. But I am a hard no on Caden Proctor. Wildly inconsistent, mammoth human. I get it, all that, but there's nothing that we were told that makes me want to get in at least in the Caden Proctor business.
In looking at Daniel Jeremiah's top 50, he has 4 linemen, including Monroe Freeling, ranked ahead of Proctor on his top 50. Proctor is 22nd, and then he has Lomu 4 spots after that. Like I'm better off with any of those guys. And I've also been somebody who said I don't really want Maui Noah at 6 either. But Proctor would be absurd. Absolutely absurd at 6. 24, I would at least get it.
Now I want to see you do an article on it. Now I want to see you. I want to see you have to try to justify.
I just can't believe.
Is it one that would piss you off? Because I've said yesterday, Ty Simpson's the only thing that could probably piss me off at 6. That's probably the only one that gets like my blood really boiling.
I mean,
like if they took Proctor, I'm not happy about it. Don't get me wrong, but I'd also sit there and be like, all right, you made your decision. Let's see it play out. Let's see how this goes.
No, I mean,
there's something. I'll hammer you for it if it's wrong, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt there. Let's see how this one plays out.
I wouldn't say I would be. You use the term pissed off.
Pissed off, yeah.
I guess like
Ty Simpson gets drafted, I am sitting in front of my TV and I'm screaming and I'm yelling.
Yeah, I feel the same way about Ty
Simpson. If I had a gun in my hand,
6.
I'd shoot a bullet through my TV if that happens, okay? Luckily for you guys, I'm not a carrying member of society, okay? We're good. But like that's how angry I would be. Like I'm a cartoon character sitting on my couch with my beer in my hand, my gun in the other hand, and I'm just shooting bullets at my TV.
Like the most shocked I've ever been was when they drafted Dylan Gabriel last year. Like, I don't even know that Proctor would probably be up there in terms of like shock value. I don't know if I'd be pissed off because at least I could reconcile it by saying, well, they do need a tackle. So if they really feel that strongly about him, I guess we'll see how it goes. Same way you said. I'd be pretty shocked though. I'd be pretty shocked. I think Ty Simpson probably be like
There's nothing that could get you outraged.
Ty Simpson would probably be the one that's like, I'm both confused and just like
I thought we were building like a bridge to let's hate Caden Proctor here. Okay, I thought that's what we were doing, and now I feel like you're backtracking because you're not giving me the energy I want out of this.
I said I would be Dillon Gabriel, like the same level of shock that I had when they pulled the trigger on Dillon Gabriel of all quarterbacks in the 3rd round last year is the same level of shock I would have for Caden Proctor.
The Gabriel stuff was like, I guess they think higher of him than I do.
That was not. No, you were not in the media room, JP.
I know I wasn't.
The reaction in that media room.
I was at my couch. You know what my honest thought was?
The reaction in that media room was laughter and people wondering what the hell is going on.
I'll tell you this, my honest real, because I do remember the moment it happening, which is odd enough, but because it was the moment I said to myself, I guess Shedeur Sanders really isn't going to be a Brown. That was my truthful reaction to the Dillon Gabriel pick. That's the only thing I thought in that moment. But no part of it am I sitting here and weighing the same third-round quarterback with 6th overall pick. I'm not doing that.
This is a good topic, though. The player, if this was the morning show, they would do like a power rank the players that would piss you off the most.
Yeah.
Like I think that's a good bit.
We want to shy away from power rankings with you involved, if we're being honest.
Okay, I did not drive the train on that.
I'd like to move away from that. I'd like to move away if we could. I'd like to move away from that. I hear that didn't go very well the last time that happened. Not your fault.
I was just a passenger on that train.
I don't know. JP. Yeah, weren't we all? 216-474.
There's some good conspiracy theories on trains out there, though, if we're being honest.
Well, there was one about planes, so might as well be trains.
How about automobiles? Cover all our bases.
Okay, now. Thank you, Mac. Thank you. Thank you. I'll give you a courtesy laugh every now and again. Not on that one. All right, 216-474-0092. Hit us up on Twitter as well. Twitter reactions brought to you by our friends over there at Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Busy 5 o'clock hour. We got new audio in regards to Shedeur Sanders. Matt Waldman going to join us at 5:40. The Lead coming your way next right here on The Fan.
the way it is.
Tell me
Mother
more.
Nature, she can never make up her mind.
There we go. I'm going to write that one down. Hey, wife, get a load of this.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
All right, back out of here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German. Why are you laughing too hard at that promo?
Somehow I haven't heard that one.
I know. That one's
I
been,
don't know,
it's
like
been,
really. I don't
It's
like
been in the
maybe-
rotation for like 3 years.
For a
man.
very long
maybe
time.
I just zone out the commercials. I have no idea.
We
but-
make a joke about it daily that this is like that one in particular has been in the rotation forever, and it's like, geez, everyone's got to hear this a million times.
It's still good.
And then on cue, you just started bursting out laughing.
I've never seen you pound a table laughing before.
And I added the idea of I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, I really
which is
haven't
so
heard that
great
promo.
for me and Mac in particular. It's as if Keith sent you here to be like, just show him that not everyone's heard the promo 12 million times. Show how this has happened.
We need a new reaction to this promo. I thought about choosing dinner in my household when I heard that promo.
All right, the Fan is looking for a winner. Caller number 3 right now, 216-474-0092. You'll be named GM of one of the 32 NFL first-round picks at our 2026 mock draft, April 16th at Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. Plus, you'll get some exclusive Bud Light swag and a buffet dinner at the event as well. Caller number 3. We're going to continue on. We'll get to the lead, and then obviously once we draw up a caller, then we'll stop what we're doing and we'll go from there, and then Spencer will draw out a winner, okay? But we'll start with the lead, where Todd McShay mentioned the Browns today when talking about teams that are looking ahead for the 2027 quarterback class.
Already buzzed with like Manning Passing Academy about the 2027 quarterback class, and so like it's coming from everywhere, right? Like everywhere I turn, and we'll get to the way too early mock draft on a couple days after this draft, and it doesn't take away from anything that's going on in this class. But there are some teams that are looking ahead to 2027, and we're questioning like Cleveland Browns. Don't think you're taking with the 2 first-round picks quarterback this year. Let's build this team out. Let's get a weapon. Let's get protection. Let's get it ready for 2027.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Todd McShay's right, and he's been one of the ones that have been pounding this. I've also been very hard in the paint in this one. I believe you have as well. Like the idea that 2027 is when they're going to try to strike with the quarterback. But it's like interesting how you put this all together. And if you think to yourself, kind of like what the Saints did. The big philosophy that Kellen Moore had before he was comfortable throwing Shuck out there was the idea that I had to get everything set in place and everything right. And then once I do, then we can throw out the rookie quarterback. Then we can throw and put this guy in place. And I kind of feel like the Browns are just kind of stealing from that for now.
Yeah, in some respects, it's a tough needle to thread because, we said that this year's quarterback class was going to be incredible, and then it turned out not to be as good as we thought. So yeah, it is a little bit of a game, but that's why I've been pretty adamant. Like, I'm okay trading back and getting some sort of future draft capital for next year because, listen, if it turns out that Shador's your guy, what's the harm in having an extra first next year just to get him even more help or more players or add to the roster? Versus, and if it doesn't work out, then you know that you then have more capital to move up or down the draft board as needed to potentially get that quarterback if next year's class is everything that's cracked out to be. But certainly, them talking about adding a quarterback and it maybe being on the younger side, they seem pretty content right now, understanding like this year isn't necessarily about winning a bunch of football games. It's about finding and getting discovery on the quarterback position and then setting themselves up to know next
discovery
year.
on the quarterback position. You've been around them too much.
Yeah, I guess so.
Arizona did a number on you.
And then setting up next year to know we now have to figure out what we're doing at the quarterback position next year. So I think 100% it's all about 2027 for this team.
All right, Spencer, we have a winner. Eric is on the road. He is our winner. Congratulations, Eric.
Hey, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Is there a team you want, Eric, really badly? That's not the Browns because both their picks are gone?
Yeah, I was going to say, both those guys are gone. I mean, just being a part of it is really all that I'm looking forward to. I mean, if the Buffalo Bills are still out there, I'd be, cool to see that. But all I can say is, man, I'm looking forward to being a part of chaos.
That's the second person. Yesterday when I was on the
I like that,
morning show.
Wait, Eric, have you done one before or no?
I have not. I've tried to get in, so I'm actually really excited about this.
Awesome. Love to hear it. All right, go ahead, Spencer.
That's the second person, by the way. I was on the morning show. You have the Miami Dolphins
Okay.
Pick number
bring it
11,
on.
trade candidate for the Browns.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I will say though, Eric's the second person because yesterday I did this on the
Thank
morning
you,
show.
Eric.
Who I asked what team, if you can't have the Browns, what team, and they said the
Yeah.
Bills. Everybody just loves the Bills apparently in Cleveland.
I mean, I get why people in Cleveland would love the Bills, but like, why do you think the Bills are a hot team in general? What is it's like later on? There's not much really going on there.
They like Josh Allen. I don't know.
Is that it?
Big Haley Steinfeld fans.
Well, who isn't? Am I right? Although honestly,
she was great in Sinners. Great movie.
That's another point of contention on this show.
You don't like Sinners?
No, I'm not a Sinners guy.
What?
No. I'm a one battle after another guy. I'm not a Sinners
come
guy.
on. That movie was not as good as Sinners.
But I like Practical too much to enjoy Sinners. I'm not. I don't.
You're not like a
there's no,
sci-fi guy?
No, I
You're
don't do
not-
anything with sci-fi. I don't do anything like. I'm not a Star Wars guy. I'm not a Star Trek guy. I'm none of those type of things. I like practical movies for the most part. And so something like Sinners, I actually liked the first like 40 minutes. When it was like a straight up movie, I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. Michael B. Jordan, let's get this thing going. And then it turned into zombies and all sorts of other stuff.
Vampires, but yeah.
Whatever. And I was like, I'm good. All right, we're fine. Thank you for playing. I watched
Spoiler alert if you haven't seen it, by the way.
I watched the movie everybody told me I should
It's about
watch.
vampires.
And for the last hour I was very like, And I got the allegory attached to it. Don't accuse me of missing the broader picture of it. I got it. Didn't really care for it. That's all.
Bad take.
One battle after another is pretty good, though. That's a pretty good movie.
For JP, it's one bad take after another.
Like
Apparently.
Leo there is all. Not a Sinners guy. You're number 2.
Yeah, that's right. Mike Rodak of 24/7 Sports joined us last hour. We asked him about Ty Simpson and whether or not he could be the answer for the Browns at quarterback.
It's hard to say definitively. I don't know if I would spend a first-round pick on him just to come out, guns blazing here. That's kind of my conclusion. Having watched him for this season, yes, but also going back and spring games and late season or late in non-conference games and kind of the times that he got on the field before that. Kind of the whole body of work. Is he a first-round NFL quarterback? Is he a franchise quarterback for an NFL team? I don't know if I can say that. I don't know if I was a GM, if I would make that leap. But I think he has some things you can work with. I think in a deeper quarterback draft, he's probably not a first-round pick, but he's a guy that you just try to see what you can get out of and see if he can become that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I can't find many people that really love Ty Simpson. I feel like, man, outside of Dan Orlovsky, I feel like the amount of people that are pushing the Ty Simpson agenda, I feel like they're trying to start quarterback controversies is all it is. Now, okay, that's not fair. I shouldn't say that. We had Mary Kay Cabot on yesterday. She was advocating for the Browns at number 6. Doesn't think it's going to happen, but says, like, this is a real possibility. And then we followed it up with Nick Shook, and it was the same thing. Yeah. And so, like, there are people out there, that exist out there, the people that believe Ty Simpson is a good enough quarterback and is at least worthy of a discussion at number 6 overall. That's why we've had it for the past couple of days. I'm just not in that boat. And maybe I've aligned myself with too many people that also aren't in that boat. I'm putting up some Ty Simpson blinders here, maybe. But when you've played 15 starts and you're 6 feet tall and you're 200 pounds, so you're too short to play the position, in my opinion, all things considered. You haven't had enough experience, which I think is the bigger part of this.
For sure.
Like the two trends, Spencer, that I really think the NFL has started to zero in on in the past couple years about what you have to be an NFL quarterback, Ty Simpson doesn't have. You need size and you need college experience. And so, like, not having either of those, I know baseball is 3 strikes and you're out, but these two are 2 pretty big ones. I'm going to go ahead and say I'm out.
Yeah, to me, I guess all it takes is one team to really love him to take him in the first round. But I just don't see it. The number starts thing concerns me. Obviously, I would be absolutely stunned in Florida if he was the number 6 overall pick for Cleveland. And I agree with you. Like there's the red flags that you worry about with any position, but especially at the quarterback. I think ultimately we're going to be talking about Ty. And here's the other thing. The Browns kind of do this to themselves every year because the longer you don't have a quarterback, the longer you're chasing that position, which this franchise has been chasing that position for, 2+ decades now. Mm-hmm. It's always going to be a question. It's always going to be an option. People are always going to assume that you're just in the market for whichever number quarterback where you're drafting based on that you could potentially take. So I in some respects, like, it's kind of their fault that people are even considering that Ty Simpson is an option for them at 6. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think ultimately we're talking about Ty Simpson. You and Nick will be talking about Ty Simpson the Friday of the draft and him still being on the board and whether it's something that they should trade up to get at like 33 or 34 or whatever it might be. I think he ultimately slides out of the first round, but that's just me.
Oh, that is interesting. Day 2 convo, that Friday. That's right. It's going to be.
Put it on the sheet right now. Just mark it in.
It's got a chance to be 5 hours
what is
of
that,
Ty
2
Simpson.
Fridays from now? 3 Fridays from now? 3 Fridays from now.
Not this upcoming Friday. The one after.
No, it's 3.
Today's Friday, and then we have another Friday, and then we have another
Next
Friday
Friday's
after
what,
that.
the 10th?
I don't know.
It's 3 Fridays.
I stopped paying attention. All right, NFL Network's Daniel Jeremiah on with Baskin and Phelps today. He spoke highly of Carnell Tate after mocking him to the Browns with the 6th overall pick.
I think he's a really, really good player. I think he's the best receiver in this draft. I have him as the 6th best player in this draft. You got the 2 offensive players ahead of him are just Mendoza and Love, and he's right there. So all those things being said, in some other drafts, might he be the 14th pick instead of the a top 6 pick? Sure, but in this draft and who he's competing against and what he is, he's the best of that bunch. And I do think he's got a really high floor. I think he comes in, and at worst case scenario, you have got just a rock solid, steady 2. And I think there's more meat on the bone there. I think you could end up having a number 1 overall receiver. But to me, he's clearly the best guy.
I like Carnell Tate. I also do, to a degree, wonder if he had played for, I don't know, a team that wears maize and blue, if people would be as high on him in locally as they are. And again, I think Carnell Tate has a chance to be a really good wide receiver. Do I think he's Jamar Chase? No. And I also know this is a deep wide receiver class where I've been pounding the table of saying basically that I don't think the drop-off from Carnell Tate to that next tier of wide receivers, which I think includes like Jordan Tyson, who I get the injury concerns are real, Mekhi Lemon. I really like Omar Cooper Jr. as well.
A lot of people like Cooper Jr. at this point.
I don't think the drop-off to those guys is so extreme from Carnell Tate to them.
Are you a Concepcion guy?
No, because there's been too many drops.
I knew you wouldn't like him.
And too many, everyone calls him like a gadget player, and it's like, yeah, what are you going to do with that guy? I don't know. I'm not.
Zay Flowers comps, though. Todd Monken loves himself some Zay Flowers.
Yeah, Zay Flowers catches the football, though, I guess. I don't know. Either way, if they took him, I would understand it, but that's probably one of the receivers I'm lowest on. I just don't think you have to definitively take a wide receiver at 6 if you don't for sure feel like it's going to be the next Jamar Chase. The Cavs clinched a playoff berth with their win over the Warriors last night. Kenny Atkinson explained why this team is ready for a deep run in the postseason.
I said it all year. We have a lot to prove, but I do believe this roster is more playoff ready. And, I could tick off the reasons why. Starts with James, obviously. We added size and skill and IQ, which wins in the playoffs. You saw it tonight, how he kind of took over at the end and made all the right plays. I think we're a stronger team. Excited to see who we match up with and see if we can take that next step.
All right, I just didn't love that Atkinson felt like he was asleep at the wheel with this whole standing situation. I've been on it for 3 weeks, and we watched the Knicks now drop 3 straight in a row. Haven't beaten a team with a record over 500 since March 6th. Like they got their priorities straight, Spencer. They're losing a lot of games, the Knicks are. They're doing it the right way to try to make sure they don't take on Boston in round 2. Meanwhile, the Cavs are watching this thing get away from themselves by winning games against the Warriors that do not matter. And so I at least like that afterwards Atkinson seems like he's now on board. But if the party started at 6, it's 8 o'clock, buddy. You're already late to the party. Let's get this thing going.
Tonight kind of feels like the night where we'll really get an idea of what the Knicks are doing. Like if they're just losing because they're playing good teams or if they're actually actively trying to do what you're saying they're doing because they play the Bulls. They should win that game. But if they actively are out there like, then yeah, the Cavs are probably going to have to rethink how they handle these last 5 games for sure.
I need the Knicks to not be doing what I think they're doing. I need them desperately to just beat the Bulls tonight and give the Cavs some cushion. That's all I'm asking for. And let's leave that there. That is the lead. We come on back. Is this as good of an opportunity that Shedeur could get in the NFL? One analyst believes so. We'll tell you what we think as well. It's Jonathan Beadle and Spencer German with you guys right here in The Fan.
Arizona at 8:49. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It's Jonathan Peterman and Spencer German here with you guys on Afternoon Drive. I want to play this clip for you from Dominique Foxworth because I think he's right. When it comes to Shedeur Sanders, I don't know that you'd find a better opportunity right now that exists in the NFL. Because what is better? Them just straight up giving him the job? Is that the idea? Like, you're not having that right now if it's Geno Smith and the Jets. Geno is going to have the advantage there. You wouldn't have it, I guess, maybe in Arizona, but even that would be a quarterback competition. I'm trying to think of the spot. You're certainly not having it in Miami where they just paid Malik Willis all this money. Like, is there a better spot in the NFL for Shedeur Sanders than right now with the Browns? For me, I'm going to start this upcoming season and have an opportunity to start. Now, Spencer, we can debate whether or not this is setting him up for success, and that'll be part of this discussion. But I do think in giving him a chance to start next year, the Browns do offer him the best chance.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head I can think of anybody else where it's like a true competition. I mean, you mentioned the Cardinals. Who are they starting? I don't even know.
The Pastronaut, Jacoby Brissett.
Although, I guess there's people who think they could take Ty Simpson, and maybe they just start Ty Simpson. But yeah,
maybe they do. But think about it. They believed in him so much last year that they started him over Kyler Murray at the end of the stretch. Not even the end of the stretch. It was like the final 11 games last year.
Yeah, and that was when all the rumors were going on that they were moving off from Kyler. So yeah, I mean, it certainly feels that way. He truly has an opportunity to be here, earn the job, and this all kind of probably goes back to why
Jacoby's the incumbent is more the point there.
Yeah, this all probably goes back to why Shedeur was saying no to teams in the draft process last year, for better or for worse, I guess, and saying he didn't want to go to Baltimore because he didn't want to sit behind somebody. He didn't want to go to the Eagles because he didn't want to sit behind somebody. And so now he ends up in Cleveland, where it's the one place that is unique enough where they don't have any answers at that position. So he's going to get a true shake at this. And last year probably didn't get as true of a shake as he probably would have liked it to start out. Mm-hmm. But it feels like Todd Monken is kind of no BSing his way through this. He's like, nope, we're going to divvy up the reps certain days. Guys are going to get more. That's how it's going to be. And it feels like Shedeur does kind of have a lead in that way, because how could we possibly know anything that Deshaun Watson's going to bring to the table?
Here is Dominique Foxworth on Get Up on ESPN talking about this.
With an offensive-minded head coach who says that he believes in you and a good defense to support you. This isn't the worst situation in the league for a quarterback like you mentioned. I think we all know his name and suspected that he would have been a first or second round pick last year. But given where he ended up, this is the best chance that you're going to get probably in his career at a chance at establishing himself as a starter. And it's a real opportunity where I suspect he's going to get the majority of the offseason reps and be the day one starter.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Shedeur, you're probably not happy hearing that, but that's probably your truth. And it's not a bad idea, or the thought that if you are the starting quarterback this upcoming season, and I maintain that I think he will be, I've thought that from day one. I don't have any reason to think anything otherwise. I don't think Deshaun Watson's going to win that battle. And if they do give it to Deshaun, I'll have the tinfoil hats on. We go back to your conspiracy theory rankings. I'll be just as much as I was.
That's number one on your list?
Number one on my list. Last year, number one on my list was this whole Dylan Gabriel's better at quarterback than Shedeur Sanders nonsense. And I was right about that. This year it'd be the same exact thing. So I think Shedeur is going to win that job. And as far as maintaining and being the starting quarterback, I tell Shedeur the same thing I told him last year when he was about to win the job to actually get a chance to start. All right, ball's in your court now. This is your chance. You waited this entire time. This is your chance. Now it's up to you.
See, what's funny, though, is from an opportunity standpoint, yes, there's no other team that he could be on where he would legitimately be getting a chance to potentially start for a team. But what's funny is Shedeur's staunchest supporters would look at this situation and say, that's a stupid take. How could you say this is the best opportunity for him? Look around him, and what does he have? And by the way, that if it doesn't work out for Shedeur, that's going to be the same thing that a lot of those people say about it. Is going to be like, he didn't really get a fair shake in Cleveland. He had no receivers and he had no offensive line, and the coach was a buffoon. Like,
they're
going to point at all those
in
things.
a whole, though. They're going to blame the Browns from the beginning part of this, which I think is very, very fair in this discussion. I need to talk about from right now. And from right now, he's already dug himself into a hole. It's not his fault. I don't believe it's his fault. The idea that he had one of the worst offensive lines in the sport, you have no wide receivers, you have nothing to work with. Like, I don't blame you for that, Shedeur. But right now, the way the NFL looks at you, you've dug yourself in a hole. You got to get out of that hole. And the only way to get out of that is actually play good football for the Browns this upcoming season.
Is there a case to be made that the best place for Shedeur actually would have been, though, somewhere where he could sit? Like the places that he was saying no to.
Like if he had started off in Baltimore, let's say last year.
Like if Tom Lincoln, who says they had him interest in him, like, so I get what we're saying about right now he has his chance, and it's like you're either gonna make it, or you're gonna get chewed up and spit out, and we're gonna all realize like maybe he was just never gonna be a good NFL quarterback, and yeah, I mean he might get an opportunity somewhere else, but he's probably gonna be a backup somewhere else if he can't make it as a starter. So like that's what his future that's what's kind of at stake for him this year is like. Can you be a starter? Is it going to be here in Cleveland, or could you end up somewhere else as a backup? Is kind of what I think what it feels like he's playing for this year.
Okay, so there's a difference.
But is it better? Would it actually been better for him to enter this league somewhere where he could have just sat?
I'll explain. I think 99% of people listening will agree with the idea that it'd be better to be a backup quarterback somewhere else for one reason and one reason only. It's because you'd kept that air of mystery around yourself. People love
That's
mystery
fair,
boxes. People love what they don't know. What's behind door B? I don't care. I want to see what's behind. They love that. That's part of their deal, right?
That's why we're talking about Ty Simpson.
But yeah, and it's insane to me, but it's true. That's exactly why, because you don't know. You don't know what he is at the next level. It's a mystery, right? I would contend, though, for myself, and this is where I lose everyone listening in this discussion, okay? But this is just how I feel, and this is how I look at it. I still look at Shedeur Sanders as that mystery box. I still look at him as that unknown. I still look at him as I don't know what he really can be at this level. Because what he was last year wasn't a fair shake. There's no way for me to say last year was a good look at it. So I look at him the same way as if he was a backup quarterback the entire time and we'd never seen him play. When you have that bad of an offensive line, that bad of wide receivers, I think about it like Ashton Jeanty, for instance, in Las Vegas. Have you ever heard anyone this offseason come out and say, I just don't think Ashton Jeanty is it? You haven't heard a single person say that. Why?
No.
Because his offensive line was trash. It wasn't a fair look at Ashton Jeanty. And I wondered the entire time, why does one thing apply to Ashton Jeanty but doesn't apply to Shedeur Sanders? Shouldn't they apply equally? And so, like, for myself, I look at Shedeur almost in this backup-esque role to begin with if he just redshirted last year because he's just a ball of unknown to me right now.
I don't know if I would say we know nothing about him. Like, he's still, like, to me, there's some mystery in there in that, yes, what does it look like with a better receiving core? What does it look like with a better offensive line? I do think we learned some things about Shedeur, how he plays, his playing style, what he can and can't do, because there's still aspects of his game that you can evaluate when he's sitting there and like, oh, there's a guy over the middle that he missed here, whatever. Like, so there's certain. I'm not pointing to a specific example, and that I'm just like saying in the example of like you can point to things and say.
The only thing that was truly known with certain is that if you give him absolutely nothing, like just absolutely nothing at all to work with, he's not going to be able to overcome that.
And there were still some moments where he did try to overcome that. For what it's worth, he had some of those shots downfield, like he made some big plays. Like I'm not saying there's nothing there.
Well, and even within that conversation, it's like, well, hold on, like I'm not going to bring win-loss in the equation, but he still went 3-4 as a starter in that stretch, and with absolutely nothing, he was still able to showcase some things, some qualities. But that's if you're trying to lean towards something you can take away. As a rookie quarterback, it's insane to think anybody can do it with nothing on that roster. But that's what we learned. For 99.9% of quarterbacks, that's going to be true anyway, though.
Yeah, I think we learned that there's certainly some talent there, and because of that, it's worth seeing it through, which is where I'm at with this. Like, let's see what he brings to the table this year before we make any definitive decisions about his future and the future of the quarterback position. But yeah, like I don't know if I'm as I am as attached to the idea as you that it's still a big ball of mystery. I think we've learned some
things. He's more unknown than known to me right now when it comes to like what I can confidently say I know about his game.
I do think there's still a lot we get to uncover or discover with him this season, assuming that he gets to start first and is the guy that they sort of pass the torch to.
Like if he doesn't get a start this year, like let's say Deshaun Watson wins the job somehow, and for some unknown reason to myself, he is all of a sudden great at football again, and we don't see Shedeur Sanders this upcoming season at all, I will think to myself, he never got a real opportunity. I don't know what he could actually be because the Browns never gave him a real chance. You never gave him a real shot.
But on the flip side of that, though, if this is a second coach that was deciding, well, hey, we think this person's better, we're going to start him.
I don't know if he's second coach. I think it'd be more about one owner.
I get that, but I don't know. Like everybody is saying that Todd Monken gets to make the decision,
and I don't believe him.
That's a different take then. Because I
don't believe him.
I think Todd, given what did you see what Todd said?
Jimmy Haslam told you last year 2 rookie quarterbacks were going to play. How many rookie quarterbacks played? I've watched this game too much, and it's nice to think that Todd Monken's got some say in it. I think it's almost adorable that they're passing this off as like, oh, Todd Monken, you get a chance to call out who the quarterback is.
Here's my thing.
I don't believe him.
Did you see?
I just don't believe him.
Did you see Todd Monken's answer when he was asked? I think it was a New York reporter who asked him about, the Giants' job, and he was like looking at it or whatever.
To be the OC for Harbaugh, yeah.
And he flat out mentioned like, yeah, I was already watching Jackson Dart tape. I was thinking that's probably where I was going to end up. And then the Browns kind of came around, and I even had to sort of square some things away with Cleveland before I just signed on the dotted line. I think.
This wasn't a hard thing to put together, though. He got a chance at 60 years old to be a head coach. He was going to take that job.
That Todd Monken came in guns a-blazing, demanding all sorts of power. But I think he at least wanted to know, like, I get say in certain things, including choosing the quarterback. I believe when he says he gets to choose, he gets to choose. And so from that standpoint, if he chooses somebody else over Shedeur, I do think that we have to take at some level that, like, this is the second coach who said, I think other guys are better.
If the Browns told him, hey, listen, we don't even want you to choose what color Gatorade is in the coolers on the side, I think he would have been like, all right. That's it. If that's what it takes to be a head coach, sure, that's what it takes to be a head coach.
I don't know, man.
If that's what that is, I just don't buy it.
There's all sorts of smoke around the idea that like Shieldhouse was getting told, I don't know if you want this job. Udinsky was getting told, I don't know that you want this job. That Todd Monken kind of had to at least think about it before he just took the job.
I believe the idea that Shieldhouse and Udinsky got scared away by the idea that the one chance they've been given or would have been given to be a head coach is being with Jimmy Haslam, the guy who wants to make you his own little puppet, as the owner. Like part of the reason why it was so hard to get anybody to take this job is what we're battling up in this conversation. The idea that Jimmy Haslam will be able to call the shots at the end of the day, and what he says goes. And so I like Jimmy as an owner more times than not. I like the amount of money that he spends. I like really it's the money. That's really the big part of this. I like the amount of money that he spends. But like I've never been shy about the idea that when it comes to the shots,
I love that
he
you
gets
tried to come up with a list and then it
couldn't come up with number 2.
Just went right back to the
number
money.
1.
You know what? I love that he
couldn't
spends
come
money.
Up with number 2.
It's always about money in the end. That's what it always comes back to.
That's a big part for me. He's got the advantage over the Dolans in that one respect. I'm like, all right, great. You at least spend the money. I wanted to be like, oh, he cares, but that just sounds so lame.
Name
Everybody
the reasons
cares.
you love Dan Gilbert. Well, he spends a lot of money on the Cavs.
Good reason.
Dolans, on the other hand,
what owner just says, bleep it?
As an owner, there's 2 owners in the NFL. I believe this. Really do believe it. There are ones that are trying to win a Super Bowl and the ones that are just telling their fans that they're trying to win a Super Bowl, okay? I really do believe, at my heart of heart, you can put me in a lie detector test. I believe Jimmy Haslam's trying to win a Super Bowl.
I do too.
I think he steps in the way constantly, but spending more money than any other NFL team in the previous 5 years tells me that he's interested in winning a Super Bowl more than a lot of people are, and it's not a facade. This isn't fake. I think he genuinely is trying. The hard part for himself is he can't get out of his own way, and that's where I think the hang-up lies. One day, we're going to fall into it. It's going to take you and me a long time, I would imagine, maybe sooner than later. One day he's going to fall into it, and when he does, I can't wait to see where this thing goes. But it's going to take falling into it first. Matt Waldman, creator of Rookie Scouting Portfolio, he's going to join us next. The latest on some of these draft guys, some of the early wide receivers as well. We'll get an update with Carnell Tate and how he views Tyson as well. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Dustin Fox.
And from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Ease into your Sunday with the scores you may have missed Saturday night. Daryl Ryder and Nick Padone. Sunday morning starting at 8 on 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up in 20 minutes, where would a Jeremiah Love and Judkins running back duo rank in the NFL? We'll get to all that. It is Afternoon Drive. It's Jonathan Pino and Spencer German with you guys. But we go out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Matt Waldman, rookie scouting portfolio, joins us here on 92.3 The Fan. Matt, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. Is this like the Kyle Wright University of Miami hotline we talking about?
That's no, but it could be. If the money's right, Matt, it can be whatever you want it to be.
Hey, man, that's the way it goes, right?
Exactly right. All right. Well, actually, let me ask you that before, because I know you do a lot in the fantasy world and projections and everything. Before we get to some of these running backs and wide receivers and everything within this draft, we've done a lot of Jeremiah Love. If it was Jeremiah Love and it was Judkins, where would that duo rank in the NFL currently?
Oh, I think within a couple of years, you would say that it was a top-tier duo. I mean, absolutely, because you could see that as kind of a bigger, stronger, faster version of David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs when they were really rolling in Detroit a couple of years ago. You could see that kind of a combo. It would be, it'd be really nice. I mean, it would probably be the best combo you had since Biner and Mack in terms of that kind of thing.
So better than Chubb and Hunt.
Yes. Listen, I'm kind of favored Chubb there, but I would say that Chubb and Hunt was terrific, but the way that Hunt was used and where he was at, I would say it would be up there because you get more big play potential really from both players. I would say Chubb at his peak is better than both of those guys, and probably you could have fed him a lot more. And you could have gotten, you could have been talking about where does Nick Chubb rank in the pantheon of all-time Cleveland running backs, and he would have been higher than I think some people realize. So,
Matt, we've obviously spent a ton of time debating what the Browns will do, what the Browns should do with the number 6 overall pick. Just from your standpoint, what have you maybe noticed about the Browns philosophically in regards to how they approach the draft and how they like to use their picks?
Yeah, I mean, I think philosophically, it seems to me that you've got just as more of like when I think of it as an old fan, I'm not exactly a big fan of the ownership in Cleveland. So when I feel like that a lot of teams that have not been very good over the course of a good period of time, one of the major problems is that ownership seems to get in the way of decisions that could have been made through a longer process, meaning that, you've got scouts in the building, you've got personnel directors in the building who maybe are steeped in football and steeped in a certain way of observing and valuing players. And then you have somebody who, sadly to think about like that Draft Day movie where they characterize the Cleveland Browns, where you have an owner who wants to make a splash. And sometimes what happens in the NFL is that you often hear this from former scouts, and not the bitter ones, but ones who kind of have perspective and have been in this league for a while. And they talk about the fact that ultimately the ownership oftentimes changes things in the, 13th hour, when it comes to, decision, way they get paid to do all this work. And then, they hear about somebody on TV or in media, whoever they listen to, and they get influenced by what they heard from somebody and feel like that's for the sake of entertainment, for the sake of making a buzz, for the sake of whatever other people tell them, they countermand what's being done. And I just think about like that Johnny Manziel documentary where here he is, too hungover. His receivers and everybody are too hungover on his pro day, the morning of his pro day, for everybody to be able to work out properly. and he's throwing this to staffers on his managerial, agency team, like interns, people who don't play football. And it would be hard for me to believe that there's any scout in the Cleveland Browns building that saw that and thought, yeah, we need to draft this guy. I would have to think that somebody else higher up looked at that and said, it doesn't matter, we're going to go with him. Because I can't imagine being a scout, seeing that mess unfold on a pro day, even though pro days aren't supposed to mean much, and think that we found a leader. We found someone in our organization who was worthwhile like that. And I know that it's just one example, but I think that you look at multiple examples of what we've done at quarterback, what Cleveland has done at quarterback in terms of their picks, in terms of the choices that they made. And you have to think that this is something that's not happening at the level of how we scout and decide who we're going to look, who we think is valuable. But somebody up top is saying, I don't really care about all that and what I'm paying you to do. I've decided that I want to go in this direction. And it becomes the most impactful pick in a negative way. And so that's my biggest concern, is not so much about how they go about doing things, but can they let the people who are in the building to do a job be paid to do their job without countermanding it and playing like Caesar of a fantasy football team.
So, yeah, I'm with you with a lot of it. And Matt Waldman joining us here on 92.3 The Fan, Rookie Scouting Portfolio. I'm with you with a lot of that. I've talked a lot about Haslam in general with some of the things you're discussing as well. We just did it last segment, to be honest. But
okay, sorry, I didn't hear that.
No. Just in little minutia, little things that he does. But like the point is, last year, Andrew Berry had one of the best drafts we've seen in a very long time. How do we get that? How does that happen? Do you feel like that's just Jimmy Haslam at some point saying, "All right, D. Podesta's no longer around. We're not gonna have that influence on it anymore. You go do what you need to do," or is that just Haslam just being like, "I like these picks, Andrew Berry. Keep going." What in your mind do you think that is then?
Yeah, I mean, I think I hate to not give you a definitive answer, but we're gonna have to see how time bears that out, because it could be either way. It could be that he's wised up a little bit and maybe talked to some other owners or observed what happens in the league and realizes that maybe the better teams, the owners aren't overly involved at certain junctures in draft day and let people do their jobs. Or maybe it is that I liked what you did here. I mean, I think that, it is fascinating that when you talk about taking chances on things and you look at a guy like Isaiah Bond, who I think was a very talented receiver coming out of Texas and Alabama and was one of the better receivers, I think, in a rich draft class. Now, he came in late because they signed him but they were making it a point to talk about how they were probably going to sign players who they didn't have any questions about their off-field behavior. But that in the draft, that was pretty much the case. I know what happened with Judkins, but we saw how that played out over the course of time. And, I think there's probably been enough discussion to know that the Browns, what they saw in Judkins was a high character player, even though things happened the way they did. But with Bond being a guy that was, off-field, had major off-field questions, they didn't draft him, but they did sign him later. And so you wonder about the consistency of what the messaging is and who's the one directing that. But I think that, last year, you see what they brought in, and they brought in a good number of players. You just hope that maybe that continues and that maybe Andrew Berry has earned a little bit more confidence. There was a more confidence being earned in Andrew Berry after last year, and maybe he has a little bit more equity, and they're going to, not try and micromanage the thing sometimes in ways that it seems like they have before.
Matt, we've talked a lot about Ty Simpson today and the possibilities of the Browns drafting him at some point, maybe with one of those first-round picks. Where does he fall for you, and where is an appropriate place you think to take him?
Sure. I think that, last year, let's talk about like last year's class overall when you talk about scoring. Last year's class of quarterbacks had a lot of players who I would call their thermometer quarterbacks, meaning that like if the temperature of the surrounding talent and offense is good, they can play well early on, and then they can develop to the point that they can become thermostat type of players where they set the temperature and things work out effectively for them. And it's not, it doesn't become they're the ones kind of dictating things and being able to dictate the tone of the organization and be able to play through bad times and carry the team a little bit more. And 2 years ago, Caleb Williams, to me, was a thermostat player. As bad as that organization was at mishandling him, he still showed a lot with his game. And I was talking about him pre-draft as someone that he was going to be able to handle being on a really bad team early. And then he could grow from there, and people would start to see that he was the constant of what could become good as he continued to develop his game. And that's what happened with the help of having a really structured offense with Ben Johnson. When you look at Ty Simpson, I think he's more of a thermometer player. He's still my number 2 quarterback, but there's one thermostat quarterback in this class, and that's Fernando Mendoza. Because what you saw at Cal and what you saw at Indiana were very similar. I believe, like against Cal, at Cal, they lost, I think, 7 or 8 games last year or 2 years ago. And those games that they lost, like all but one of them, if you added up the total, it was like 8 points differential total of like those 7 games. And they were high scoring games. And he kept that team in those games with great play. When you look at Simpson, he doesn't have, he's a first year starter. You see the fact that he's one of those guys that when things don't go right or as he expected them to, he can lose his game management wisdom. He kind of compounds mistakes early, trying to do too much. He has to learn to manage the game in the black zone and in the red zone a little bit better. He makes some really good throws. You can see that he's got the arm. He's got the ability to move around. He can certainly work in the pocket. So like the baseline skills that you want from a starter are there, and he's got the ability to develop into a good starter. But if he's on a team where, there's the potential with that organization, there could be a lot of flux in terms of changes with coaching staff, offensive line play, not strong enough receivers. This is a guy that is going to may be more prone to struggling early and then teams giving up on him before, they should. But that's how the NFL tends to be. Like Sam Darnold was a good example of a thermometer player who survived in an extreme amount of years through what he went through to actually become more of a thermostat player. But it took time. And usually most quarterbacks don't get that. So with Ty Simpson, I would say, I'm more of a mama bear with quarterbacks. So the way I look at it is build that offensive line, look at left tackle, continue to solidify what you have up front and see what you can develop with the quarterbacks that you have. They may not be the ultimate answer, but when you get the trenches right and you have everybody in position to be able to do that well, you're going to be an appealing team for a veteran quarterback to come in and help you out. Look at the Seattle Seahawks. That's exactly what happened. They were a couple offensive linemen away and a different coaching staff in terms of how they gelled things together. But the defense had some good talent. They built their receivers. They started to add to that offensive line. And Darnold came in there, and he was good enough for them to be able to win a championship. And I think that Cleveland was close to that, just on the verge of getting Baker Mayfield, where they were headed in that direction. And, Baker has played better outside of Cleveland, but he had kind of his coming to the universe kind of moments when he wasn't doing, even his wife, we talked about saying there are things that he needed to take accountability for and learn and consider that getting released by Cleveland was basically a signal for him that he maybe needed to do more than what he was doing. So the talent was there for him, but it wasn't, he was the guy that ultimately, in a way held them back on a team that was in a contention window. And now he's playing better as a result of that. But I think Cleveland would be in a better shape with what they have along the defensive front, what they have at cornerback, what they have at safety, to be a team that they keep building in the areas where you can be appealing to a veteran quarterback, or you're ready to now get a rookie and you have at least, more experience with games from Shedeur Sanders, or if Deshaun Watson somehow gets back on the field and plays better, you can have a transition over to a really strong rookie, and your team is in a position, or a even better free agent, and you can be in a position to really contend with a strong team around you.
Matt Waldman, fantastic insight. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
All right, good stuff right there. Matt Waldman on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to it next right here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino.
and Coach Lance Reisland. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Within a couple of years, you would say that it was a top-tier duo. I mean, absolutely, because you could see that as kind of a bigger, stronger, faster version of David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs when they were really rolling in Detroit a couple of years ago. You know, it'd be really nice. You know, I mean, it would probably be the best combo you had since Biner and Mack.
That was Matt Waldman. He joined us moments ago. It is Jonathan Beadle and Spencer German here with you guys on The Fan. And now, when you describe it that way, sounds pretty nice. Now, I challenged him. I was like, is that really the best? I mean, Chubb and Hunt was really good. But, yeah, like the expectation there, Spencer, would be if it's Jeremiah Love and Quinshon Judkins, Judkins is playing the role of Hunt in that regard. And, well, it's a little bit different because the player comps are just way off on them.
That's not.
I meant more like the Robin type than the Batman. You have to look at it more that perspective. Yeah. Like Jeremiah Love is going to be the better player of the two. They're just way different stylistically. Because Jeremiah Love is the number one in this equation, where Nick Chubb would be the number one, obviously, in the Chubb and Hunt thing. But Jeremiah Love is like a screen pass god and can catch all sorts of passes in a way that Nick Chubb didn't. Meanwhile, Nick Chubb is one of the most dynamic runners I've ever seen.
It's kind of funny because last year I kept talking about how Quinshon Judkins, the way he ran the football, reminded me of Kareem Hunt. That was like one of my go-to takes was he just runs with such a physical, I want to kill you, authority.
Yeah.
That I love that about him. And but you're right. He doesn't have necessarily the pass catching ability that Jeremiah Love does. So the skill set wise and all this, I think Love probably fits a little more of what Hunt would do. And but whether it doesn't even matter if we have to do a player for player comparison for them. The idea of those two in the backfield and what it could bring to the table is kind of enticing. I've been saying this for the last week or so when this first kind of popped up because I have Lance on the podcast that I do.
Yeah.
And he brought up on that platform the same way he brought up here, and I think that's what really spurred the conversation. The idea that if Jeremiah Love is there at 6, I'm taking him because I'm taking best player available.
I think there's a couple of things, by the way, and I'll let you finish the thought, but I think there's a couple reasons why. Coach Riz obviously we'll give him his credit.
Yeah.
But the draft community has come around to Jeremiah Love in a way that they just didn't before. Now he's legitimately being comped not only as better than Genty, but the best running back prospect since Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, and he's easily, when you talk about the top prospects in this draft, he's being said he's top 2. That's how good he's considered. But yeah, I'm at a point where if the pick was Jeremiah Love, I wouldn't be mad about it. It would be a little confusing because he just drafted 2 running backs last year, but I would understand the idea of you're getting this dynamic weapon. Why not? And it's the same way I feel about if they took any of these guys in the top 6 that would be considered best player available at that time. I understand the thought process of building a team that way. It just is a little clunky because of what they did last year. The state of the roster, running back is certainly not. That's very low on the list of needs, if at all, that this team has. I prefer they do other things, but I also would understand it. And the idea of Jeremiah Love is definitely intriguing.
I mean, I think his pass-catching abilities takes it to a different level for me. If he was just a pure running back, maybe I'd have a different part of this conversation. But I think he helps out the offense in so many different ways, and we need pass catchers. We do. And so, he satisfies
people that can make plays, honestly.
Yeah, and I just feel like, there was such a part of me that was so against anything that was – it needed to be wide receiver or offensive lineman, and that was it. And as we've evolved within this conversation, my thoughts have evolved as well. And I look at this and where this draft is and where they seem like they're headed, which I think is way different than I thought a couple months ago too. And I don't think it's an awful idea.
So would you be, in the vein of talking about this, would you be open to...
I'm open to a lot. I told you. Ty Simpson's the only thing that pisses me off.
So yeah, even one of these defensive players.
Yeah, I'm open to just about anything. I was offense only and that's it. And then and defensive guys, just screw it. But I've changed on that. And what's weird about it is that normally you'd think, well, Jonathan, you're right. Look at all the drafts. Look at all the mocks. They're all going to what you said. Offensive lineman, wide receiver. But it's different to me now. I used to think when we were first talking about this that they were trying to win games in 2026 and they were trying to be competitive. Really, all things considered, in 2026. And maybe I was a little desperate to give Shedeur the best chance to succeed as well. I don't think they're doing that. I'm not convinced of it. I'm convinced they're playing for 2027. And if you're playing for 2027, then yes, you can take a defensive player in the draft at 6 overall. You can. It's just that's your reality.
I'll say this, though.
It's not what I prefer, but it's what you can do.
Right. The Jeremiah Love conversation, though, is another reason why I'm very much team trade back. And to be honest with you, I have some doubts now after being in Phoenix and everything about the potential of a team to trade up just because of what we heard about this draft.
What did Phoenix do to all of you guys? All these beat reporters, you guys all went out there, and now you're a little apprehensive when it comes to little things like this.
It's more so like I wonder if the market will materialize. And it's funny because the players that we're talking about at the top of the board, they're either positions that are deep in this draft, like edge rushers, if somebody were to fall, where you maybe don't even have to trade up to get a guy because, hey, you can still get a good one at 15, 16. Like there's going to be a lot of those guys that are taking edge guys because it's a deep group. And same thing with like wide receiver, where it's like, does somebody really want Carnell Tate that bad? Again, I've already been on the record saying I think this receiver class behind Carnell Tate isn't so far. There's not like a big gap there that you can wait. So, but what's interesting is I think if the market is going to materialize, we've also just heard in general this isn't a very good draft. There's also not quarterbacks that teams would be willing to trade up for. I think all these factors make me sort of apprehensive to the idea that maybe it actually a market starts to sort of form here to trade for the Browns to trade back. But if they're going to have an opportunity to, I think somebody like Jeremiah Love has to fall, which is also funny to say because running back isn't a premium position. It's considered like downgraded in a lot of ways. But I think he's the one guy because, like you said, how everyone started talking about him since the Combine over the last month or so, consensusly a top 2 player in this draft, a clear blue chipper. The comps to he's as good as Saquon Barkley or the best running back since Saquon Barkley. All those things, those are the exact types of conversations that means there's a team out there that just will fall in love with Jeremiah Love and say, I have to have him. I have to trade up and get him. And so it's almost like if you're a Browns fan that wants the team to trade back, you almost want Jeremiah Love to fall to you at 6 because it might be the perfect player for a team to actually come up and get.
Oh yeah, I'm starting to get to the point where I don't think he's going to even be there. Like where
he might not be.
For the longest time, you
he's
just
been
think to
linked to the
yourself,
Titans for a while.
Yeah, for the longest time, you just think to yourself, running back, they'll be there at 6. Okay, fine, it is what it is. But it's not really been. We just don't see as many running backs go top 6 relative to what we typically do. And then the string, Mac and I talked about that string the other day. There was like the 3 straight years with top 5 picks being taken with running backs, but it was since Saquon. Saquon went 3rd overall, and then we've had one since as far as top 6 is concerned, and that's Ashton Jeanty. So that is 2 in a matter of 8 years. All things considered, 2018 draft to 2026, and that's including the guy in the 2018 draft. So, like, we don't see it as often, but it seems like it's going to be reality here. It does. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe Jahmyr Gibbs did a lot for that. Maybe Bijan Robinson did a lot for that. There's a lot of people that have been working with really high draft picks that have been able to bring back the value for running backs, but the value seems to exist for the top tier guys.
I also think part of this, too, is there's kind of this renaissance of the NFL right now where teams are kind of migrating back to running the football more, and the run game's kind of making a resurgence because think about it. All these teams built defenses that were built to defend the pass. It was, we need linebackers that are kind of, they're athletic, but they're leaner and they have to be able to cover in the slot. But we need safeties that can come down in the box that are a little bit, not necessarily built guys who are who can play and make these big tackles. Well, now teams are realizing like, there's these guys in the box that we can just run right over. Like, let's just run the football again. So I do think, to your point, guys like Jahmyr Gibbs, guys like Saquon having the season he had as the Eagles go win a Super Bowl, even to a degree like Kenneth Walker in the season he had last year and what he did with the Seahawks offense with a quarterback that I think certainly has proven he was probably better than what he was with the Jets and revived his career. But nobody thinks Sam Darnold necessarily like carried that team. He had his moments, but he wasn't like the main reason that they won. I think the running back to a degree is making a bit of a comeback, and so that probably helps the cause too. If you're somebody that wants to see the Browns trade back, like Jeremiah Love could be enticing at a place like 6 if he actually survives the top 5.
All right, random, but I have to ask you. You were in Arizona. You did everything at the owners' meetings. With the coaches' breakfast, did they actually serve you guys breakfast?
There was breakfast there. Yes.
Did you get to eat breakfast?
I did. It was usually like they have like a buffet line, so I usually like. both days I went into the interviews
So
first.
it's not a joke. You guys have to actually sit down and
you
do
don't
breakfast
eat it
and
at
then
the table with the coach, but you eat breakfast afterwards.
That's where they miss me.
I mean, you could.
Why is the coach not sitting down and maybe breaking some bread and having some strudel with you guys?
But
Why
in truth, though,
why is that not happening?
It's a small round table. We all think about it. Like all the equipment that
Shouldn't
we bring.
you all
Some
have
people
your
have their
food, though?
laptops. Some people have like their microphones. Like there's no room for plates on that table.
I see you like going to the omelet station and then getting an omelet and bringing it on over, and then all of a sudden, like Monken should have to eat breakfast with you guys. If it's the coach's breakfast, he should have to like have his
I don't even know
Cocoa
if he
Puffs.
ate breakfast. He left right after. He was like, I got to go to this meeting thing that we have, and he was like up and gone. I don't even know if he stopped for the food.
He can fake it for all I care, but get like a banana out there and an orange.
Actually,
and then
he shouldn't have faked it because there was the day of Monken's breakfast. There was a waffle that they had. They were like these mini waffle, not mini, but they were like smaller waffles. And I don't know what was in it. It had like a crunch to it. Oh, it was one of the best waffles I've ever had in my life. It was great.
This is at the coach's breakfast?
Yeah. Tom Monken might have missed it. I don't know.
Where'd you eat this
Just
breakfast
like he missed
at?
just like he missed the coach's.
What, did you eat it at like a
photo.
separate table or anything like this, or was this
It was like
this whole?
Apple. No, so it was like there
They
was
have
a
all
room.
these tables with all these coaches sitting down at these tables. You had to like go to a separate area to then eat for the coach's breakfast.
There was a room.
It's a different room.
No. There was a yes. Well, I ate.
You're not
in a
even eating
different room.
breakfast in the same room.
There was a
What
room
kind of
for the
coach's breakfast
coaches
is
sitting
this?
down at the tables, and then there was a room that was like the media workroom, and that's where I ate my breakfast. Was in the media workroom. So no, I didn't
So
technically eat it
your
with Tom
coach's
Monken.
breakfast was
Did
sitting
Delano
in
just
the media
homer, by the
room.
way?
He did. Yes, he did. Yeah, Guardians have the lead. We'll talk about that as soon as that game ends. We got a couple more innings left on that
Didn't
one.
we say early in the show that like the one thing that would like really tip the scales of opening day would be if Delano like just hit a homer too? Like he's fueling this entire start of the season.
In fact, someone doesn't want to talk coach's breakfast anymore.
No, it's not
We're
it.
going to change the
Just-
subject
I
of not
looked-
being able to share
I
a
looked
waffle
up,
with
it was
Coach
okay.
Monken.
What's up with Monken not eating breakfast at the coach's breakfast?
What's up with Monken missing the photo for a haircut?
What a sham. What a whole.
I should be able to ask him to pass the syrup.
I should. You know what? You should, though. Like, isn't that the spirit of the coach's breakfast? Is everyone's breaking bread
You
together?
wanted me to be able to come home and say I had
I
Tom
genuinely thought-
Monken poured syrup on my plate. For
I
me.
thought you guys all sat around and ate breakfast together.
I asked him
genuinely.
about Shedeur Sanders, and I also asked him to pass the syrup.
I didn't know if there was like a, Mary Kay gets to sit directly next to Monken, and then Zach Jackson, if there's like a hierarchy of who gets closest to Monken, any of that type of stuff. But no, you guys eat in a different room apparently. So it's very upsetting.
I wasn't complaining about the free breakfast. That's all I know.
At least they.
Coach, what do you think of the hash browns?
I'm happy to know that they at least serve breakfast, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Because at least if they're, at least there's a real chance
If it was
they don't
B-
even.
if it was
they don't even give you
BYOB,
None of that
breakfast.
is guaranteed.
If it was BYOB, bring your own breakfast, it would be like really just
Did
sad.
you go to the NFC breakfast too?
I did, but
You say hi to Stefanski?
So I listened to a little bit of Stefanski, but I was also
hi,
trying to listen to
Hi,
Harbaugh.
Spencer. Nice to see you again.
He
That's
did
my
say-
impression of
he did-
Stefanski.
He did say hi to me afterwards. There was one reporter.
Nailed it. Perfect.
There was one reporter who sat at Stefanski the entire time.
Hi, Spencer.
And asked like 8 questions, and Stefanski dodged every single one.
So you went over there for like a reminder of what a good time Stefanski
Well,
is?
that's why I didn't spend most of my time at Stefanski. I was just like, yeah, I'll catch a few answers.
Is
but
everyone on the beat, or are you guys just kind of like, we just want to be as far away from that as we possibly can because we did 6 years of
surprisingly,
it?
no. But
No,
yeah,
okay.
a lot of us were like, is it worth going to Stefanski in the morning? And most of us were like, we know what he's going to say.
You know what he's going to say.
We're going to ask him. So again, there was one reporter who's hung out over there and asked all Browns questions. And one of the questions he got asked was, who's going to win, Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson in a quarterback battle? And Stefanski just kind of smiled and said, I'm not going there. That was
We're
his
working
answer.
through all of our options.
I would have been like, pass the hash browns, coach. Let's get this thing going. 216-474 to below 92. Ryan Day's got a thought with college football. I don't even know how to begin to execute it, but I want to explore it with you guys next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Saturday, it's Michigan versus Arizona and Connecticut versus Illinois. Then the winners meet to settle the 2026 men's basketball title. Tune in this Saturday to hear Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the NCAA Men's Final Four.
This Saturday, starting at 4 p.m. on Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German here with you guys. Now, are you rooting for the game to end at a certain time? Because when we leave here, we're going to have a parking jam.
Yes. 7:15 is a good time frame because then I can already get out of the garage.
I don't think we got that. I don't think we got that, by the way, because it's like 2 innings in baseball left.
We can't milk
and that's not
40 more minutes out of this.
That's not 50 minutes of time. No, not in Manfred ball. If this was C League, we'd have a chance.
I got to go pick up a pizza. Man.
Why did you say it that way?
Because I got to go pick up a pizza and it's going to be cold.
You made it sound like it was drugs and not pizza.
Now I'm like
deflated.
Now I'm like debating. Do I order? Because I literally just texted my wife. I was like, yeah, I'm going to order the pizza next break, blah, blah, blah. It's like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever. I'll get there in time. Now I'm kind of like, should I wait?
Where's the pizza at?
Lakewood.
You just got to get out of here as fast as you can. You're not gonna. I wouldn't try to time it where you get to like call ahead and be like, I'll be there in a half hour. Or I'll be there in 20 minutes. I don't know that you have much of a chance on that. But you just gotta get on the hop and going. So one thing that's been interesting, downtown has switched up and they made certain roads one ways and not, and that's been awesome for me for getting out when
like Prospect.
Yeah. When they
at that one point.
Yeah. And it's been great for me. It's been an absolute game changer for me. But the parking garage that I'm in sometimes gets real backed up, and that's not great. So we'll see how this goes today.
I got to see how the Halley garage goes. Can't say I've ever had to leave the Halley garage on a game day. So
I did want to get to what Ryan Day had to say coming up in just a couple minutes. But I'm having Easter this weekend, as everyone is, and you have a 4-year-old, near 4-year-old.
Yeah, he'll be 4 in May.
Okay.
Close enough.
My daughter's a little over 3, and this is the first year that she gets to actually do some of the Easter stuff. We didn't trust her previously in order to pull off the finding Easter eggs and doing the Easter egg coloring and all that stuff. So, this is the first year we're going to go hard in the paint with this. Any tips for me on this or no?
I don't know. Like, my son last year was really into it, so much so that we did like a little Easter egg hunt with just like plastic eggs where we put like some little piece of candy in there.
Yeah, what'd you put in there? Because I don't want to do a bunch of candy because I've been guilty of feeding her way too much bad food, and so I need to not do that.
So we just put like a couple little chocolates in there. It was like Dove, like 2 pieces of Dove chocolate or something like that last year. It really wasn't that much. Were you able to
actually like hide it, or is it just obvious spots?
No, I mean like we hit it. I hit it in the yard, and some of them I made harder than the others. But
you went outside for this?
Yeah, we did outside.
We're not playing outdoor games.
I mean, you can do it inside too. It's fine. But that was going to be what I said. What's funny is after we did this Easter egg hunt last year, he like loved the Easter egg hunt so much that he kept that plastic eggs. He like kept them in his own little basket thing, and he would then hide them and make us go hunt them around the house. And the problem with that is,
dudes rock.
Well, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
It was great that he did it. I'm glad he was like having fun. It was like something that entertained him, so he wasn't like climbing all over me, whatever.
I love
that. But the problem with that was, as an adult, if I hide the eggs, I can remember all the 12 places that I hid that dozen eggs.
Yeah.
Half the time, like, we'd be looking and he'd be like, and I'd be like, so where are the other 3 that were missing? He'd be like, maybe it's in here. We'd run into that room and he had no idea where he hid these eggs.
You're going to be finding eggs for 30
years. 3
years.
months later, we're like finding this egg in a random spot. We're like, oh, that's where that random egg was that he had. But no, I mean, I don't know. You're right. Being 3, she's finally at an age where like,
I can tell she's ready. Like this is going to be it.
Yeah.
We've been prepping her with like Easter bunny stories.
She'll understand it. She'll enjoy it. It'll be more fun that way.
Although I'm shocked there's been no follow-ups with Santa. She was very much like, so Santa goes down the chimney, and then we're leaving out carrots for the reindeer, and she had all sorts of like follow-ups of like why, and then like oh, milk, of course. And there wasn't an acceptance of like it's milk and cookies because it's milk and cookies. Like that wasn't a thing.
Do you think the Easter Bunny's offended that he's kind of like?
Well, she hasn't once asked why the Easter Bunny is just going to be there and dropping off all these eggs or anything. She hasn't it has not occurred to her that like Santa came through a chimney and we were very descriptive and all this other stuff. But with the Easter Bunny's like, of course the Easter Bunny just comes in the house.
That's what I mean, though. The Easter Bunny's kind of an afterthought. I wonder if he's offended by that.
Giant bunny. Makes sense.
Yeah, for some reason, Giant Bunny in the house just adds up.
We don't build.
Guy with beard doesn't. Giant Bunny, yes.
We don't build up the Easter Bunny the same way. It's like you said. It's not like, oh, how does he get in the house? We're just like, yeah, the Easter Bunny is going to drop off a basket for you. Cool. And then there's no questions. We don't leave anything out for the Easter Bunny.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering if, because we had work done in the house recently, if like we had too many random men in the house at different times, and just told her like, accept the idea that this guy's going to be working in the house. Now she looks at the Easter Bunny.
Maybe
Is like,
one of them was the Easter Bunny.
Just a random person gets to come in our house. I guess that's what happens now. Santa, it was like they had to like make up stories and all sorts of different things.
Did you guys do Elf on the Shelf?
No, we didn't do Elf on the Shelf. I'm excited for Elf on the Shelf. Maybe next year we'll do that. I'd like to. That'll be fun. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, we did that for the first time this year.
And was it enjoyable or no?
Yeah, no, he liked it, which I dreaded that forever. Like the idea. Well, I don't want to give away the story here, but you know, what goes into that as a parent, I was always like, but it was actually fun. It was good. They like wake up in the morning. They're looking for the elf. They're running around. They want to know where it is. It's great.
I'm excited. I'm excited for this weekend.
Yeah.
Are you going to color Easter eggs then or no?
I don't know if we decide if we're going to color them or not. Maybe we'll do like a half dozen just to like keep them entertained or whatever. We'll see. But yeah,
I'm all in.
We're doing a brunch at our house.
Okay.
We'll go to my mother-in-law's. It's actually like this year Easter actually times up. Like my wife's birthday is on Tuesday, so
Get the nice pastels and
we're
everything.
doing like the whole like Sunday will basically be Easter, and then it'll transition to at my mother-in-law's house like, oh, we're going to do birthday gifts for Brittany. So it'll just kind of be, you know, a joint party type thing. And then we spend the rest of the week also celebrating my wife's birthday.
How much Jesus do you sprinkle in this?
I mean, we're going to go to church on Sunday morning.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know that I can really explain to her the whole, like, you know, coming back after 3 days thing. I just don't know if she's ready for that convo. I feel like
that like a fifth birthday type of deal.
I don't know. Is it going to graduate up to that one?
We keep it at.
I don't know that she even has a concept of death at this point. Nonetheless, coming back from death.
Especially if she's talking about, you know, Easter bunnies being fine. Like, yeah sure, maybe.
We keep it at like going to church for him. We're not like explaining to him the gospel that day or anything like that. We're just kind of like, yeah, it's, you know, he goes to church and just like hears the music. He hears the bells that they shake during like when they're doing when they're like, you know, doing the wine and the bread and all that. And they do the bells. There's like little things that keep him interested along the way, and otherwise he just colors and whatever else.
I heard at church. I haven't been to church in a long time. I hear that they have like little like packages of wine, and then the body of Christ. Is that a thing these days or no?
I've never seen a package of wine before. That's a nice concept.
TikTok. I wasn't sure.
You just pass out a little wine thing, and you're just like taking it back to your seat with you.
So I wanted to ask you about it because I wasn't sure because I saw it on TikTok. Yeah, it was all these like it's like basically like a one-stop shop where it's like a little bit of wine that would obviously be the little wine that you'd go up and get instead. It'd just be like a little package, and then they had the Christ right there as well, and it's like a one-stop shop. So instead of like actually going up in the whole wine and drinking out of the same cup that everybody drinks out of, everyone had that at their pew.
I at least the last couple of times that I've gone, and it's been a minute, but I've never seen that.
Right. I saw it and I thought finally.
St. Ignatius down there, Mac.
Yeah, I saw it and I thought finally. They've changed some things, you know. The church has changed a lot.
They've adapted. Here and there. Oh, God.
I still say it also with you, okay?
I'm with you on that.
This sounds like a dangerous conversation, Mac. Talking about conspiracy theories. About the Catholic Church.
I was just talking about the way the Mass goes, okay? You're the one that wants to go down that rabbit hole.
All right,
I didn't say I wanted to.
All right, you two.
You went there.
Ryan Day is coming up with his own theories, and Ryan Day was on the This Is Football podcast, and I want to explore how this would even work. That's what I'm so fascinated by. But this was Ryan Day's thought on how to change college football. Here we go.
I mean, the first thing is wave a wand is creating a structure that you can enforce rules. Mm-hmm. And creating that. And that's not just like easy. I understand. It's not too far-fetched for me to think that there's a way that you could actually have a draft and build it like the NFL. I know that seems a little bit out there, but we're going to need a lot of help to get there. I can tell you that right now. That's not happening overnight. I think that there's, once we started going down this road of NIL, we have to kind of go one of two ways, in my opinion. We almost have to go back to where we were before, or we need to go all the way towards the NFL. I think right now we're sort of in purgatory. And I think until we start to, make some hard decisions and create that overall structure, we're still going to be in this phase. But that to me is the number one thing.
All right, so help me out with this. And if you've seen anyone that kind of have elaborated on this, tell me. I know you're very into college football. I am as well. But I was trying to think of a draft structure. Would we have like 130 teams and you're working backwards? Is that the idea? Or is this exclusively Big Ten? Is this the Power 4 teams or Power 4 conferences? Like how would the draft actually work?
There's no way.
Because you can't do 130.
No way.
You can't do it where it's like Akron gets the first overall pick and then all of a sudden they're choosing the best court. Like
imagine that lottery.
Yeah, like it doesn't work that way. Like I don't know. I don't even know how we would do that. So there has to be a cutoff at some point. Is Ryan Day talking exclusively the Big Ten having their own draft? Well, if I'm a player, I'm just not going to their draft. I'm going to go SEC and ACC and all these other conferences. They can bid on me, and I'll go to wherever they are for the highest NIL.
This makes no sense. Like I'm shocked that he had this take. My takeaway from this is that Ryan Day's never been closer to trying to go back to the NFL than with this clip. He's got NFL in the brain. He's like, oh yeah, we need a draft. Let's go do the draft. Like, first of all, there's people who have the take that the NFL needs to go away from a draft because they think it's like too restrictive to, we should just be a big pool and players get to decide where they want to go, whatever. So they kind of want to go the college football route. So in what world does it make sense for college football to then go to a path that people are arguing shouldn't even exist in the NFL anymore? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, and also Ryan Day's got the best advantage out of anyone trying to do this.
Why would he ever want to? Why would you ever? Ohio State is one of the halves.
You're recruiting juggernaut.
Right. Why would you need to? Why would you want to openly say, hey, let's give a draft?
If I'm the head coach at Temple, maybe I'm having this conversation.
Yeah.
Maybe we're talking about this.
But at Ohio State, like, guess what?
Maybe I'm advocating for something like this.
You might not get every Jeremiah Smith every single year that they're coming out of high
but
school.
There had to be a bigger thought here. And I honestly, I spent way too much time trying to think about what exactly he's talking about within the teams, like in the team structure. Because even if you narrow it down to just the Power 4 conferences, and then all of a sudden we're elevating Minnesota and Rutgers and all these other teams in the Big Ten, but you're getting everyone in the Power 4 conferences and you're going from there. All right, wouldn't I just go to the highest bidder then outside of that? I mean, there's still going to be great quarterbacks that want to play with the big schools and the big conferences, but I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to try to way to subvert that. So you start off your very first season playing at Wyoming or something to then be able to you're already in college football. There's no draft for you. Like I'm trying to figure out a way that this works, and I can't really figure it out.
Work, and it doesn't make sense.
I can't figure it out, and in no way can I figure out how it benefits Ohio State.
That's the other thing, like you said. Is it if it's just the Power 4 schools, like that doesn't make any sense either? Because, like, what about the random year where Deion Sanders at Jackson State gets Travis Hunter to come play, and he's one of the best players in the country? Like,
and then if you got
if that
even
guy
more
really
specific,
wants to go to Colorado and he doesn't want to get drafted by, I don't know, Florida. I mean, not that Florida's a bad school.
So the answer to that would be the same thing you say in the NFL,
Kent State drafted you. Like, you got to go to, like, it just, but I just don't get it. Or, like, I don't want to really go to Mississippi and play for Mississippi State or whatever. Like, if he wants to go somewhere because of a certain coach, there's no way. Like, in a lot of ways, college football and the ecosystem they've created with how they bring players in is in the odds of many, like, a better way of doing it, because it allows the player to kind of choose, like, the place that they think is the best fit for them. It gives them more power. You're not going to take that away from them. Like, if the direction college football is heading, you're going to need a CBA of some sort. Like, you're going to have to just kind of call these players like professionals in some way. The players aren't then going to just give power back to them and say, hey, you know what? Yeah, you can draft us. No, they're going to still want the control over where they go. It doesn't make any sense.
Now, the funny part of this is that unintentionally, I feel like Ryan Day did at least highlight the idea that nobody cares about the academic side of this. Because, like, one reason why, if you're really trying to be truthful about college football, you'd make the argument I've made for years that they just need to just not even treat them as student athletes and treat them for what they are. But part of what you would be doing if you really want to believe in the concept of them being a student athlete is that they get to choose these schools not only with the football in mind, but also because they have a great nursing program, or they have a great technology program. Whatever program you wanted to then actually major in would be part of the influence. Or let's say you want to go to Michigan because they do have great academics, or Ohio State for great academics, instead of going to a party school in another place in one of the Southeast schools. You know what I mean? Instead of a Mississippi State, for instance, right? And they have good things that they're good at as well, but you know what I'm saying. And so, like, it is kind of funny just what a complete just kind of slap in the face to the academic side of this that I enjoy and I think is truthful that Ryan Day actually exploited in this.
I think everybody's kind of accepted the academics aren't as I don't know, prominent
You'd
or
be
whatever.
surprised at the amount of people that get angry anytime I bring it up in any sort of way.
There's still people who get angry about
I've said
it for
treat
sure.
him like the janitor. Put him on the payroll. Don't even have it involve school at all, and let's stop pretending the whole charade is a charade.
Yeah, it'd be nice if everybody kind of
People
accepted
always get
that.
mad when I say that, though.
I get like the old heads who think, this is the college football they grew up with. It has to be academics first. I get all that. It's kind of the Nick Saban way of viewing things. Like, oh, we got to go back to the way that it was. That's why he left college football. But I don't know. At this point, I've accepted there was another really good clip from Ryan Day talking about how this is college football. You either adapt or die.
Yeah.
And Ohio State's been able to adapt and other schools haven't. And I think so. It's not that I think him throwing this out there is like him trying to say they need to go back to something or whatever. I just think, he's in a place where he hasn't made in the shade. I don't know why he would even throw this out there as an idea.
In case we missed it, next, right here on The Fan.
only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Can the Guardians three-peat as Central Division champs? Talk about the Guardians anytime you want. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, final segment of the show. Jonathan Peterlin and Spencer German here with you guys. It's time for In Case We Missed It. All right, Spencer, lead us off here.
Andrew Filipponi at our sister station in Pittsburgh.
Oh, Pony.
You know, you already know this is going to an interesting place when we lead with him. He had the take yesterday when Connor Griffin was announced as getting called up and was going to start for opening day and all this, that he would have a better Pirates career than Barry Bonds. I pulled up Barry Bonds' stats with Pittsburgh.
Okay, as a Pirate, yeah.
He had 556 RBI, 176 home runs, a 275 batting average, a 503 slugging percentage, an 883 OPS, just to name a few stats. Good take, bad take by Pony. He tends to be hyperbolic about things.
No, he does tend to do that. Let's see. So what was that, 7 years in Pittsburgh in total? I think that was only 2 All-Star games in total. Not that All-Star games are the end-all be-all. But Barry Bonds did win League MVP while with Pittsburgh. He also finished... Shoot, he won 2 MVPs with Pittsburgh, if memory serves me right here. So, like,
I think you're right.
Like, I think you got a long way to go. Listen, I like the idea that at 19 years old, he seems like a phenom, and he had a big hit already today, RBI double. But, like, 2 MVPs is not something I can say while never watching the guy actually play a big league game. That's insanity to put that out there. Like, Barry Bonds is one of the all-timers for a reason, but even to match what he did in Pittsburgh that's just not reality.
It's funny, every time I think Pony's like outdone himself, he just finds a way to keep doing it. It's great. I mean, he's great at the bit, I guess. I don't know.
The final 3 years in Pittsburgh, Barry Bonds finished with 2 MVPs and was top 2 in MVP voting 3 years. Again, the final 3 years was 90, 91, and 92. He led baseball in OPS in all 3 seasons, OPS plus in all 3 seasons, slugging percentage in 2 out of those 3 years, on base percentage in 2 out of those 3 years. Led the league in walks in 1 of those years. Like, it's just an insane number. Like, those last 3
years, he batted .301, 566 slugging, 990 OPS, 177 OPS plus. Like, ridiculous numbers.
While leading baseball in wins above replacement in all 3 of those years. Like, there is
26.8 was his WAR those 3 years, too. It's insane.
Legitimately make a case. That's like half of a Hall of Fame resume right there. Like, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's insane. And so I'm going to say Pony's wrong on this one. I'm going to go ahead and say that.
Like he usually is.
Well, I mean, maybe he ends up being proven right. I don't know, but I can't endorse that one. All right. Guardians finish up. They get the win over the Cubs, 4-1 the final in the home opener. Really the story here. First off, Arias, congratulations. How about that home run? But the real story is DeWater's home run.
Is he turning into a slugger?
Matt
Arias?
shakes his head get to the main story. Talk about DeWater, will you please?
I'm an Arias guy, and he even had a bad bobble, and the home run kind of helped balance it out. But yeah, no, it's DeWater.
It's DeWater. DeWater goes 3 for 4, 3 RBIs in the day, has his 5th home run of the season. He now is tied for Major League Baseball's lead in home runs. He is slugging over 900 on the season, and he just continues this magnificent story. And what's incredible about it is earlier in the show, Spencer, we talked about the idea that in baseball, one player alone can't fix an offense. Yeah. That's not how it works. Mike Trout has been on the Angels his entire career. They've never won a playoff game. One player alone can't. But DeWater's making a case early on that this team, we certainly would not be 5-3 and off to the great start if not for the efforts of DeWater.
No. Did they, in light of the conversation that we had to start the show, as DeWater keeps going on the tear that he's going on, and he homers again here on opening day for the Guardians.
Yeah.
You giving a little grace to fans to have a little excitement about this team after today?
Fans can always be excited.
Did they buy themselves like a week where you're not gonna poo-poo it?
Fans can always be excited. I expect fans to be excited. I do. But like the reality is
you just seem very unimpressed by the Guardians.
I'm impressed by DeWater. I'm still worried about his health. That has to always stay in play with DeLauder.
There's always this like lurking thing overhead with him. It's going to continue of like, when's the other shoe going to drop? When is he going to get hurt?
Here's the real story of the day. And obviously DeLauder is going to lead the headlines, and DeLauder is going to be the main feature, and it should be. You now lead Major League Baseball in home runs. You are on this ridiculous pace, and something that, like, when we talked about DeLauder before the season got underway, I couldn't find a Fangraphs projection that had him over 15 home runs on the entire season. The fact that he's got 5 already and we're 8 games
That's
in
insane.
is
15?
Yeah, no one had over 15. Okay, and yes, as good as he was in minor league baseball,
a third of the way there.
He's on
5 games into the season.
Yes,
he's only played 5.
I think they only had him at like 220 plate appearances.
He's on an
They're assuming he's going to get hurt, essentially.
No, just projections are really tough when you go from the minors to the majors. And it's not as if DeLauder had 600 slugging percentage in the minors. Like, it just, the reality is what he's doing right now is unreal for a lot of reasons. The real story of the day is Joey Cantillo. And the idea that this pitching staff continues to do wondrous things. Like, it's not going to get the flashy headlines. It's not going to be what leads tonight's sportscast and television. It's going to be DeLauder. I get that. But, like, the real true story of this is that the offense, once again, didn't have to be great because Cantillo was. They didn't have to be great because the pitching staff and even at the back end of this bullpen, and people have been struggling with Cade Smith. I get it. What happened in the 9th inning? He allowed 1 hit, and all of a sudden you're out with a save, and you're done, and that's the game. Like this. The idea that Cantillo goes into the 6th inning, allowed 4 hits, and shut down a Cubs offense that is really good, that's the story. It's Cantillo, it's Armstrong, it's Brogdon, and it's Cade Smith, and it's what they're able to do from a pitching standpoint that got you the win today. The offense doesn't have to be great if you only let the Cubs score 1 run. And so, like, that should be the takeaway out of today's game. It won't be because DeLauder's a highlight fest and deserves all the praise as well. But, like, this is how you're going to win games. If you're the Guardians this year, it's not going to be off DeLauder home runs. It's going to be off of the pitching being what the pitching was today.
But see, I think having DeLauder in the lineup is part of the reason why, as we talked about at the top of the show, you know, are people too excited almost, or like, where are they at with this team? Because it's a great start, but it's only 7 games and yada yada yada. DeLauder, as much as we've talked about, like, one guy doesn't change the entire outlook. DeLauder's just presence right now, and the fact that he has the power to support Jose Ramirez is something that changes the math a little bit. You're right.
Well, and that's a big part of it.
The offense didn't have to be great today, but you're hoping that you get to a point where it's like Jose's doing what he's doing, DeLauder's there in support, and that this offense is actually finally scoring more runs. That's the thing that the Guardians are trying to sell everybody, and right now it looks like that could actually come to fruition if DeLauder keeps doing what he's doing.
And you can never pitch around J-Ram. That's not a thing, obviously. But, like, the idea that you have in the 2 spot somebody that is going to get really good pitches because, again, the idea that J-Ram's behind him and you're going to try to pitch. I messed that up. You're going to try to pitch around J-Ram as much as you can. So DeLauder is going to get a lot of really good at-bats and really good looks. And what J-Ram does for that person in the 2 slot has always been underutilized here with the Guardians because we haven't put awesome hitters in the 2 spot consistently, and the idea that DeLauder is going to get just a bunch of nice, meaty fastballs right down the plate because you can't hide. You can't pitch around DeLauder to then get to J-Ram. That's just not how baseball works. All right, thank you to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes! Jake Murrin, great job producing today's show as always. Matt Corrali on the updates. The Ass Man, he delivered in many, many ways. Spencer, appreciate you hanging out with me today. Good job.
Yeah, it was fun. Always a pleasure. I think we'll be back. I take that back. I think I'm filling in for you, not Nick. My bad.
Oh, in like a couple weeks?
Yeah.
I'm doing a couple days off in like the 16th and 17th, somewhere around there.
That's exactly the time frame.
Are you both days?
I think just one for now.
1 day, okay. You have your show tomorrow?
Yep, Earl and I, yep.
What time?
8 a.m. to noon. Talk to you then.
Be
we got
listening to that.
Apolowski right at 11 o'clock. Got a couple other guests, so it should be a fun time.
Fantastic. Be listening to that. Everybody else, I'll talk to you guys on Monday. Enjoy your weekend, and happy Easter to those that celebrate.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.